All right. I think we got both of our YouTube streams up and running. Give me just a moment. We're going to get our TikTok stream running, friends. Then we should have all of the streams online. Welcome in. It's Monday night. It's going to be a fantastic Monday night. Looking forward to getting to talk to what I can only assume are intellectually rigorous positions from theists who have very well thought out uh, arguments and things like that. That being said, give me 1 second to double check my camera. Is it just me, or does the vertical stream have like a super washed out camera? Anyone notice that? It's really weird. I'm gonna adjust the camera real quick just to see what's going on there. Let me go live though before I forget. All right, so we're live on TikTok. Bada bing, bada boom. And let me adjust real quick the gain. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check the stream real quick on my phone as well. I'm curious what it looks like on the phone. Yeah, super washed out. This is the what was it? The MX Brio. The what do you call it? The MX Brio. There we go. It keeps defaulting to a really weird setting like that. Should be better now. I don't know why it does that. Freaking technology. Okay, now all the streams are ready to rock and roll. The guest boxes are open. The guest box on YouTube is open. If you're watching on YouTube, it's tiny.cc/dzguest. If you're watching on TikTok, hey, you know how to get into the conversation. All you got to do is hit that aggressive cuss. And yes, we're rocking the holiday drip. That is for sure. While we're waiting for our guests to get the Holy Spirit and call in, let me grab a couple super chats and we'll get everybody loaded up. Hannah Hodgkins, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. It says, "Hi Justin, I'm debating a theist on the Conjuring stories. Have you heard the Conjuring actor who claimed she got cross bruises on her leg every time she filmed? I'm debating atheist on how this isn't evidence. Any advice on it?" So, Hannah, here's what I would do. First of all, when people refer to these supposed personal experience, first of all, this isn't even a personal experience from somebody you know. This is now a secondhand personal experience, right? So if personal experience isn't actually valuable, then secondhand personal experience surely isn't valuable. And ask them if people's personal experience, say like with the other religions, like if people have personal experiences with the Hindu deities, does that validate that the Hindu deities are real? Or like if they're Protestants and they say, well, does the Marian apparitions prove that Catholicism is true? Right? The reality is people like their personal experience stories, their anecdotes, because they feel like other people should value them. But the reality is people who value their own personal experiences don't value other people's personal experiences, which gets you to the core of the matter, which is that personal experience isn't actually good evidence. It only matters to the person in which it happens to. That's it. So that's how I would deal with it. And Minutemen, thank you for the super chat, says, "We always have two choices when it comes to the patriarchy: totally accept and be okay with it, or fuck it." I suggested we go with the second choice. Number two, praise Doug, and you know it, Minutemen. Fuck the patriarchy. Listen, I agree. We don't need it. In fact, we never needed it. But here we are in 2025, friend. And GL, thank you for the super chat. It says, rereading the Old Testament was struck by the Song of the Sea. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. And how it describes future events in past tense. How do apologists deal with this? Was the entire nation acting as a prophet in that moment? Well, the reality is that was written already after the fact. And it was already a poem or a song prior to putting it in the mouth of Miriam. And so that's usually what happened. They had these poems or these songs that were culturally relevant that everybody knew. Think of something like the London Bridge song, London Bridge is falling down, right? The reality is that song is going to take on like a morphology over time that's going to lose track of its actual origin. And then eventually somebody is going to give it an origin and put it on somebody else's lips, and they're not going to give a whole lot of thought for like the actual grammar of it, And that's how these things kind of pan out. And Side, great to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. It says, I've been to the vert, searching high and low, been to the whore, looking to and fro. I found no schism, no divide at all. I only found Justin and the love that he shares from sin. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And yes, there is no schism. And that was a beautiful Dr. Seuss rhyme, by the way. I really enjoyed that. But friends, there's no schism. We're all on the same team here. And GL, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, and as a follow-up, the Song of the Sea, is this the first instance in the Bible of a prophecy referring to far future events? Well, no, I don't think it was a prophecy. It clearly was written way after the events. Like the Exodus supposedly happened in the middle of the 1400s, but the reality is the form of Hebrew in which we find that song came way many hundreds of years after the Exodus. In fact, the Hebrew language itself didn't really originate until like the 10th century BCE. So, I mean, who knows what the original form of that poem or that song was? We don't have evidence of the original form. So no, I wouldn't credit it as being prophetic. Helping make a deconstruct. Thank you for the super chat. Says, blessed be to Doug and Sharon for this Monday night barbecue. Little finger, I mean Dalton. When is the YouTube stream coming? Well, he's going to be streaming soon. He's out tonight. Unfortunately, you have to send your condolences. He lost his family dog today. It was a horrible thing. They put him in the ground today. So reach out to Dalton and tell him that you love him and care about him. And you know, it's hard to lose a pet, friends. It really is. They're a member of the family. And last super chat for now, EJ Wells. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, watched every video on your YouTube channel. Is it really too much to ask that you're on 24/7 for 8 hours? Just joking. Love what you do, Rock Hard for Doug. With EJ, listen, EJ, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. But unfortunately, if I made enough money to hire an assistant who could like do my answer my emails and clip my videos for me and all that stuff, I would live stream more. But the reality is, I have to divide my time between like networking, doing like video editing, answering emails, and doing like business inquiry and things like that. So unfortunately, if I work 40 hours a week, I can only stream for a portion of those 40 hours. It's just one of those things. I wish I could do more. Maybe one day when the channel grows bigger, I can get I can get somebody else hired on to do some of that. Well, I guess we would call it busy work, the work I don't want to do that keeps me busy. All right, let's bring in our first guest. I assume that it's going to be Ulrich because he's actually prepared. There's somebody else in the guest queue named Sky Daddy. Sky Daddy, that's usually a good sign that you're an atheist and not a believer. If you are a believer, we'd love to talk to you. If you are an atheist, just know that this is a call-in show where we talk to people who disagree with us, not people that agree with us. So I just kindly ask that people who request up are actually believers. That being said, let me grab Ulrich from our YouTube queue and we'll get the conversation started. Ulrich, welcome in. Can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Oh, hold on a second. There we go. Try again.
Hello?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. I apologize. One second. Let me make sure all the audio is turned on. Looks like everybody can hear you except for me because my headphones aren't selected. All right, now my headphones are selected. I should be able to hear you again. Apologize.
Okay, so...
Now we're good. All right, we're good to go. Ulrich, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am 41 years old and I believe in God. And we talked yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we talked when I was on AXP yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you refused to answer my question. And you think
I have an answer now.
and you think calling into my show it was going to provide you a better opportunity?
It doesn't?
I don't know. We'll see. Well, do you remember what the question was?
Yes.
Awesome. Well,
about the Amalekite.
Yes. Okay. So my question was it a good command when God said to kill the Amalekite babies?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, there we go. We finally got an answer. It took you 24 hours to come up with it, but you finally came up with it. Okay. So it was good for God to say to kill the babies.
May I explain?
You're welcome to explain, but but I'm going to pin you down to yes or no questions before you try to give your broken explanations. So to be sure, you gave the yes, so we can move on. So why was it good for God to say to kill the Amalekite babies? Gotcha. Okay, so so God has no morals then. God can do whatever he wants. Right. Okay, so anything God does is by definition moral then, since he's the most powerful. I didn't ask you if he was good. I said is he all powerful. So you don't know if he's good. You're assuming he's good. Why do you think he's good?
Okay, he's all powerful and all good. To
Well,
answer
no,
both
he's
points.
definitely powerful. We haven't determined if he's good yet. Why would we assume he's good?
Because he says he's love.
Well, he can
You
say
say
he's love all he wants, but that doesn't make it true. Why would we assume he's good?
because he provides salvation for everybody for free
Salvation from what?
from hell.
And why do we need salvation from hell?
Because we are sinners and sin.
Oh, gotcha. So he provides us salvation from himself.
No, that's
Because
not that's
because the
from
the only
himself.
reason why anyone's going to hell is because he's the one sending you there. So he's saving you from himself.
No, he's making correct, just punishments for your sins.
No, no, no. The just punishment for a sin is not lighting somebody on fire for eternity. That's asinine. Would you light? Do you have children, Ulrich?
No,
No. If you had a child, do you think for like say a minor infraction, say your child lied to you, do you think the correct punishment is lighting them on fire forever?
no, but that's
Oh,
not the correct.
gotcha. Okay, but if you're powerful enough, if you're all powerful, then the correct punishment is lighting children on fire forever.
If I cannot say more than one word for every answer, we might just stop here.
Well,
May
the
I say more than one word?
well, the problem is you don't actually answer the question. I just need an answer to the question.
So I said the answer is no.
Okay, so then
Okay,
it's not.
okay,
So
yes,
then
no,
it's
crap.
not
For another half
good.
an hour, okay.
So then it's not good that God lights people on fire forever.
Yes, because your analogy totally sucks. That's what I was about to explain.
It's great. It's a great analogy because it's not even an analogy. It's the fact of the matter. The fact of the matter is, if you disobey God even once and you don't believe in that sky carcass, what's he going to do with you?
You disobey and you need punishment. Justice
Why?
should be served. Okay, if
Why?
somebody rapes your
Why
mother,
does
should
why
he
does
get
punishment require eternal torture?
if somebody rapes your mother, should he get
Why?
punished?
I'm not talking about rape. I said why does every sin require eternal torture? It doesn't matter if you rape somebody or if you lie to your teacher. If a 13-year-old lies to their teacher about chewing gum in class, they get the same punishment as Jeffrey Dahmer. Do you think that's fair?
No, I think look, you got the wrong theology when you were a
Ulrich, I
pastor.
don't I don't think you
Are
actually
different.
are going to answer my question.
Yeah,
It
your
doesn't
theology
it doesn't
sucks.
it doesn't matter which sin you commit. Every sin is equal.
Yes, it does.
Paul said so.
No,
All
no,
all sins send you to hell. Every sin.
no,
There's not
not
a
all
single
sins are equal.
there's not a single
Jesus,
sin that doesn't there's not a single sin that doesn't send you to hell. And I know about the unforgivable sin. I'm not talking about blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Outside of blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, every sin will send you to hell, correct?
but hell is different.
I
There are
didn't
different
ask you. I
levels.
didn't ask you that. I said every sin will send you to hell, correct?
Okay, again, can you have a normal discussion? I
I
didn't ask.
I can if you would stop
Yes,
being a
no crap.
coward and answer my
Only yes, no
question.
crap.
Does every sin send you to hell?
No.
Oh, so there's some sins you can commit and not believe in Jesus and still go to heaven?
There are different levels of hell, and what you
I
might
didn't
call
ask you
hell
about the levels of hell. Again, I'm asking you, are there sins that I'm allowed to commit and still go to heaven?
is the penis the male sex organ. You
I,
might
I
answer
didn't
yes,
ask
no,
you about that. I
and then I
said,
answer my
can't
yes, no
are
crap
there
again.
sins that I'm allowed to commit and still go to heaven?
Is the penis the male sex organ? Yes
Again,
or no?
I'm still asking you, are there sins that I'm allowed to commit and still go to heaven?
But why do you refuse to answer that? It's a very simple question.
Because you're refusing to engage in the conversation. I don't care about the trans topic right now. I care about the actual topic of hell and heaven,
Yeah,
which is
I
what we're
wouldn't care
talking
either
about. And you're trying
if
to
I
evade it
that
because you're a
you.
coward and you have no fucking backbone,
coward.
Eric. You're a coward, so answer the question. Are there any sins that I'm allowed to commit right here on earth and still go to heaven without believing in your sky carcass.
How am I a coward if I call you on your show,
Ulrich,
even
you
show
can
my
you can
picture?
cry all you want. I'm still waiting for an answer to the question. Time to get the Dodge counter open. All right, Dodge counter on the screen. It's at 10. We'll reset it to 1 just for you.
Why do you hate Christians so much?
No, I don't hate Christians. I hate
Hate
lying,
Christianity, you hate God because
cowardly
it's real.
cowards like you who refuse to engage in honest dialogue. So we're at Dodge number 1. I'll ask you again. Are there any sins that I'm allowed to commit that will still let me into heaven even though I've committed these sins, but I don't believe in Jesus?
Yes.
Which ones?
For example, to know how to do good and not do it.
I didn't
Which is
ask
all.
you about knowing. I said which
You just asked me
sin,
which one.
which sins am I allowed to commit and still go to
What in the
heaven? No, you said knowing. Knowing something isn't a sin. So we'll try this again. Which sin knowing good and bad is not a sin. That's just a state. That's a state of knowledge. A sin is knowledge is not a state of sin, and a sin is not a state of knowledge. So we'll try this again. We're at Dodge. I guess we're at Dodge number 2 now. We'll just put it up to 2. So we're at Dodge number 2. What sins am I allowed to commit and still go to heaven? Name one. No, I don't want an explanation. Name the sin. Adultery, lying, which one? Which ones am I allowed to commit and still go to heaven? That's that's not a sin. Knowing something is not a sin, so we'll try this again. Okay, so knowing how to do something good, but then not doing good is that okay? So that's the only sin I'm allowed to commit. Being foolish is a sin. What does the New Testament tell? What is it? What does Paul tell you a sin is? Have you actually read the New Testament? And what does Paul say a sin is? And what does Paul say that a sin is, Ulrich? I'm never going to let you not answer my question, so we'll try this for the third time. What does Paul say a sin is? Because you won't answer questions. If you would answer questions, we can have an adult conversation, but you're incapable. So the answer is transgression of the law. Sin is transgression of the law according to. Listen, I know you got penis on the brain, and that's fine. We don't have a problem with that here. But just so you're aware, like every one of your accusations and questions is an admission, just so you're aware. So we'll try this again. So Paul says that sin is transgression of the law. Do you agree or disagree? Awesome, great, great. Can you show me in the law? Can you show me in the law where it says the thing that you said it said? Can you show can you show me in the law where it says the thing that you said? Do you think proverbs are laws? Do do you think proverbs are laws? Do you think proverbs are laws? So, oh, how come the Jews didn't say that? The Jews didn't classify the proverbs as laws. Oh, so the Jews, yeah, the people who wrote the law, the guys who received the law, they were wrong about what the law is. So, are prophecies laws too? Oh, so everything in the Bible is a law now. So then you just don't know how genre works then. So I'll explain genre to you. So genre is like a form of writing. So for example, like law is a specific genre, poetry is a specific genre, prophecy is a specific genre. Laws are not prophecies, prophecies are not laws, proverbs are not laws, so on and so forth. So you can't just say everything in the Bible is a law. That's literally not how it works. So no, he didn't. He didn't say it. Well, the law and the prophets are not equal. The law and the prophets are two different books, or two different genres. So the law and the prophets literally are not equivalent because then there would just be the law. There wouldn't be the law and the prophets. It would just be the law. Do you understand the difference? So if there was just the law, there wouldn't be the law and the prophets, would there? What it would I didn't ask you about teaching. I'm asking you about law. So try to follow along. Try to follow along for 5 seconds,
Do you
Ulrich.
understand English
If the
language? It's your
if
mother tongue,
Jesus
not mine.
makes a differentiation between the law and the prophets, does that mean that the law and the prophets are the same thing?
He says it like he wants, the law and the prophets.
We'll try this
It's,
again. That didn't answer my question. Ulrich, now you're muted because you won't answer questions, and I'm not going to shout over you continually. It's going to give me a headache and the audience a headache. So we'll try this again. I'm going to ask you a question, and if you don't answer the question, you get immediately muted. That's what's going to happen. So the answer to the question is, are laws and prophecies identical to each other in genre?
no.
Gotcha. Okay, next question is, when Jesus refers to the laws and the prophets, what is the distinguishing feature between something that is classified as law and something that's classified as prophets?
That there is another part of the Bible.
No, we'll try this again. Just because they're in separate parts of the Bible doesn't mean that they're different. We agree that they're in separate. You're muted. No one can hear you, Ulrich. I told you all you're allowed to do now is answer questions. So if they're in different parts of the Bible, that's meaningless. Genesis is in a different part of the Bible than, in fact, Deuteronomy. They're in separate books. That doesn't make them separate genres. So we'll try this for, like, I don't know, fifth time. So what is the distinguishing feature between the law and the prophets?
Are there laws in Genesis, for example?
That didn't answer the question. So the distinguishing feature is the law was transmitted to Moses on Mount Sinai and their instruction. The prophets are not. The prophets are not laws. They don't get classified as law. So the law and the prophets are the 5 books of Moses, and then all the prophets who come after that. Do you see the difference?
Yes, but it's not what you think.
Gotcha. So
You are wrong.
are laws and prophecies identical genres then?
No. But
Okay,
it doesn't
great,
mean
fantastic. So then what that means is that you can't say all of the Bible is equivalent to law, because all of the Bible literally isn't equivalent to law, which means you can't say that the Proverbs are law. You can't say that the prophets are law. The part of the Bible that are law are the ones that are actually giving laws, giving prescriptions and instructions. That's literally what laws are. Laws are prescriptions, instructions on what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. They have nothing to do with poetry.
Does Genesis include laws? Yes or no?
Some.
So therefore, also if it's not the laws, it includes laws.
So the reason why Genesis gets included in the law is because it was, according to tradition, dictated to Moses. But no Jew thinks that Genesis is a law code. No Jew thinks that Genesis is a book of law. It just gets lumped in as one of Moses's books, and the rest of Moses's books are law. So it's like guilty by association as a book of law. But no Jew literally thinks that Genesis is a book of the law, even though they reference it as part of the law. But no Jew would reference the prophets or the Proverbs or the Nevi'im as the law. That's foolishness.
If the Proverbs say that the thought of foolishness is sin, you say it's not sin then, because it's not in the law.
I'm asking you, where in the law, not the Proverbs, where in God's law, where God spoke to the Israelites and told them the laws, can I find that being foolishness, like being a fool, is necessarily a sin? Now, that being said, it depends on what you think foolishness is. You could be a drunkard. Being a drunkard is a specific type of foolishness that can get you killed.
If Proverbs say something is sin, it's binding to me as it is sin. It's explained in the Bible. It doesn't have to be written in Genesis or Exodus or Leviticus or Deuteronomy or Numbers. I know the books too.
Oh, I disagree.
You don't read the Bible.
I disagree. It's not part of the law just because somebody wrote it in Proverbs.
Oh,
The
but
law
it's
code was
binding.
specifically, I didn't ask you if it was binding. I asked you if it was part of the law. So I don't care about you. We're talking about what, I don't know if you were paying attention. We were talking about what Paul says is a sin. A sin is the transgression of the law, and the law, according to a Jewish person, which Paul was a Jewish person, is the 5 books of Moses, specifically 4 books of Moses, to be realistic. It's not the Proverbs or the prophets or any of that nonsense. So back at the bar, Ulrich, I'm still not going to let you pivot from the original point that we had, which is why then, if I can go to heaven after committing a number of different sins, why do I need Jesus?
Here we go. Because you have also committed sins that, yes, will get you to hell, but it's
Wait,
not being a
Ulrich,
fool.
are you Catholic?
No,
Are you Orthodox?
no.
But you believe in mortal and venial sins like Catholic and Orthodox do.
Kind of, yes.
Yeah, so you're like a quasi Catholic.
No, I am a Baptist.
Yeah, you're quasi Catholic. You're Baptist.
Not quasi-Catholic.
Yeah, you're
You don't
quasi
know what
Catholic.
I'm mentioning.
Baptists don't believe in mortal and venial sins. That's specifically a Catholic doctrine. That being said, why do I need Jesus if I can get in? Do you believe in purgatory?
No,
Why do I need Jesus then if I can get into heaven without? And who
you
drew the
don't.
line? Where
I
in the
didn't say you get to
where in
heaven.
the
I
Bible
said
where in the
to hell.
Bible does it say that this sin sends you to hell and this sin doesn't?
But I didn't say you get to heaven without
Oh,
believing in Jesus. Just to make that
oh,
clear.
okay. So that was my initial question. What sins am I allowed to commit without believing in Jesus and still go to heaven?
Foolishness, not doing good. However, you have done
Okay.
the other
So
sins.
if
You have done them.
I didn't ask you if I did. I said what sins am I allowed to commit, Ulrich, and still go to heaven without believing in your cumulus zombie? And you named at least two of them, that you think are sins. So if I can go to heaven, if a person can go to heaven having committed some sins, then why do we need Jesus?
If you were born without sin, and then you
Ulrich,
only were a
I didn't
fool,
ask you that. I asked you why do I need Jesus?
I'm getting to that right now. If you let me speak more than 3 words like that. Okay, if you were born without sin and you only were a fool and you refused to do good, you would go to heaven. But you were not born without sin. You have already committed sins that made you go to hell. That's why you won't. But technically, yes, you would still go to heaven.
Okay, what does Jesus say about that? Jesus says that no man comes to the Father except through me.
Yeah, because everybody
Okay,
has made a
so
sin.
I don't believe in Jesus.
You will go to hell, right?
There you go. Okay, so again, Ulrich, you keep not listening to my question, and so I'll ask it for the last time. Open your ears this time, okay? What sins can I commit and not believe in your dead sky carcass Jesus and still go to heaven? Then you don't understand then you keep contradicting yourself. Because you've already said on multiple occasions that if I don't believe in Jesus, even though I'm born into sin, I can't go to heaven. So if no man comes to the Father except through Jesus, I can't go to heaven, right? That's not the question. I want the answer. When Jesus says that no man comes to the Father except through me, and when he says in John as well that you can't enter the kingdom of heaven unless you're born of the water and the Spirit, does that not mean that without believing in Jesus, I can't go to heaven? Okay, then the answer to the question, Ulrich, is no sin. There is no sin that I'm allowed to commit and still go to heaven without believing in your sky zombie. Unless I believe in Jesus, I don't get to go to heaven. That's the truth of the matter, correct? No, I want you to say yes or no before you give me your broken explanations because your explanations don't answer the question.
So you're setting traps, and if you
I'm
don't
not
fall
setting
for it,
traps. I'm
yes,
waiting
you
for
do.
you to be honest, Ulrich.
And you're being
The
abusive
same
and a
problem you
coward.
had last night. So again, we'll try this again. If I don't believe in Jesus, if I don't accept your sky carcass as my savior, can I still go to heaven?
No, you
There
will
we
go to
go.
hell.
Okay, so then
Sure.
the answer to the question is there are no sins
No.
that I'm allowed to commit and still go to heaven if I don't
Yes.
believe in Jesus, which means it doesn't matter what sin you commit. It doesn't matter. If I don't believe in Jesus, I don't get to go to heaven, which was the point that I was making the entire time, which means your God will light me on fire for all of eternity because I don't believe in the sky carcass. He's rescuing me from himself.
No, he sends you to hell
Finally, he
because of
got
your
it.
sins.
Finally, he got it. No, he sends me to hell for not believing in Jesus.
No, because of your sins. That's not the
No,
same.
he doesn't send me to hell for my sins. He sends me to hell for not believing in Jesus.
Because you refuse to get rescued from your sins.
No, I don't need
Well,
rescued from my
that's
sins. I
that's not
need
rescue at
rescued
all.
from the guy that's going to light me on fire.
No, you light yourself on fire.
No,
That means you don't get the
God
stuff.
creates the consequences for sin, doesn't he?
Yes, because he needs to.
Did I decide that the consequences for sin was going to be eternal damnation, or did God decide that?
God decided that.
Okay, so then I didn't decide that. God did. God decided that all human beings would be lit on fire for all of eternity when they committed sins and then they didn't believe in the sky carcass. I didn't do any of that.
Because there needs to
So
be
then,
justice.
no, well, justice isn't lighting anybody on fire for eternity. That will never be justice.
Eternal hell, yes, it is.
No, it's not. No. Would
It's
you
not what you described,
again?
though. It's eternal hell. It's
There's,
not lighting up on
there's not
fire.
a single there's not a single sin you could commit that you should light somebody on fire for all of eternity. Do you believe that justice is served when somebody gets a punishment that is proportional to the crime that they've committed?
Yes.
Okay, so then
Yes,
why
okay.
why then do I get the same punishment as Hitler?
You don't. Why
I do.
don't you get it?
I'm sorry.
No.
Is Hitler going to hell?
He is already in hell.
Okay, am I going to
He's
hell?
already dead. Did you
Am
follow
I going to
history?
hell? Am I going to
Yes.
hell? Okay, fantastic. Then why am I getting the same punishment as Hitler?
You don't. You're not going to the same place.
I do.
Hell.
There's only one hell.
But it's different levels. I explained it already.
There's
You
not
can-
there's not
nothing
different.
enters
That's
your brain.
Dante's Inferno. That's not in the Bible.
Jesus says to Pilate, the sin of them who delivered me is greater than yours. So some sins are greater than others.
Yeah, he said the sin. He didn't say the fires of hell is greater.
The
If you're
punishment.
if you're in the fires of hell, then you're going to get the same punishment. So again, I'll ask you, why am I going to hell and Hitler going to hell and receiving the same hellfire?
You're not receiving the same punishment. I'm not going to defend the
Then
position.
give
I'm
me
not
the
rep-
Bible verse that says that there's different punishments in hell.
I just told you which
Give
one.
it to me. No, you didn't. You didn't. It didn't say anything about differing punishments. Now, if you were
the sin
if you
is
were
greater-
smart, Ulrich, you would know that there is one passage that alludes to the judgment having greater consequences to some people, but it says nothing about what those consequences are. Do you know which passage it is?
No.
When Jesus specifically goes to the northern territories up by Tyre and Sidon, and he preaches to the villages there, and then they don't repent. He says it'll be worse for you in the judgment than it will be for Sodom and Gomorrah. But he doesn't come close to even saying what he means by that. There's not a single Bible verse that says that being in hellfire is going to be worse for one person than it is for another person. What we do know is that people who go to hell are going to experience agony, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. And they're going to probably experience exactly what the rich man experienced in the story of Lazarus and the rich man when he was in hellfire in agony. Do you believe that that's what hell is?
Yes. However,
Great. And am I going there?
again, here we go. Only yes, no. Can you have a
Rich,
real conversation?
Rich,
or
I
can you
don't.
not?
I don't need explanations. I need yes or no answers to yes or no
Conversation. You're a
questions.
child in your childish
I
things.
need yes or no answers to yes or no questions. That's all I need. I don't need any of your preaching.
Are you a teenager?
No, you
Because
are, which
you
is why
behave like
which is
one
why
and you
you
have to go
which
to
is why
the
you
level.
think preaching is going to help you here. Preaching will never help you here.
I'm not preaching. I'm teaching. I'm a professional teacher. I told
You're
already
not
in the-
teaching. You're not.
Yes, I'm teaching
You're a
you.
clown, is what you are, Ulrich.
Grow up,
You got
become an
clowned last
adult,
night, and
talk
you're
to
getting
people like me.
clowned today, and you don't even know
I am
your own
getting
book. So
cooked and
in your own
destroyed.
book,
Ooh, I'm
it
scared. I'm
literally
getting destroyed.
yeah.
in front of incels
You
in their
can
mom's
you can
basement.
spout
You're all
out
incels.
all you want. You can spout out all you want as you're getting cooked. Everyone sees what's happening.
I don't
Ulrich.
care
So
about
we'll-
the incels.
so
They're your
we'll,
fans.
so we'll try this again.
They're totally
If
irrelevant.
I don't believe in your precious Jesus, I'm going to get roughly the same punishment as Hitler. We're both going to go to the hellfire, and I don't think that anybody should be lit on fire for all of eternity just because they've committed whatever sin against God or against your precious Jesus. Because the reality is, Jeffrey Dahmer converted to Christianity. He committed all kinds of horrific sins, and according to your theology, he's in heaven, correct?
I don't know who this guy is, so I cannot say.
He's
where-
a serial killer. He converted to Christianity in prison.
We have to see whether it's a real conversion.
He's pretend it is. Pretend it's a real conversion. Is he in heaven?
Yes.
That means there's no justice in your worldview. If serial
Yes,
killers
because
get to go
Jesus
to
died on the
heaven,
cross.
if serial killers get to go to heaven because they believe in your sky carcass, there's no justice in your worldview whatsoever. Heaven and
Yes.
hell is not a system of justice. It's a system of weeding out people who believe in your dead zombie. That's it. That's all it's for.
No, justice was served on the cross. You know
Justice
that.
wasn't served on the cross.
Yes.
Partially punishing an innocent person is not justice. Not in any world. In any world, is punishing a single third party who is innocent ever going to be justice?
How do you know that? Are you God? You know
Because
what total
because that's
justice
the
means.
definition of justice. We define justice in the
You define
dictionary,
justice now.
and you can't punish an innocent person and call that justice. That's the definition of injustice. And it's also true that Jesus didn't take all of our punishment. If our punishment is eternal damnation and Jesus is not eternally damned, he didn't take anybody's punishment. He had a bad weekend, he had a horrible hangover, and that was it.
A horrible hangover is what you call that. Have you ever been crucified? That was then you
Yeah,
had a hangover.
he had a hangover. I know. That's what I said. You actually caught it. I'm surprised you're quick enough to catch that one. Most theists don't catch that kind of stuff. Congratulations. Look at you. Putting your big boy pants and catching a good pun. So the reality
All
is
the incels laughing now in the
Jesus
monospace.
didn't take the punishment for humanity, did he?
Yes, he did, because he's
Okay,
eternal.
so we'll try this again. So what's the punishment that I'll get? What's the punishment I'll get when I die?
You go to hell
Okay, and for how long?
for eternity.
Okay, is Jesus in hell for eternity?
No.
Okay, did he take all of my punishment?
If you believe in him, yes.
We'll try this again. Try again. Did the punishment that Jesus received, is that being eternally damned, yes or no?
He's an eternal person. Eternal
Again,
justice.
that doesn't answer my question. I need a yes or no, Ulrich. I know
Yeah,
you're a
I
coward, but I'm going to
finished
force you to say
one
yes or no every time.
I
So,
cannot finish one
yes or no,
sentence.
is Jesus
That's so
eternally
weird.
damned, yes or
Every
no?
teenager
Is
better
Jesus
than you, all of
eternally
them.
damned, yes or no, Ulrich? Be a man. Answer yes or no.
The incel tells me to be a man.
Be a man,
Okay.
yes or no.
Look, can we stop this
Be
yes
a
or no
man,
game?
yes or no, Ulrich.
Can we have a real discussion? Or
I'm
just
waiting
yes or
for
no?
you to have a real discussion
Just
right now.
corner
Yes or
me.
no?
Yes or
Did
no.
did
Won't work.
Jesus get damned to hell for eternity?
I already said no. How many times have I answered the
Then
same
what that
question?
means is he didn't take my punishment. If my punishment is eternal damnation and he's not eternally damned, that means Jesus did not take on my punishment. He took on a punishment that he thought was easier, namely being hung up on a cross and being dead for 2 days. That's it.
Have you ever done that so you know it's easy?
Oh, fuck, I'd do that. If I could make sure nobody went to hell, I'd get hung up on a cross tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Because unlike
Yeah.
you, I'm a man. I'm a man of fucking action.
Yeah,
I'll do
really,
what
yeah.
it takes. I'll do what it takes.
You're a man.
I,
but you
I would
cannot have-
I would
Look, you
I would
you cannot
sacrifice
finish
5
the
weekends. I'd sacrifice 5 bad weekends if it meant sending not a single soul to hell. Nobody has to go to hell, by the way, Ulrich. This is the amazing part of the heaven hell discussion. Is heaven and hell is a false dichotomy. Did God have to create hell?
I don't know.
Oh, the answer is no. God didn't have to because he's all powerful. All powerful
maybe
beings
yes.
don't have to do anything, do they?
Yes, he's bound by logic. God is bound by
I didn't
logic.
ask you about logic. I said, do all powerful
I don't
beings
care if you
have
ask
to
me.
do
Then we have
things?
a real conversation. It's not only what you ask.
It
It's
is,
so
yeah.
weird.
When I ask you questions, I need answer to the question. I don't need you to spout off about things that aren't my question. So, do all powerful
so
beings have to do things, or do they choose to do things?
Both. Some things he chooses, some things he has to
Did
do.
he have to create hell?
Shall we go to the whiteboard? Explain
Did
your
he
kindergarten
have to
stuff.
create hell? The
Or-
answer is no, by the way.
No, the answer is I don't know.
No, the
We don't
answer
know
is
whether he had to or
no,
not.
because an all-powerful being doesn't have to create anything. Nobody's forcing
But-
God's hand to send anybody to hell.
Well,
It's
just
clearly
being, yes.
it's clearly a decision that he made. Well, justice isn't hell. We've already determined that hell is not a system of justice because Christians can commit mass murder and still go to heaven and not receive any justice.
Yeah,
So
because
what
Jesus
justice does
is
Jeffrey
just-
Dahmer get? What justice does
Jesus
we know?
received
Jesus
his
didn't do
justice.
anything. Jesus didn't do anything.
Yes, he went to the cross.
Jesus is, we've already covered this. You're wrong. Nope, that's not justice.
Okay, can you answer one simple question once? Is the penis the male sex organ? Yes or
He can't
no?
stop himself. He can't stop
No,
himself.
because I want to hear the answer. Yes or no? Is the penis male?
Actually,
Yes or no?
so in your worldview, the
He
answer
cannot
is
answer that.
no
You
because you
cannot.
think
Everybody
because you
listen. He
think
cannot
because
answer that. He,
I said in your worldview, the answer is no, and if you'd pay attention for 5 seconds, you'd hear why that is the case. Because you believe that God is a he, correct?
yes.
Okay, does God have a penis?
I don't know.
Okay, so if you could be a he without a penis, and God is completely immaterial and penisless, then yeah, you can be a he without a penis. If I chop off your penis, which I don't think would be a very tall task, would you still be a male?
Yes, because of my
Oh,
chromosome.
there you go. So okay, does God have
Chromosome
chromosomes?
as Jesus Christ.
Does
Yes,
God
he has
have no?
chromosomes.
Does God the Father have chromosomes?
Probably, but I don't know.
Probably. You think
Yeah, I've
that
never seen him. Have
you think
you?
the immaterial God, the immaterial Father, has chromosomes?
Have you ever seen him? Do
Do you
you
think
know?
that the immaterial Father has chromosomes? By the way, the Bible says that he's immaterial. It says Jesus is the visible image of the immaterial,
Of the invisible,
immaterial
not
God. So,
immaterial. You don't.
well,
You don't even know the Bible so
invisible.
well.
Okay, so do you think invisible and immaterial are the same thing?
They're not.
Okay, so
Something immaterial, not
so
visible.
do you think Yahweh has invisible chromosomes?
Jesus is also Yahweh.
Do you
You
think
notice you're
that
also
do
it
you think
wrong.
that Yahweh has invisible chromosomes?
I don't know. Why are we talking
The
about such
answer's
weird
the answer's
stuff?
no. Chromosomes are physical objects. We can measure them. We can do anatomy and measure the size of chromosomes. We can count chromosomes. They're physical objects. They're not invisible objects.
Why are we not talking about that? Ah, because you refuse
Because
to answer
bec-
about
because
penis. Yeah, right. Right,
because
right.
you can't recognize the own hypocrisy in your own bad argument. The reality is the idea that somebody is or isn't a female or a male drives you insane because like you go
No,
after
but
you get
I
off
know
these live
exactly.
streams and then you go in your closet and you like jack off to transgender porn and it makes you so upset that you're addicted to men and transgender porn that you have to go online and degrade
What
people
is?
who are actually advocates for the LGBTQIA community because it drives you crazy because you can't fucking put down Grinder. Well, the rest of us don't give a fuck. Trans people are people and you're going to fucking deal with it. It's 2025 and no one gives a shit about your trans fucking phobia or your vicious sky god that's lighting people on fire for all of eternity. Your God is an absolute fucking monster, which is why I don't do political live streams. I don't need to. I can just talk about your God all day long because your God is fucking vicious. I'll give you an example, Ulrich. This would be an example that I know you know of. It's a popular story. You know about the time that David and Bathsheba had their tryst, right?
Yes.
And what happened? Tell me the story.
Then they created a child which then later died.
And then what else?
Yeah, Urias died, the husband of Bathsheba, and Bathsheba became David's wife, and they had another child, which is Solomon, who later became king.
What was the other punishment? There was two punishments.
Yes, but
There were
however,
nope. I don't want to. However, what's the other punishment?
no, no, no. Look, can we have a
Nope.
real discussion? No,
Nope.
no,
You're
no.
gonna answer my question. I'm not gonna let you run like a coward. What was the?
Reality.
We'll try this again. You're never gonna run here. It's never gonna work, Ulrich. I don't know if you're used to like talking over people in real life, but you'll never get to do it here. I'll never let you pivot. I'll never let you change the topic. You're on my live stream and you're going to answer questions on my live stream. What was the other punishment that God handed down for this event?
No, that's not how it works. You
It
are
does.
abusive and
That's literally how it works, and you can cry all day long about the fact that you're not man enough to answer questions. So we'll try again. What was the second punishment that God handed out for the crime that David committed with Bathsheba and Uriah? What was it?
why can't you have a conversation
I'm
without
trying to.
insulting and
You're running
people giving
away
you time?
like a little
Why?
pansy. So we'll try this again. I'll ask. I guess we'll get the dodge counter back up here since apparently we need it. I'm sure we're already at dodge number 2. We can increase the counter here in a minute. So we'll try for the third time. What was the second punishment that God handed out for the crime that David committed?
That he was continually in war all his life after that.
Nope,
Yes,
almost
it
there.
was. He
Almost
was
there.
punished.
That wasn't the punishment. It's in 2 Samuel 12. You want me to read it to you?
That was the.
Do you want me to read it to you? Yeah, you do. Don't worry. I will read it to you. It's in 2 Samuel 12. And it's okay. Most people haven't read it. I'm used to Christians not knowing what's in their own book. We'll take care of it.
Yeah, your
In
theology
fact,
totally sucks,
I
but you'll
don't
know
know
it
if you can
better.
see the screen. I don't
Yes,
know
I
if you
can.
can see the screen, but I'll make
Yes.
sure it's on the screen so that you
But
can
I
read
have
it.
a Bible here. Just go there. Just
So
second
it
Samuel.
says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. They shall lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it in secret, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." So what happens after this? Do you know what happens to some of the
Yes,
wives? Do you know what happens to some of the wives of David? Do you recall?
they got raped.
They did, yeah. And they got raped by Absalom in chapter 16. And in chapter 12, who takes credit for this?
No, look,
In chapter 12, who takes credit for
where
this?
are you going with it? Can we
In
just go
chapter
to the point?
12, who takes credit for this, Ulrich?
Why don't you just like call me stuff?
Because
And we go,
you're a coward. Answer the question. In chapter
no,
12,
no, let's go to the point.
who takes credit for it?
I don't remember what we are talking about
All right,
in
so
general.
Ulrich,
Can we go to the point?
it's on the page. You've got your Bible open. I've got it on the screen. Verse 11. Who takes credit for this action taking place?
Yeah, God creates evil. That's what the Bible also says.
Okay,
God creates
so then
evil.
you understand in verse 11, God is taking credit for having David's wives raped, correct?
God creates evil. I just told you. Why'd I have to respond?
I'm just
everything
asking
three
for a yes
times?
or no. Is God taking credit for David's wives getting raped?
No, I won't respond more than one time the same question anymore.
You're going to respond with a
Yes.
yes or no, or I'll ask you 100 times till you do. Ulrich, I'm more stubborn than you. You'll never win here. So, yes or no, in verse 11 or 12, when it talks about the raping of David's wives, is God taking credit for that? Oh, or you can run. Okay. Well, he wasn't satisfied with getting cooked on AXP last night. He had to come to my live stream and get a second barbecue. I love it. Fantastic. Makes for, is it Monday? Fucking Monday barbecue. I love it. I love a good Monday cookout. Well, listen, friends. Fucking the night is young. We literally just started. We literally just started. It's going to be a good night. I can't wait to see what else comes up. In fact, what's today's date? I got to write this down on my 2 clip list. It's 11/10/2025. First clip is going to be Ulrich. And let's see, what note should I put in here? We'll say jackass doesn't know justice and is having homoerotic terrors. All right, very good. So that should be a lot of fun. I can't wait to clip that later and let the whole world see just what Christianity has to offer us. It's so much. I don't know. Listen, every time I talk to one of these theists, I'm tempted to convert their religion. It seems so promising. Lockfurry, thank you so much for the $99 super chat. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for Lockfurry over here. It says, who or woo? Let's get some barbecue going. It's almost dinner time anyways. Indeed, listen, we got the barbecue started really fast. We fired up the barbecue in record time tonight. First chat right off the bat. Thank you so much. And Atlas, great to see you, my friend, says, I brought a garden flag that says my favorite season is the fall of the patriarchy. Amen to that. I know it will ruffle feathers because I live in a very Mormon neighborhood in Utah. Oof. Yeah, fly it proud. Get a big one. Get a big one and fly that for sure. For sure. And friends, we've got a bunch of people that have gifted out some memberships. Carlos, thank you so much for gifting out 10 10 DZ Debate memberships. And we've got 5 more from our friend Dex. Thank you so much, Dex. And Noko's in the house with another 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. DZ Debates might be catching up with the main channel soon in memberships because we got 5 more from our friend Larry Beck. Thank you so much, Larry Beck. I super appreciate that, my friend. And 5 on the other side from Carlos. Thank you so much, Carlos, to the Deconstruction Zone. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And a lot of people ask me how to access the cheat sheet once they get a membership. There's going to be a link in the member perks section of the YouTube channel that will give you a link to the cheat sheet, so you have access to that. Same with the Patreon if you subscribe to the Patreon. Matthew says, all hail Doug, the Rock of Ages. Thanks for all you do, Justin. Well, thank you, Matthew. I appreciate you being here. And Gretchen's in the house tonight. Thank you, Gretchen. Says, Justin wearing Xmas jammies. Indeed. Well, it's a sweater. It's like a fleece sweater. It's not quite a jammy. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know what? I'm not above it. I'd wear pajamas on stream. In fact, fuck, when it gets closer to the Christmas, I'll wear some Christmas pajamas for your friends. HP Lovecats, good to see us. I started reading the Old Testament. Sarai and Abram going into Egypt. Abram lies to Pharaoh. Pharaoh takes Sarai. God punishes Pharaoh. Why? Or am I dumb? Well, actually, Lovecats, if you read a little bit further, it turns out they justify it later by stating that, in fact, Abraham says that she's my sister, which means like a half lie. It's like a lie of omission, right? But I agree with you. I still think it's kind of a lie. And the reason why they lie is because they assume that, in fact, if they're siblings, they can just kidnap the woman and take her as a bride. And he's like, fuck, I lost my sibling. But if they're married, they have to kill him first before they can take her as a bride. So he's trying to not get killed in the event that his wife gets kidnapped as a bride, you know? Jordan says, I was thrilled to hear on AXP that you were considering veganism. All the creatures we share the planet with deserve compassion, not just humans. I agree. Although I would have one carve out. I don't see fish as being much more sentient than fucking trees or Venus flytraps. I don't know if full veganism is on the table right now or maybe pescatarianism. I'm still figuring out. Give me room to deconstruct, friends. I'm still figuring out. Dr. Dave says, I thought you were manifesting extra light in the vertical due to extra hardness for Doug. My radiance, friends. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for sharing. Cook on, sir. Cook on. Here's some tithe. Well, thank you, Dr. Dave. I appreciate that. And I've got 2 more super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Gaius Husky, good to see you, says, how to make Phil Bros scatter like roaches. Show them a few job applications. Oh, I know, right? I have not met a single maybe Danny. I don't know any other Phil Bros that have a job that uses their degree, like their philosophy degree. I get it. I know it's an exciting topic, but like, man, getting a degree in it sounds risky. GP says, I know people find the Philbro stuff boring, but I love how you dismantle them. I learn something new every time. Grounded in what? That's indeed. When people use dumb sayings like what's grounding it, press them. What the fuck do you think grounding is and why do I need it? Like they say, they use phrases and gotchas like they have inherent meaning. And a lot of times they don't. They just learn these arguments in philosophy class and they don't realize how weak they actually are until you start poking at them. That being said, we've got some guests waiting in the YouTube queue. We don't have any guests waiting to get on TikTok. I guess we cooked all the TikTok believers. But if you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request and be invited up. You don't have to use the link on the screen. You can get up here just like everybody else. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/DZguest. And listen, as long as you don't cowardly evade all questions, I will never have to interrupt you and redirect you back to the question. I'm more than happy to have a conversation where nobody gets talked over. That being said, let's grab our next guest. It looks like it's going to be Sky Daddy. Should be interesting. Sky Daddy, I don't think you even have a microphone connected, but we'll try it. Welcome in, Sky Daddy. I know you can hear me. I can't hear you because you don't have a microphone plugged in. You didn't configure your software when you tried to join. You have no idea what's happening, which is why you're doing a screen share rather than showing your actual camera. I don't know what's happening right now. All right, I'm going to hang up. Come back and get your hardware set up properly. I'll get the next guest in line. It looks like it's going to be Bool. Not Boo. Not Boo. It's Bool. Just to be clear. We're going to get Bool in here and keep the conversation moving. Bool, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I believe it. Oh yeah, boom ba, did it that ba, boom ba, did it that ba, boom ba, did it that ba, boom ba. Oh yeah, boom ba, did it that ba, boom ba.
Yeah, I agree. One of the Hanson boys was pretty. I think those are the people who sang that. Nevertheless, this is adorable that you like Hanson. They were cool for a minute. The question though is, do you believe in like an actual God?
Who me?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Oh, okay. Well, congratulations, man. You're on the right side of the reality.
Oh
There's no reason to
yeah,
believe in God.
boom ba, did it that.
Listen, I can get on board with a little bit of Hanson. I don't know. I think Hanson's way better than the Bible God. That's for sure. I mean, that was a bit of a bop, wasn't it? Remember when Bop came out? I mean, it was catchy. For those who are, if you're old enough to remember Bop, you know what I mean? I think it was catchy. I could be wrong. You know, my listen, my taste is not everybody's taste. That being said, hey guys, guess what I added to the live stream? We added a kitty cam to the live stream. Although we got one kitty right now, and they're sleeping. He must be kind of tuckered out. There we go. Put him up there. He's on the top of the cat tree napping. His brother will come in here and wake him up and knock him off at some point. But we'll definitely get some kitties on camera here tonight. I'm sure of it. That seems to be the case. All right, friends. I'm going to read a couple of super chats. We don't have any guests. Apparently, we've already defeated all of the theists. There's no more theists that could compete with atheism today. So I'm going to read a couple of super chats. We're waiting for some theists to get in the queue. Maybe we'll have a Trinitarian join the queue and we'll have a 4-verse-1. We'll see. We could do a 4v1. Gayest Husky says, no Phil Bros, so crash out Mr. P and Hess is not in yet. Who's Mr. P and Hess? Am I supposed to know who that is? Shit. Guys, I have no cultural references. Like, this is not my strength. Guys, remember, I spent all my time learning like electrical codes and reading the Bible. I'm not good at any cultural references. I guess I have to look this up. Let's see. Mr. P and Hess. Who are these? Learn all the pronouns in English. It's like a YouTube series. English. Inglas para niños con Mr. P. Okay, so it's a Learn English YouTube channel. Okay. So no Phil Bros. So crash out Mr. P and Hess is not. Listen, I don't really understand your super chat, Gaius Huxley, but I love you. Thank you for being here. And Jamma J says Doug puts crash outs through diodes to make clips. Indeed, that is the case. That is the case. He rectifies them. That's a diode joke. Listen, I don't know. There's 5 people who will get it. It's fine. It's fine. I can live with that. Duke of Shaska, thank you for the super chat. Says, all I wish for Christmas is no Xmas references until December. At least tell us something from Christmas history in Christianity. Rip dog. Well, listen, here's the deal. There's not like a lot of great Thanksgiving lore or Thanksgiving background that makes it like festive. So like I don't know, I don't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? So like I just fast forward to Christmas. Christmas festivities are a little more exciting, you know? Smokelahoma says, happy Thanksgiving, that's for sure. And Merry Kushmith. Love that one. Keep roasting. We definitely are Smokelahoma. And listen, keep them rolling, my friend. Keep them rolling. And Dr. Dave coming again says, Ulrich is not rich in knowledge and honesty. When he came up, I also felt my brains become all poor. He's the typical crybaby, rotten brain Christian. He is. He's suffering from some serious Christian brain rot. That is definitely the case. And we've got Cyber in the box. Cyber's not opposition. He's friend. How you doing, Cyber?
I'm doing good. I'm at work. I'm on break just for a few minutes. But the story with David and Bathsheba is a little bit more daunting than that. Because if you remember, he gets the punishment about his wives, and then when he tries to save his wives and pleads and says, "I did this. Punish me." Then God says, oh, no, we're not doing that. In fact, we're going to add an additional one. The child's going to unalive.
Yeah, I mean, so the punishment of the child dying is the second punishment technically, but everyone remembers it like it's
Yes.
the only punishment. But it is in fact the second punishment. But the punishment is funny because the punishment was supposed to fall on David. The child is actually a substitutionary atonement for David. It's pretty wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good. Let me take this thought. It's a good. Yeah, it's. I don't know how anybody can hear that and be like, "Yeah, we're good with this." It's just wild. Like that's your brain on Christianity.
Yeah, if any judge was sentencing a criminal and says, "Listen, you did a horrible thing. We're going to kill your son in your place," we would rightly decry that as a horror. We would want that judge disrobed and lose his ability to practice law. But for some reason, when God does it, it's a okay.
In fact, we see this happening. If you remember with the Turner case, Brock Turner, he got off scot free with punishment from the judge, and that's exactly what happened to that judge. He was voted off, and other actions were taken against him.
Yeah, that is the case. Well, listen, I've got on the YouTube queue. I've got a guest waiting to get in. Stay up here, and I'll bring the guest in while you're up.
If I do drop, it's because I had to get back to work. I got about 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure, not a problem. We're gonna bring in Chrismo from the YouTube queue. Chrismo, can you hear me?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, your microphone sounds loud and clear. Chrismo, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes to both.
Dope. And which God do you believe in?
So I'm Catholic.
Okay, so you believe in the Bible God.
Yes.
Cool. So, what's the most convincing, like, evidence or argument for the Catholic God being real, or you mean for the Christian God, Catholic God, technically the same thing?
The tapestry of witnesses throughout history to the incarnation, um, crucified, died, buried, resurrection.
What about the tapestry of witnesses that saw Muhammad do miracles?
Nothing.
Okay, so
What
why
about the
should we?
tapestry of miracles? I was going to say, what about the tapestry of miracles for Joseph Smith? We have witnesses that signed that said they saw the book.
Okay, so so I'd like to ask you with that one. Are you talking about the credibility of the witnesses? Is that what you're trying to get
Well,
at?
I think what we're asking is why believe the witnesses that you trust versus the witnesses that other believers trust? Like, why are yours somehow better?
So that's a fine question. It's still in the same realm of the credibility of the witnesses, right? Like I
Hmm.
just want us to establish that we all agree we're on this ground right here. That's all. I think we're all being fair with each other, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome. So, yeah, the difference between all those other tapestries of witnesses that we're talking about as opposed to the biblical ones is that the biblical tapestry of witnesses, they don't they're not in the confines of time. Some were in the 6000 BC or 3000 BC, 2000 BC, pointing to an event that a group of people also hearken back to in the future and say, hey, this is what we saw. And we're only because, like, listen, none of these guys were geniuses. They weren't the most, intelligent individuals. Maybe you'd like to say Paul was, or perhaps Luke, but minus these two individuals, none of them are smart enough to know how to lay out well-placed arguments. And when
Well,
you read through their
we agree
scriptures,
there. Yeah,
right, right, like
Paul
that's the
didn't know
thing.
what a good argument was. So the reality is, you said a lot of things there. I want to try to touch on at least one of them, which
Awesome.
is you're saying that there was witnesses from like 6,000 years ago. Can you elaborate on what you mean there?
Hyperbole. My apologies.
Okay.
Hyperbole. I cannot give you stamps for the exact date on these guys. But my biggest, the reason I use the hyperbole is just to issue back, like, man, these witnesses, the archaeology, and I'm not an archaeologist, but the archaeology does verify the historicity being more than 2,000 years ago. And
The
that's really
archaeology of
essentially my
what?
point. the archaeology for a lot of the texts that have been found, like Codex Sinaiticus or the Dead Sea Scrolls, which have also held within their own scriptures the
But
very same scripts that we have in the collection of what some people call the Old Testament. Now, go ahead.
Let, let me ask you a quick question. Are you familiar with the Iliad at all?
Awesome sex. Oh my gosh. Yes. I'm glad someone
Okay,
brought
so
that up. I
the
haven't had that brought up in so long. Thanks, Cyber
well, where
Dan?
I'm
Cyber
going
Dave?
at is cyber deconstruction. So
I'm
the
gonna call
Oh,
you
Iliad
Cyber D
is
from
a
now
story
on.
about
That's your new
Cyber
name,
sounds
Cyber.
good, cyber D.
Get
But
some
we
Cyber
so in the
D.
Iliad,
You said,
the
yeah, girl. You want some Cyber D in your life?
so
Oh,
we've got
shit.
this story though that's mythology that talks about Achilles who was
Right,
bathed by his mother in the river Styx, making his body
right.
impenetrable except for his heel. You know, that's Achilles
The
tendon.
irony.
We get this, and we get this battle of Troy, right? But they used to think Troy was a fictional city; it was mythological, right? They didn't think Troy existed because they had no evidence of it. But then in the 1800s, we found it. We found evidence of it. We found Troy. We found evidence of this battle. Would that mean that Achilles exists? Is Achilles, did he exist?
Well, what's the point? What's the point of the Achilles narrative? I know you want me to
Well,
answer your question with a yes or no, correct?
I mean, that would be helpful.
Right. And like I want to answer that with a yes or no. And this is why I'm kind of starting the answer to your question with a question. Like the point of Achilles is the point of Achilles' story is not for the veracity of his existence or his being, right? It's a moray to teach us the people how to live in society, or in this particular case, the Grecian society. And so, no, it wouldn't prove that Achilles existed
What
because
is
the
the
point
Iliad
was,
about? Can you tell me real quick what the Iliad is about?
man. So the Iliad is one of the longest tapestries of Homer's works. I do have to
What's
admit
it
this.
about?
I read this when I was in junior high, and I'm man, guys, I'm in my 30s. You can't ask me for too
Because
many things
your
from like my middle school years, bro.
because your statement shows that you just don't know what the Iliad is about. It's about a war being fought because a woman was kidnapped by the Trojans, and so the Spartans teamed up with another nation, and they're going to war against Troy to get this woman back. And Achilles is this great hero in it, right? That's what the story is about. So it has nothing to do with like a morality thing. That's not what the story is about.
To the contrary, I mean that would be the same as if saying Ovid's Metamorphosis was not about, like, the whole purpose of passing on stories, of telling the stories, was to help enculturate people. And part of sharing your culture is to tell the stories about the mores, the virtues, the just, the good, the beautiful. Do you agree with that, CyBD, or not? Like, if it's not, then there's I don't even know there's
No,
any reason.
sometimes we just tell stories for entertainment.
Right. But even the entertainment stories, like tell me, like, your favorite movie. I'll just take a stab, and I doubt this is your
Well, we're
favorite, but
not
like,
going to derail that much. The question is, right? We have
right.
this story that talks about Achilles. Do you believe that Achilles existed?
Like,
Because we have
obviously I've already
archaeological
answered that,
evidence of Troy.
but that's not the point
So
of
you
the
don't?
story or the evidence. Like, that's not the point of the story or the
So
evidence.
why should we then believe if you're not going to accept archaeological evidence of a story that was told? Why should we?
Because the whole point of the story was not for evidential proof of a person. Like, that's what I'm telling you. Like,
Well,
you're saying because it was a story about a war that was fought, and I'm telling you
well,
that the war that
Crismo,
was
it's
fought.
it's not purporting to be mythology. Like you think that it's mythology because it's not part of your religion, but the story itself is not purporting to be mythology. Do you see the difference?
Well, I never claimed that it was calling itself mythology, right?
What do you think that it's attempting to tell history?
I believe that it's attempting to convey
Do you
And
think
that's
it's
where I think we
attempting to
disconnect.
convey history?
I think, no, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's attempting to convey certain stories for the sake of virtue,
And
morality,
and
mores,
are
because
some
that's the
of those
trend.
stories historical?
Well, which stories would we like to? Are we only going to work within the frame of the Iliad, or are we going to actually open up the text to say
Well, he was
perhaps
using
think
the Iliad as an example, but you can pick
right?
like any Greco-Roman historical writing that you want. You can do the 12 Caesars if you want to. The question is, all of these books, whether they're Roman or Greek, include all kinds of what we would consider mythological like stories. But you don't believe that those mythological stories exist, or that they're
Oh,
real. I mean, you don't believe that their gods are real just because they tell stories that archaeology can confirm, like some of their locations and whatnot actually existed, right?
okay. So can I like I just want to reverberate what I think I'm hearing you guys say is so that I'm clear on what you're saying because I don't want to mess you guys up. You're asking me if I believe those mythological stories are true or not based off archaeology, correct?
Well, kind of. We're
Correct.
just, I mean, what we're trying to demonstrate to you is that there are a lot of stories that you can find archaeology to validate that there are points in the story that corroborate with real history, but that doesn't mean that the mythological claims should be trusted. And we would apply that to the Bible. So the same thing that you would apply to the Roman histories or the Greek histories, we're applying also to the Bible. Like we agree, yeah, there are biblical places, and some of the events in the Bible are historical events, but that doesn't mean that like we should believe the mythological part of the story as well.
Okay, cool, cool. So we have decent grounds for discussion now that you've like kind of explicated some of
And
that.
real quick, I do got
So
to get back to work. Thanks for having me up.
Good to see you, Cyber.
later. So like here's what I'm seeing with that example, right? So we're talking about using archaeology to verify a narrative. And when we say the narratives are telling two totally different subjects in my and from what I glean when I read the mythology versus when I read the scripture of text
But
for
that's what I'm
Holy Writ.
saying, Chris. Like you're calling it mythology, but it wasn't mythology to the people who wrote it. Just like I'm calling the Bible mythology, but the Bible wasn't necessarily considered mythology to the people who wrote it. We're trying to figure out why we should treat the Bible as not mythology, just the same way uh, that we treat everything else as mythology. Like if we don't believe the mythological claims in like the Roman histories, then why should we believe the mythological claims in the Bible histories?
Right. And the standing point that I'm talking about on the and I don't have to use mythology, we can call it historical Grecian precedents, regardless of the term you want to use. The difference is that the point of scripture is Christ, whereas these mythologies have much more different
But
things. Cat,
but
go ahead.
but Christ is part of the mythology. That's my point. So like we agree, yeah, the mythologies have different characters. We agree on that. I'm
Right,
trying to figure out why we should treat like why should I treat your mythology as more genuine as the Roman mythologies?
right. So versus what you get out of all the tapestry of other, Greek mythologies or other characters, it's impossible for people 50 years ago to predict events in the future 3,000 years ago.
Gotcha. So prophecy is the dividing line.
Prophecy is a tool that was somehow utilized by people in an age where they didn't have like any technology. You know what I mean? Like
Right,
looking at what they're working with, how could they do this?
but what you're suggesting is that your mythology should be trusted because it predicted things would happen and then it happened.
No, I'm actually saying because we have a simple thread throughout time and memorial, even to today, pointing to a point in time, incarnation, death, resurrection, those things. right? Like
So
everyone from
I
old
I
days
don't
to
think that
new.
answers the question. Why should I pick up the Bible and think that it's not mythology?
Okay, so the reason you would pick up the Bible and not think it's mythology is because if you want to take prophecy, if you want to take miracles, if you want to take all these other devices or all these other things, the point is that all of them point to that moment of the
No, but
incarnation,
I
right?
disagree. Nothing in the Bible, nothing in the Hebrew Bible points to Jesus. Not a single word.
Wonderful. Okay, so the entire book of Daniel, where Daniel constantly sees prophecies of the things to come,
Oh
like, or
no.
you're discrediting Daniel, right?
You don't want to do Daniel. Daniel doesn't mention Jesus whatsoever. Not
Well,
even like
listen,
remotely.
right, but Daniel is just I mean, honestly, he's the appetizer because you know I'm going into the thicker ones later, right?
No,
So
he's
we
not
start
the
at Daniel
appetizer.
because, right, well, like listen, like
I
the
mean,
Hebrews, like the
Daniel is
more,
an appetizer for me because I've read it. It's not going to be an
right,
appetizer for you.
Daniel is an appetizer for me as well. Like he's just the
Right?
start
So
because then we go into Isaiah and the
so the
portions
book
of
of
Isaiah that
Daniel is writing about the Antiochian crisis in the middle of the 2nd century.
not only that though, Daniel himself mentions what he sees. Like there is in no
Uh-huh.
way, shape, or form. There is in no way, shape, or
All right.
form in which when Daniel
What in
refers
Daniel
to,
points you to Jesus?
so he constantly talks about Christ at the throne, right?
Nope,
Different portions
he does
from
not.
that, and as well the three kids inside the furnace.
That still has
Now,
nothing to do with Jesus. That's an angel.
now,
There's an angel inside the furnace. It says so in the same paragraph in that chapter that individual is referred to as an angel.
sure, you can use the angel, I guess, portion of the writing to dispel it, whether it be out of the Greek or out of the
Well,
Hebrew, however you
it's
wish to
it's
take it. But
it's
the
just what the text
suffering,
says. It says it's an angel. Why would I think it's something other than an angel?
oh, because of the clear interaction when Daniel says himself to the angel, "Who is this? What am I seeing?" And the angel says, "This is the one on the throne, the lamb to be slain."
It
And
does
that's
not
what
say
goes
that.
right into,
That's not in Daniel.
are you reading Daniel right now?
Yeah, my
It does
Bible's
say that.
open. Give me the verse.
Well, wait a minute. You said you were
My
reading it,
my
right?
my Bible is open right now. Give me the verse where it says that this angel is the lamb to be slain. I want to see it.
You you said you were reading it, weren't you?
Yeah, I got it open. Give me the verse.
How do you not see it? Like that's what I'm actually
Cuz
trying
it's
to I'm saying like
cuz it's
if
not there. You're relying on the book. Give me the passage so that you can demonstrate to me that I'm wrong.
okay, so you've never read that in Daniel anywhere,
And
correct?
neither have you.
On the contrary,
Well, then
like
give me the
it's
verse.
I give you an entire list of
I can
chapters
hear
and
you.
you're
I can
not
hear
gonna read.
you. I can hear you flipping the pages right now. Give me the verse in Daniel where it talks about a lamb.
Hey man, you got all of chapter 11. He goes into it more about
There's
the
there's
sighting
no there's
into.
no lamb in chapter 11. Try again.
Did you read
Remember,
it?
yeah. I've read every last word of the Hebrew Bible. So again, there's nothing about a lamb in the book of Daniel. You won't find a lamb mentioned in the entire book.
So wait a minute, are we arguing just on the semantics of lamb? That like that's what we're
You
holding
said
here?
lamb, not me. You said that the book of Daniel says that the angel in the fiery furnace, which is in chapter 3, is claimed to be the lamb that will be slain. That doesn't exist in the text. You made that part up.
Well, who is the lamb to be slain?
It wasn't Jesus. There's no lamb to be slain prophesied in the Hebrew Bible anywhere, not a single passage.
Daniel is a reflection of Revelation.
Daniel was not a reflection of Revelation. The book of Revelation used Daniel as a guidepost for how it wanted to write its pseudo prophecy, which failed anyways. But that's irrelevant what Revelation says. I want to know what Daniel says, because that's where the real prophecy is. Well, Revelation in your worldview hasn't come true yet, so it's irrelevant. I want to talk about the prophecies that actually did come true. Which prophecies did come true?
The revelation which reflects Daniel, as you said, that says the lamb which was slain, verbatim.
Then show me in Daniel verbatim where it says that, Chris.
Well, I just gave you all. I was giving you chapters. You said you've already read them, and it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that, yeah, because you're lying.
Chapters 11 through 13.
There's not a 13th chapter in Daniel, by the way.
Do you
have you read this book? Do you have any idea what's in the book?
Listen, I'm not a Protestant.
Chapter 13?
Yes.
You mean, are you referring to Bel and the Dragon and the Song of the Children?
It goes through the entire history of Susanna.
Yes. Yeah. We know about Susanna and Bel and the Dragon. All right. Now, where does it say?
Different texts.
Where does it say?
So
now listen.
If you're using,
in the additions to Daniel, yeah, there are some stuff in the additions to Daniel.
So if we're not even using the same text,
Chris,
I get why.
Chris, pay attention.
No.
Chris,
I get why you're saying that.
Chris,
I get why you're saying that. No, I'm conceding to you. I'm listen, I'm conceding.
You're not conceding. No one's conceding anything. If you would pay attention, I would just finish my statement. We agree that in the additions to Daniel, there are some Greek texts that have a slightly different theme than the rest of the book of Daniel. In fact, they're more narrative than prophecy. That being said, I would love to see where it says anything about a lamb in the Greek additions to Daniel.
Okay, so you I think you're well enough, you're knowledgeable enough to know all the different tools for that, because we're using different texts. I don't want to go on this one too much, right? Like, I'd rather
in the addition. This is your talking point. It's either true or not. In the additions to Daniel, is there a reference to the lamb to be slain?
So, from what I have in the Catholic text, right, the Douay Rheims, yes, and that's
all right. Give me the verse.
That's the fight we're having here.
Give me the verse.
So
I'll read it. I'll prove me wrong right now.
Well, hey, you read it.
I'm waiting for it. I don't have it. You said that you had it. What is it?
Well, hold on, because you were explaining to me you were a scripture scholar as well,
Chris,
right?
I know that it's not there. That's why I'm asking you to show it to me.
Okay. So
I'm not asking because I don't know where it's at. I'm asking because I know that it doesn't exist, and you're lying.
Okay, listen. So you're continuing on and on with this one point, but you know it's in there and you won't look it up.
It's not in there. Give it to me.
You will call me a liar to fight this out.
Give it to me, Chris. Either you have it or you don't.
The point that I'm saying is,
so you don't have it.
Like I know, because I'm using a different
I know
text.
that you're lying, Chris.
It's in my text.
Chris, I'm using a Catholic Bible. I have a Catholic Bible right here in front of me. This is the NRSV. This is a Catholic edition of the Bible.
Well, hold on. You just said there's no 13. You laughed. You laughed when I said the 13th
It has
chapter,
the edition.
Man.
There's not a 13th.
You can't sit there and laugh when I say there.
Okay, we'll try this again. There's no such thing as chapter 13 of Daniel. Even in the Catholic Bible, it's not chapter 13. They're referred to as the additions to Daniel. They're part of the Apocrypha. So we'll try this again. Where in the additions to Daniel can I find the passage you're referring to?
In Daniel, in the Catholic text, get one. So moving on,
have
my
one.
next point.
It's in front of me, Chris. It's right here.
Point.
It's right here, Chris.
Read it.
I have it. I'm asking you for the verse. Give me the verse where it says the thing.
Go right ahead. Read. You need to read
Chris,
the whole one again.
I've read every word of it, and you're lying.
Should know if you know
then
it, right?
That's why I know you're lying.
You didn't even know there was a 13th. You clearly don't know
there's not a 13th
so we can leave
chapter.
that point.
There's not a 13th chapter.
We can leave. There is.
No,
I
we're
just
not
told
leaving
you.
that point.
I just looked at it and read it, and you said, "Oh yeah," and then you confirmed me on 2 different accounts.
I didn't
So to
confirm
try to
you.
discredit me on this one small thing
So
is
again,
childish. So let's move on.
I'm still
let's move
waiting for
on.
you to
To move
show
on,
me
awesome.
where the
So
verse
then
is.
in Isaiah, when it talks
Oh,
about the suffering
try
servant,
this again. I'm still waiting for you to show me where the passage is that you're claiming exists. You haven't demonstrated that yet.
wasting my time there. That's what I'm trying to do.
You're wasting your time because it doesn't actually exist. So in the
You didn't even know there was a 13th chapter a minute ago.
so-
Come on.
in the additions to Daniel, please show me the verse where I can find that it states
You need to reread it.
I have
need
it.
to reread it.
I have
That's
it.
the
Give me the
point.
verse.
You didn't even know there was a 13th chapter.
I
You
have
clearly
it.
need to reread it, man.
I have it. I have it.
That's my point.
Give it to me.
We'll read it again. Fine.
I have it.
Now moving on.
No.
Listen, man.
We're never moving on, Chris. You're not going to get up here and lie. You're going to give me the verse, or I'm going to
read the whole thing start to end. If we can't move on past this,
you want me to just to fast forward it for you, Chris?
No. What I'm telling you is this.
I'll fast forward it for you, Chris, and I'll just demonstrate to everybody that you're a liar right now, since you can't actually be honest. Open on my screen is a browser, and it has the Catholic edition of the NRSV, the standard edition, and you can just go there and search for the word lamb. And what you'll find is it doesn't show up in the book of Daniel. It doesn't show up in any of the additions to Daniel. It shows up in the Apocrypha, and none of the apocryphal quotes have any of the additions to Daniel. So there's nothing in the Hebrew Bible or Daniel or the additions to Daniel that say anything about.
That's what I said to you.
That say anything
That's what
about.
You're not listening.
That say anything.
And you don't
about,
have to accept that.
That
but
say
if you
anything.
Choose not to accept.
That say anything about a lamb being slain. So again, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. Right? You're the one that claimed that Daniel, whether you think it's the edition or the 13th chapter, you're the one that claimed that there's a passage that says that there's going to be a lamb slain. I'm simply just asking where the passage is. Can you give it to me?
Yeah, read through 11 all the way up to 13. Go into 14, you will stop.
Yeah, and which verse is it? Which verse?
Which
verse? You can't say the verse you're looking for is between these 5 chapters. That's not how that works. So try again.
You need to get the right version of the Bible because
I have it.
One.
It's on the screen, Chris. I have it in front of me. I have it.
Oh my gosh, that's not the one I'm using. I'm telling you.
It's the NRSV Catholic edition.
I am not using the NRSV Catholic edition. The
NRSV Catholic edition has all the same books. So pay attention.
It doesn't.
The NRSV Revised Standard Catholic Edition. I went to school for 12 years at a Catholic school. I know it's in the Catholic Bible. So Chris, pay attention. I've got the Catholic Bible in front of me, and
that's not the only one. There are multiple versions.
And I've got the Catholic Study Bible, which is the NABRE. I also have an
NAS
don't
even use
Catholic
that
Bible.
One. That's my point.
Well, the reality is you don't even have a Catholic Bible, nor have you.
I'm using Douay Rheims. You don't have a Douay Rheims, and this is what the discussion is reduced to because
you don't need a Douay Rheims to have a Catholic Bible. There's no Catholic singular Bible. There are dozens of Catholic Bibles that had been issued by the Catholic Church. You have one specific Catholic Bible that you like. That's meaningless to me. Now, since you're the Catholic Bible pro, I'm still waiting for. Point. No one heard anything you said. You're muted the whole time while you're crashing out. So what I'm waiting for you is to show me in your Bible or mine. I don't give a fuck. Open your Catholic Bible and give me the verse. Where in your Catholic Bible does it say the passage that you claimed it say? Listen, I'll go to the Douay Rheims. I have an electronic Douay Rheims. All I want is the verse.
You've had so much time, and
all I want is the verse where it says the thing that you said it says. In fact, I bet there's a Douay Rheims on this website. Look at this, 1899 Douay Rheims. Look, we're using the same Bible now.
But couldn't even manage to let go of that one point.
So we're trying. I'm not going to let it go until you actually demonstrate that you're not a liar, and you haven't done that yet. So again, I'm now in the Douay Rheims 1899 Bible, the same one that's sitting in front of you, and
Cover to
I'm
cover.
waiting.
You've
I'm
never read
waiting.
Douay Rheims cover to cover. You don't know.
I'm
You don't
waiting.
know. Just shut
Then
up about it.
then
Like,
give me the
that's the
passage.
point, man.
Then give me the
You don't
passage.
have it though.
Then give me
And
the
if you read
passage.
it from cover to cover,
We'll try this again. So Chris, like the grandstanding makes you look silly. Everybody here sees that you're just grandstanding and you're crying because you don't know where the verse is. I now have the same Bible as you, and I'm begging you, someone with the Holy Spirit and all the knowledge of the Douay Rheims Bible, show me in the Bible where it
like,
says this thing
let's
that
go ahead.
we're never going to
go into
pivot.
Isaiah.
We're
right?
never going to pivot till you
Well,
admit
then
that
read it all
you made
on your
this up.
own. You're the
I
one
have-
who's deficient.
I have read it. I've read the Bible from cover to cover, multiple occasions, and I read the Old Testament in the original Hebrew. This is a meaningless argument to me, the fact that you love the Douay Rheims. Again, I need you to show me the passage that you...
That's my point. I did it. You did it.
Yeah, nobody actually cares about the Douay Rheims. I'm still waiting for the passage that you claimed existed. Can you
got
show
it
me where
wrong
it is?
because you don't care about it. You don't care about the veracity of the scriptures.
We're still asking you for the passage that you claimed
there
existed.
And call someone a liar, and you
You're a
don't
liar.
know that they're a liar.
You're a liar.
You have
we'll try this.
invalidated your own self, man.
Everybody put a 1 in the comments if you think Chris is grandstanding on a passage that doesn't actually exist.
I am not
Put
at
a
all
1 in the
worried about
comments
what
if
anyone
he's
in
just
the
up here
chat says.
grandstanding.
I got you. I already got you. So you can
got
go to
me.
your guys to
You
cover
got
you?
me by not listing the Bible passage that you think exists that doesn't exist.
Oh,
Again,
no, I got you because
we're
I
still,
use a text that
we're
you don't use, but you
we're
claim.
still waiting.
You claim to know it all.
We're still
You're
waiting.
the one who claims to know
We're
it all.
still waiting for the passage,
and you
Chris.
don't.
We're
I
still
was
waiting for
never
the
going to give it
passage.
to you because I knew you didn't know it. Because you sat
I was
there
never going to give it to you. All right,
You were
do you want
Protestant,
me,
bro.
Chris?
You were Protestant.
Chris, do you want me
Like,
to demonstrate?
I knew you didn't know it. You're
Chris,
one of those guys who just sits there and usually.
All right, Chris, I'm just going to demonstrate why you're a liar live on screen. Okay, you want me to do it? Here's what's going to happen. I've got chapter 11 open. I'm going to do a textual search for the word lamb. What you'll discover, in fact, let me expand my screen so you can see my search bar, because right now you can't see it. I'm going to expand my screen so you can see my search bar, and you can see that I typed in the search bar the word lamb, and look, lo and behold, the word lamb does not exist in chapter 7. So let's start out small here, Chris. Does the word lamb, the passage that you're referring to, does it refer to that in chapter 11? Chris?
Or are you? What do you? Oh, I can go.
I'm showing everybody that you're lying right now.
I can talk now? Can I talk?
You can answer my question is what you can do. So, yes or no, does the passage about the lamb show up in chapter 11? That's the answer we're trying to get right now.
Okay, so yeah, just read that. You'll find it.
So again, the question is, it's okay, you weren't paying attention. So does the passage about the lamb show up in chapter 11 based on the fact that I just showed you a word search of chapter 11 and no lamb is in it?
Oh, you're going to have to read, son.
We're going to go. Actually, I don't have to read every word. That's how word searches.
You do. That's how you learn.
That's how word searches work. I'm not asking about learning. I'm asking about finding words. So we'll try this again. In chapter 11, the chapter that's open right now on my screen in the Douay Rheims Bible, does the lamb come up?
You're going to have to read, man. I'm not going to do the work for you.
Okay, so the answer is no. The answer is no. The word lamb does not show up in chapter 11 of the book of Daniel. Do you think maybe, I don't know, do you think maybe it shows up in the 12th chapter? How much money would you bet right now?
Like, if we to be uncharitable, why would I do anything for you? Right?
If we made a bet on chapter 12, whether or not the word lamb showed up in chapter 12, what would you bet? Because right now I got the search bar open and the word lamb doesn't appear in chapter 12 either. Isn't that weird? There's a lot of grandstanding. Okay, so based on the evidence we've seen so far, does Does the lamb make an appearance in chapter 11 or 12?
You're gonna have to do some reading, man. I'm not giving you anything.
Okay, so
You
the answer
don't
is
know. I've already
no.
I've
So
already
the answer
disclosed
is
that.
no. So the
You don't
lamb.
know. You didn't
So
even know there was a 13th
so the
chapter, man. Come
lamb. So
on.
the
You see
lamb.
that? Like
So
it's
the
now you're
lamb.
getting it
So the
back and you don't
lamb.
like it.
So the lamb
Like,
doesn't appear in chapter
if
12,
you
does it?
humbled yourself.
The grandstanding thing is crazy here tonight. So we'll try this again, Chris. What I need from you is a yes or no. Does the lamb make an appearance in either chapter 11 or
But
chapter
if
12?
you don't humble yourself, man.
Yeah, I'll never understand the needless grandstanding over humility when they lie like a rug about what's actually in the Bible. So we'll try this again, Chris. We're still waiting for an answer. Does the lamb
You
make
have to.
Does the lamb make an appearance in after chapter 12 or chapter 11? It's yes or
Very
no.
uncourteous. You've been
So again, all I need is a yes or no, Chris. Does the lamb make an appearance in either chapter 12 or 11? Yes or no?
avoiding it. You're
Yes or
avoiding
no?
it. It's in
Yes
there.
or no?
It's
Yes
in
or
there.
no?
You're avoiding it.
Where? What verse?
That's what I'm telling you.
What verse, Chris?
That's what I'm telling you.
What verse?
I've already told you. You've been too
I'm
encouraged
waiting
for me to
for it.
help
Which
you.
verse?
You have to do it.
I'm in chapter
Well, I
12.
tell you what,
Which verse?
humble yourself, and
Which
maybe one
verse?
day I'll tell you.
Which verse?
Humble yourself.
All right.
Humble
All right.
yourself now, and maybe I'll tell you.
How about we do this? How about we'll read every last word of every chapter, and then when I show you that the word lamb doesn't even show up, you'll have to admit that you lied, right?
Hey, go right ahead. Read every
All right.
verse.
So if I read every last verse of Daniel 11 and 12, will you admit that it doesn't show up in 11 or 12?
As soon as you read Daniel 1 all the way to the ending.
Oh, so now I've got to read chapter 1. Now I've got to read chapter 1?
You need all of them. Like, man, that's the thing.
The goalpost on wheels here is crazy. So all I'm asking you is which chapter in Daniel mentions the lamb. That's all I need.
Man, I wanted to move on a long time ago.
I know, because you're lying. Yes, I would want to move if I was lying too. So again, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to let you pivot. I don't care. You can cry all day long about the fact that I won't let you pivot. I'm still holding your feet to the fire on the lie that you lied. So again, which chapter can I find?
What did I lie
which
about?
chapter
what did I lie about?
Which chapter? I'm demonstrating it right now. We all know what you lied about. You lied saying that the book of Daniel mentions the lamb that was slain, and it doesn't.
All right, who is the lamb that was slain?
It wasn't Jesus, and we're talking about Daniel. So try again.
It's totally Christ. So
which chapter
that's
in the book
lie
of Daniel?
You're telling.
Which chapter?
The lamb that was slain is Christ, and I can't even get you to admit that about.
Which chapter in the book of Daniel says that? That's what we're doing. You can pivot all you want. It's never going to happen. Listen. I know that you've had conversations where pivoting works for you. That's why you're doing it right now. Here's what I also know: it will never work here. It will never work, not even for 30 seconds on this live stream. Not in a million years will I ever let you pivot, not for 5 seconds. So I'll ask you the same question over and over and over and over and over and over again until you answer it. So again,
I try to be charitable with you.
Which chapter of Daniel mentions the lamb?
Listen, read the whole. Listen, if we're not using the same text. You clearly have it, man. You didn't know there was 13 a minute ago.
It's on the screen right now.
You made an error.
It's on the screen right now.
You made an error.
It's on the screen right now. It's on the screen right now.
You made the error.
It's on the screen right now.
You messed up.
It's on the screen right now.
I kept trying to be kind to you in spite of your failures and your faults.
It's on the screen.
And you kept it up again and again and again. And I can't just wonder.
The grandstanding and evasion is wild, Chris. Everyone sees what's happening right now. No one's as dumb as you. Everybody sees right now that you're evading the point that you're trying to make right now, which is namely that you can't show me where Daniel speaks of the lamb. So again, I'm still waiting. Where can I find in Daniel? So I'll show you the word search. In the Douay Rheims Bible, yes, in the Douay Rheims there is a 13th chapter to Daniel, not in all of the NRSV. The typical NRSV doesn't have a 13. So in the Douay Rheims version of the Bible, he has a 13th chapter, which was outdated over 100 fucking years ago. I don't know if you know this. We have better Bibles now. The word lamb doesn't show up. Curious about that. The word lamb doesn't show up in chapters 11 through 13 in your precious Douay Rheims Bible. So again, I'm going to ask you, in which chapter can I find a reference to the lamb?
Okay, so hold on. What did you just do there?
In which chapter can I find a reference to the lamb?
No. What just
In
happened
which
here?
chapter can I find a reference to the lamb?
You said what?
In
Like
which chapter can I find a reference to the lamb?
you said something.
Which
Okay, so have you
chapter can
read
I find a reference to the lamb?
11 all the way through the end? It's riddled with it.
Find me. Give me the passage. Just one passage.
You man, just read it. Like
Give
you'd
it to
know it
me.
if you
I'm
read it.
waiting. I'm waiting for it. Where is it? Where can I find it?
Listen, I am not going to.
Look,
You stepped all over me
because
being
as it
nice to
turns
you.
out,
You
it
stepped
doesn't
all over
exist.
my
So I've
charity.
got
Why do
chapters
you
one.
expect me to be nice to
I've
you
got
now?
the Douay Rheims chapters 11
Read them.
through 14
Read
pulled
them.
up, and the word lamb doesn't appear.
What you should do is read them.
I
You should
look.
take your time out, read
I'm
all
sorry.
of the Douay Rheims,
Do you
start
think
to
that
finish, and then we'll be done with that.
do you think that word searches don't work?
I think that the text you're using that you are
So
unfamiliar with,
to
you
be
you
sure, you
didn't know,
can't
you
tell me
just admitted
then.
it.
So just be sure you can't tell me where it says anything about a lamb.
Never said that.
Okay, then tell me, where is it? Because I've got
Oh, are you
chapters.
kidding me? I've
I've
told
got
you so
chapters
many
one.
times.
I've got chapters 1
That you
through.
don't want to accept them is not my fault.
I've got chapters 1 through 14 open on my screen in your Douay Rheims old school, outdated, dusty ass Bible. I've got chapters 1 through 14 open. That's the end of the book, or 11 through 14. 14 is the last chapter in the Douay Rheims for the book of Daniel. I'm doing a word search. Control F, LAMB. The word lamb does not appear in any
You
of these
admit
chapters. So
you're not
again,
that smart. You're not humble. I could admit it for
I'm still
me.
waiting. I'm still waiting for the answer.
I already. What do you don't
All right,
want to accept the answer.
so
You don't want to accept
I'm
the
waiting
answer.
for it. I'm asking for it,
You
Chris.
don't
Where
want to
is it?
accept the
Chris,
answer. I've
I'm
given it
asking
to you
for
so
it.
many
I'm begging.
times.
I'm begging for it.
Then
Where
read
is
it.
it? What
Then
verse?
read it.
All right, Chris.
Take
Here's
your
what's
time. Open your
here's
Douay
what's going to
Rheims
happen,
and read
Chris.
it. Because I've got Isaiah to refer to, right? I've got tons of Psalms and
So you said that it's in between chapter 11 and 14. Those were your words, right? So I'll tell you what, I'll read every last word of chapters 11 through 14 on one condition. When we finish it, you have to admit that you lied and that it doesn't say anything about a lamb in these chapters.
Listen, as
Deal or
far
no deal?
as what you are going to
Deal or no deal, Chris? Deal or no deal? Prove that you're not lying right now.
I'll read it from my text.
All right. Well, we're reading the same text. We both got the Douay Rheims up. Okay, so we're going to read. Here's what's going to happen. This is the first time ever. We're going to read 4 full fucking chapters on live stream. And then
I was going all the way to Daniel 1, man.
No, you said Daniel 11 all the way to the end is where I'll find references to the lamb.
All of Daniel, son.
Okay,
like, you need
so
the
here's what's going to
whole
happen.
thing.
Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to flip to Daniel 1. You start reading like you said you would, and when you get to the lamb, let me know. I got all night. It's only 7:44. I got till midnight, motherfucker. Let's go.
You are one cheeky SOB, man. You know that.
Start reading. Start reading, Chris. Prove me wrong. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if the entire audience leaves because they're bored to tears. I'm going to prove you to be a liar in front of 3,000 people. And I hope somebody shows this to your mother, letting her know that you're lying like a rug on the Bible. So again, start reading right now.
All right, man. We're gonna kick this whole thing off. We're gonna start off like. So I got to tell you, I am gonna have to conk out at around an 8-10, but like,
oh yeah,
we're gonna get through this thing.
I'm sure I don't have time to read the whole thing. As it turns out, I've only got about 25 minutes.
No.
And then I'm gonna have to fucking skedaddle. So again, if you
listen.
So if you
that's
can't
why
find
I was trying to give you.
If you
why
can't
did
find
you waste
me,
so much of my time arguing with me? I could have did this earlier, bro.
Chris,
I could have did this earlier, bro.
Do you
Daniel, whose name signifies the summoned of God,
this again. We'll try this again.
Of the royal blood of the.
Chris, so here's what's going to happen. So, if you knew where the reference to the lamb was, you wouldn't now be agreeing to read the entire book until you had the run. Anyone who actually knew where the reference was would just tell me where the reference was. So this is up to you. If you don't find me the reference, whether you read through the entire book or not, by the time you leave, everybody here is going to know that you are a lying liar. So it's up to you. You can read the entire book with me, or you can give me the reference, or you can leave and demonstrate that you're a liar. It's up to you. The choice is on your shoulders. Take it away. I've got the Bible on the screen. I'm all fucking ears.
I mean, I don't know why I had to have that long-winded interruption. Like, I was
Read
gonna
it.
just read the scriptures, but
Read it. Yeah.
whatever.
I
Like,
can't wait to see the
geez,
part
man.
about the lamb. Go for it.
Okay, so where did I leave off? Yeah, I'll just redo that sentence. So, Daniel, whose name signifies the judgment of God, was of the royal blood of the kings of Judah, and one of those that were first of all carried away into
You're reading
captivity.
the introduction, not the first chapter.
Listen, a text with no pretext has no context.
That's not what pretext or context means. That's an introductory note written by a guy who published a note on the book. I want to read the actual book, not the note that some jackass wrote about the book.
My guy, you didn't even know there was 13 chapters in the Douay range. So, like,
Well,
what are
we
we
weren't
doing
talking
here?
about
Like,
the Douay-Rheims Bible. We were talking about the
oh, yes,
Catholic
we
Bible.
were, bro.
You
Oh my
mentioned the
God, that's the
Douay-Rheims
Catholic Bible,
Bible. It's
bro.
not the Catholic Bible. There's no such thing as the Catholic Bible. So again, chapter 1, verse 1. Start reading.
Okay, so try to get through this without interruptions. Daniel, whose name signifies the judgment of God, was the royal blood.
He
of the
doesn't even
kings
want to
of
read
Judah.
the book. He wants to read the notes about the
Bro,
book. What a fucking coward.
bro,
Verse
bro. I
1.
just want to do it right.
Verse
I want to do it
1.
right. I
Verse
want to do it
1.
right because you
Verse
don't do it right.
1.
That's the
Verse
point. You
1.
don't do things
Chris,
right. Like, I
we
want
don't
to do
care
it
about
right.
we don't care about your publisher's
About
note. We
doing it
want to
right. That's my
we
point. You
we
don't
want
care
to
about
we
doing
want
it
to read the
right.
book.
That's why I'm going off on you right
I'm
now
sorry.
because you
Is
don't care about
your
doing anything right.
is
You
your
just want to call
publisher
people liars and make.
is your publisher the author of the book of Daniel? The fucking no, he's not. We don't care about what some note in your Bible says. We're talking about what Daniel says. We want to know what the book of Daniel says, not what your Bible like editor said. So start reading Daniel 1. Daniel chapter 1 verse 1. That's what we
You've
need.
been doing it wrong for 12 years. That's my point. Like,
No,
let me
you
do it
don't
right for you.
we don't need to care. We don't care what your
Oh
editor
my
says.
gosh.
We care what the Bible says.
If you don't care what the editor says, the editor is the one who wrote the book. He's the one
The
who has it
editor
in here.
didn't write the book.
Oh my gosh. So the translator who translated the text isn't the guy who translated the text now. Jesus.
No,
Come
to be
on,
clear,
man.
the editor of these books don't always translate the books. You think Joyce Meyer's
Listen,
introductory notes on her study Bible qualify her as a translator? You're ridiculous. Start reading
Joyce
Daniel
Myers
1.
didn't
Start
write. She
reading
didn't
Daniel
translate
1.
anything.
Start reading Daniel 1. We're not asking you what your editor says. We're asking what Daniel says.
You need to do this right. You need
Daniel,
to hear this right.
Daniel 1.
That's my point.
Daniel 1.
You need to hear this done the right way.
No, I want to hear what Daniel says.
Audience.
No, you won't.
Like, you won't even let me do this.
No, we
You
don't
won't even
care
let
about.
me do this.
We don't care about your editor's note. We care what Daniel
So
says.
if you
Your
don't want to
argument,
do anything right, what
your
difference
argument,
does it make?
Your argument is about what Daniel says, is it not?
Yes, and you don't
Cool.
know it.
So I want to hear what Daniel says. Read it.
Fine. I'm going to start now.
Read Daniel. Don't read your editor's note.
Man, that's the right way to do it.
No, it's not. We don't care what your editor
Why
says.
are
We
we
care what
arguing
Daniel
about
says.
this, man? Like,
Because
why are you
you're
being so
lying.
nitpicky?
The pivoting is fucking
you pick the
crazy.
molehills to die
He'll
on,
do
bro.
He'll
Like,
do
this is
anything but
crazy.
read the Bible. He'll do
That's
anything
what I'm
but read the
literally
Bible.
trying to do.
Then read the Bible. Read Daniel 1:1.
Oh my gosh. Hey, listen. All
Read-
things aside, you're not a
Read
bad guy.
Daniel 1. Read Daniel
You're
1.
an okay guy.
Read
You're an okay guy. I just
Stalling.
want to give you that.
Stalling. The
That's
stalling is crazy. These Christians will do anything but read their Bible. Stop stalling and read it.
God. Oh my
All right.
goodness. And then
Tell
I
you what,
try to read and he's like, knock
I'll
it
read
off.
it for you. In the 3rd year of the reign of Joachim,
Bro,
king of
you need to do this
Judah,
the right way,
Nebuchadnezzar,
though.
king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it.
Oh my gosh.
And the Lord delivered it into his hands. Joachim, the king of Judah,
Bro,
and the
bro,
part
you
of the
need to read-
vessels
you need to
of the
read
house
the-
of God, and he carried them
You're
away
gonna
into the
misunderstand
land
it,
of
though.
Shinar to the house of his God, and the vessels he brought into the treasure house of his God. And the king spoke to Aspenez, the master of the eunuchs, that he should bring in some of the children of Israel, and of the king's seed and of the princes, children in whom there was no blemish, well favored and skillful in all wisdom, acute in knowledge, and instructed in science, such as might stand in the king's place, that he might teach them the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed them daily provisions of his own meat and of wine, which he drank himself, that being nourished 3 years afterwards they might stand before the king. Now there was among them of the children of Judah Daniel, Ananias, Mishael, and Azariah. And the master of the eunuchs gave them names: to Daniel, Balthazar; to Ananias, Sidrak; and to
Oh my gosh, you're doing a terrible
Mishael.
job. Let me do it.
Well,
Let me do
well,
it. You're doing a bad job.
Okay, start reading then. Go ahead.
Okay. So to do this the right way, man, just let me do it. I'll read it fast if you want me to, but we
Read
just
it.
need to get through that. Cool.
Read it.
I'll do the intro. Awesome.
No, we don't want the
So-
intro. We want you to read the
Oh,
passage.
Come on, man.
We
I'll
don't give
read
a
it, man.
single flying fuck about your intro. We want you to read the
But
book.
you need.
No, we don't. We don't need your intro. We need to know what the book says. The debate is about what the book says, not about what your
Right.
intro says. So read the book.
Right. It's about what the book says, and I'm
That
more than
great.
willing
So
to go through that.
read the book. We're questioning what the book says. So read the book.
Awesome. So then I'll start. Daniel, whose
we're in
name
verse 7.
signifies the judgment of God, was of the royal
We're in
blood of the
7.
kings of Judah, and
All right,
one
so-
of those that were first of all carried away.
And now you're muted, you dumb motherfucker. I told you, we're not reading your introductory note. No one fucking cares. What we're reading is the Bible. The question at hand is, what does the Bible say? And everybody sees right now you're running away from it as hard as any little baby can. Like, you're literally shitting your diaper right now trying to do anything but read the Bible. You're trying to run out the clock. I'm not going to let you do it. Start reading Daniel 1, verse 7, or I'm going to start reading it again. Start reading, Chris.
Am I unmuted? Did you unmute me?
Start reading verse 7, or I'm going to start reading.
Am I unmuted? Did you unmute me yet?
You know, when I tell you to start reading, you're not muted.
Man, I just I heard you say I was muted. I just wanted to make sure.
Start
I was
reading verse
unmuted.
7.
So, okay. So, like, I just want to interject. These interruptions
reading
are
verse
really
7.
are really bad on my time. But
Start reading verse 7, and you'd stop losing time. Start reading now.
He was so renowned for his wisdom and knowledge that he became a prophet among the Babylonians.
Okay, so I'm going to continue reading since you're a coward and a liar. And the master of the eunuchs gave them names: to Daniel, Balthazar or Belshazzar in standard English; Ananias, Shadrach, not Cedrach; to Mishael, Meshach; and to Azariah, Abednego. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not be defiled with the king's table, nor with the wine which he drank, and he requested the master of the eunuchs that he might not be defiled. And God gave to Daniel grace and mercy in the sight of the prince of the eunuchs. And the prince of the eunuchs said to Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who hath appointed you meat and drink, who, if he should see your faces leaner than those of other youths your equals, shall endanger my head to the king. And Daniel said to Malisar, whom the prince of the eunuchs had appointed over Daniel, Ananias, Mishael, and Azarias, try, I beseech thee, thy servants for 10 days, and let pulse be given us to eat and water to drink, and look upon our faces and the faces of the children that eat the king's meat, as thou shalt see, deal with thy servants. And when he had heard these words, he tried them for 10 days. And after 10 days, their faces appeared fairer and fatter than all the children that ate of the king's meat. So Malisar took their portions and the wine that they should drink, and he gave them to Pulse. And to these children God gave knowledge and understanding in every book and wisdom, but to Daniel the understanding also of all visions and dreams. And when the days were ended, after which the king had ordered they should be brought in, the prince of the eunuchs brought them before Nebuchadnezzar. And when the king had spoken to them, there were not found among them all such as Daniel, Ananias, Mishael, Azariah, as they stood in the king's presence. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding that the king inquired of them, he found in them 10 times better than all the diviners and wise men that there were in his kingdom. And Daniel continued even the first year of King Cyrus. Is that sufficient for chapter 1? Chris,
Hello.
you done
Hello?
derpy derping? Is that sufficient for chapter 1?
Oh, hey. I
Were you listening to any
probably
of it?
like I just
Did you hear anything I just read?
yeah.
Was there a lamb
I
mentioned?
heard a couple of things. I kind of chimed out on you. Not gonna lie, but
Was there a lamb mentioned?
in the first chapter, no, there shouldn't be. But
Okay. Oh, there shouldn't be, but you wanted to read it anyways. See,
Oh,
the
no, 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 no.
reality
I was
is,
telling
the
you. I
reality
was telling
is,
you. You need to
the
read it
rea-
again because you clearly
I've
didn't.
read the entire Bible, which is why everyone knows that you're up here lying through your
The
single
entire
fucking
Bible.
tooth.
You read one chapter, my guy,
The entire tooth
and
that
you
you have
cut
in
me
your
off the
skull.
entire time.
So here's
And
what's
then
gonna.
after, like, I tried.
So here's what's gonna happen. I've got the entire book of Daniel open right now, chapter 1 in your Douay Reams, all the way to chapter 14, which isn't standard method for counting in the book of Daniel. And we're just gonna do a word search for the word lamb. And the only lamb that shows up has literally nothing to do with the sacrificial lamb. In fact, it's going to be in, hold on. Should be for the chapter of the dream. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Chapter 3, Nebuchadnezzar made a statue of gold, 60 cubits high, 6 cubits abroad, and he set it up in the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Then Nebuchadnezzar sent to call together the nobles, the magistrates, and the judges, captains, the rulers, the governors, and all the chief men of provinces come to the dedication of the statue which the king Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then the nobles, the magistrates, then the judges, the captains, the rulers, so on and so forth. So they got a statue. Then the hour that you shall hear the sound of the trumpet and of the flute, the harp of the sackbut, and of the psaltery and of the symphony and of all the music, ye fall down and adore the golden statue which King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. So they got to worship the statue. And we all know the story. Daniel refuses to worship the statue, and then they decide that they want to throw Daniel and his friends into the fiery furnace because they didn't fall down and worship the statue. And then we get this interesting passage in here says, deliver us not up forever, we beseech thee for thy name's sake, and abolish. Actually, let's just go a little bit further back. Judgment, commandments, for we have sinned. Iniquity, thou true judgment, blah. There you go. Then Azariah, standing up, prayed in this manner, opening his mouth in the midst of the fire, and he said, Blessed, this is the prayer while they're in the furnace, blessed art thou, O Lord, God of our fathers, thy name is worthy of praise and glorious forever. For thou art just in all thou hast done to us, and thy works are true, and thy ways are right, and thy judgment is true. For thou hast executed true judgments in all of the things thou hast brought upon us, and upon Jerusalem, the holy city of our fathers. For according to truth and judgment, thou hast brought these things upon us for our sins. For we have sinned, we have committed iniquity, departing from thee, and we have trespassed all things, and we have not hearkened to thy commandments, nor have we observed or done as thou hast commanded us, that we might go, that it might go well with us. Wherefore, that's a good English word we still use, all that thou hast brought upon us, and everything that thou hast done to us, thou hast done in true judgment. And thou hast delivered us into the hands of our enemies that are unjust and most wicked, and provocateurs, and to a king unjust, and the most wicked beyond all that are upon the earth. And now we cannot open our mouths, and we are become a shame and reproach to thy servants, and to them that worship thee. Deliver us not up forever, beseech we thee, for thy name's sake, and abolish not thy covenant, and take not away thy mercy from us, for the sake of Abraham thy beloved, and Isaac thy servant, and Israel thy holy one, to whom thou hast spoken, promising that thou wouldest multiply their seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand that is on the seashore. For we, O Lord, are diminished more than any nation, and are brought low in all the earth this day for our sins. Neither is there at this time a prince or a leader or a prophet or a holocaust or sacrifice or oblation or incense or place of first fruits before thee, that we may find thy mercy. Nevertheless, in a contrite heart and humble spirit, let us be accepted, as in holocausts of rams and bullocks, as in thousands of fat lambs. So let our sacrifice be made in thy sight, that it may please thee, for there is no confusion to them in that trust thee. So what we find in this passage, which I assume you may or may not be referencing, has nothing to do with the sacrifice of a future lamb. He's saying that there are no sacrifices in his sight that day that would please these. That's it. No bulls, no rams, no bullocks, is nothing. There's not a single reference to a sacrificial ram in the book of Daniel, or a sacrificial lamb.
Yes, he says that he goes on. He goes on more and more.
Show
in
me.
the man, I have tried. You
You
are
haven't
going to have
tried.
to read this.
You've avoided every
Really?
last chance. All right, Chris. Well,
Really?
listen, we all know that you're a lying liar that haven't read your own book, which is why we're doing this right now. Everybody sees right now how bad this looks for you. And so I'm tired of doing it. It's 8 o'clock now. I'm going to have some, I don't know. I'm going to have some maybe like actual fruitful discussions with real adults. You're not one. And I guess I'm a little bit tired of you just lying to my
Fine. Hey
face
guys,
and being a
Daniel 7,
coward.
read that.
So no one can hear you, Chris. Anyways, thanks for playing along. Thanks for demonstrating that you have no answers. Christianity is bunk. The Bible doesn't point to Jesus in even one single passage, and that the best you can do is lie like a lying liar. All right, we'll move on with that. Sorry we had to drag that one out, friends. That's on me. I didn't have to drag that one out. I drug it out. That was me. We won't do that again tonight. Yeah, the cognitive dissonance and the posturing is fucking wild, isn't it? I will never understand why these people double down and pretend like I'm the one lying while everybody is witnessing them lying through their teeth. Sorry, I did torture you, Warrior. I promise we won't do it again tonight. Carlos, thank you for sending out 5 more DZ Debate memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W. And Hammond, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, you know that some Christians tell you that they care for you, but you can notice with the way they talk internally that they're in glee that you'll be tortured for eternity. That's actually true. There's a lot of Christians that are like they're gleefully thinking about non-Christians burning for hell, burning in hell for all of eternity. It's kind of disgusting. And Hammond, again, thank you for the addition on the super chat. Says opinion on ex-cons. I don't know what an ex-con is. Guys, you gotta remember, I need full words here. I love you. I don't know any of these sayings. I mean, ex-convict? Personally, I don't trust them. Humans don't really change much. A murderer will likely murder. A rapist will grape. Nor do I trust the reformed ex-cons that say Jesus is Lord. Listen, I think everybody can change. I think I have in life. I don't think that we should judge an ex-convict on their crimes of the past, but on what we think that they're going to do in the future, Hammond. I think everybody makes mistakes. We're a product of our environment, and I don't think that we should distrust ex-convicts. Now, listen, if somebody went out and murdered 15 people, yeah, maybe you shouldn't trust that person. Don't let them date your mom. But like as a general rule, though, I think we can integrate people back to society. Hank says Ulrich may be a belligerent weirdo with an eggplant obsession, but somehow Chris is more obnoxious. Way to rep for Christ, lads. I know. The belligerency is actually a little bit fun, but the constant lying on behalf of Chris was wild. It's been a long time since I've seen somebody double down so much on their lies. He might take an award. In fact, before I forget, I need to type in on my to clip list, Chrismo. And for the clip note, I'm just going to say lying liar on Daniel. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, very good. He's on the list. He'll get clipped eventually. But yeah, Maximilian, great to see you, my friend. Says, fuck me, man. Where do you find the patience? Rock hard for Justin. Well, thank you, Maximilian. I gotta be honest, there are some days I don't have the patience, but it's almost become like a game to me some days, to be fair. That, thank you for the super chat, though. Bitplane says, is there a word to describe what nervous, incredulous, lying laugh that these apologists use? I don't know. There needs to be in the English language. We need a word to describe when people exhibit that behavior. I just don't know what it is yet, but we need to make one. And Game Master, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says Hitchens Razor, Chrismo. What can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence. So angry he's caught, sauced, cooked, and consumed. Rock hard for Doug, sopping for Sherrod, indeed. Listen, he knew he was cooked. He just wasn't willing to admit it, which is crazy. Listen, if you know where the verse is, not a person in their right mind would know exactly where the verse is to prove you wrong and then not give it to you. That motherfucker was lying. And Joel B says, I'd love your take on Mark 7, 1 through 19. Seems like crashing out for being asked to wash up, cherry picking laws, hypocrisy like Luke 14:26, denying germ theory. All in one. What's actually going on here? So, what's really going on in Mark chapter 7 is pretty common, namely that Jesus is reiterating to the Pharisees that he doesn't care about the oral law. He does not care about the tradition of the elders. He only cares about the law of Moses. That's what's happening in Mark 7. And there's no rule in the law of Moses about washing hands. That's just strictly the case. So Jesus is actually, I think Jesus is in the right. In Mark chapter 7, he's making a bold statement saying that he doesn't care about the tradition of the elders. He only cares about what's in the law of Moses, and he's sticking to it. He does the same elsewhere. I don't have a problem with what Jesus said here, other than the fact that he obviously wasn't aware of germs. He has no idea that germs exist. He doesn't have any idea that washing your hands is good for you. So we agree there. Obviously he doesn't know germ theory, but the passage is supposed to be about the position of the law versus the position of the tradition. Jesus is not pro-tradition. He's pro-law of Moses. And Chip, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Chris Mo, every one of the 3,000 people watching this stream knows that you're lying because you could have just provided the verse and didn't. I'm ex-Catholic, and I know you're 100% lying. Indeed. Indeed, that is the case. Well, we'll give him at least 1 point. In his very specific Catholic Douay-Rheims Bible, there is a 13th chapter, but in others, there is not. They're just referred to as the additions to Daniel. That being said, nothing about a lamb in there. P, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I was so excited for my first live, but I can't do this anymore. Take my money and have fun. I'm sorry, P. Not every call's like that, P. It's just that sometimes I have to torture somebody because they're being an asshat. That was one of those occasions. I apologize. Simon, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, here's 20 for support, man. Hearing that Knave's laugh is more than unbearable. Just gotta love that typical Christian gaslighting. The gaslighting is legit. And he didn't even think about it. He was gaslighting like he does it all day, every day, because I know he does. Maximilian says, I nearly gave up on Shizmo, but had another crack and prayed to Doug, and then it was over. Indeed. You know I wouldn't keep him on forever. He was going to cave and obfuscate forever. Maximilian, thank you so much for staying, and thank you for the additional super chat. I appreciate that. I got 2 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Phil, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, every time I think I kind of miss my life before going to church Bible studies, I click DZ and hear crap Christian BS lying about Bible and Daniel. Thanks be to Doug for reminding me just to read aloud. Indeed, you don't need any of the lies, the gaslighting, or the apologetics. Just read it for yourself, and you know what's in it. And Reverend Nate, last super chat for now, says it's actually pronounced ball teaser. That's what it was. Ball teaser. He was some sort of massage therapist. You'll have to believe me, bro. It's in one of a kind Bible from 1782. Trust me, bro. That's it. The trust me, bro makes it true. I forgot about that. Just trust me, bro makes it true. Okay, let's grab our next guest. Thank you for your patience, friends. Some calls are laborious. It just, that's the nature of the beast sometimes. All right, we're going to bring in Silly, and then we're also going to bring in Dalton. Dalton turned out he was able to make it. We're going to grab both of them. Welcome in, Dalton.
Hey, bud.
We're also
just
waiting.
Needed to distract my mind for a little bit, so here I am.
I get it. We're still waiting for Stillness Canada, Stillness CA, or whatever the name is, to load up. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen where you can join tiny.cc/DZ guest. We've got like a ton of people in here watching. I got 17,000 on the horizontal stream, and we've got at least another couple thousand on the vertical stream, I'm sure. We've got 5,000 on the vertical stream. So we've got well over 2,000 people watching. Yet for some reason, there's no Christians calling in. Are they afraid? Are they afraid to call in? And they just dropped, so they're not going to call in. So apparently they're too afraid to call in. Anyways, we'll grab our next guest then, and that's fine. No, they just dropped. Okay, well, I guess we won't call in our next guest.
Am I that terrifying?
That's what it is. That's what it is. Well, let me do this then. We'll get a new guest in here in just a minute. Let me grab a couple of super chats so we don't get too backed up on the super chats. And guys, look, the kitties are awake. The kittens. This is why it made the kitten cam. How cute are they? Hey, babies. How you doing, honey? Careful. You don't want to jump from... Okay. That was a big jump. I know it's a big jump. Gotta be careful, baby. Anyways, they're just the fucking cutest thing ever. Who doesn't love kittens? I'm concerned when people don't love kittens. Okay, we'll get our next guest in here. We'll try to have a little excitement. I gotta move Dalton's icon real quick though. There we go. All right, let's get Abba into the conversation. Should be interesting. Welcome in, Abba. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Abba? Abba? Can you hear Abba? I think your connection's really bad, Abba, is what I'm thinking. And he gone. Daddy forehead. All gone. Oh well. Kittens are tired. They've been sleeping all afternoon.
Daniel in the comments saying, oh, he's definitely over 18.
Yeah, I think he is. Also, Dalton, your mic is crazy loud. It's like blowing my ears out.
Oh yeah, 1 second. Let me just turn that down. How's that?
I still hear a lot of background noise. It's just really hot. It's a really hot mic. That's a little bit better. All right, we're going to try to get Abba in here again. Abba, I think your connection's really slow. You might want to consider turning off your video camera and just leave your voice on.
Okay.
Abba?
Better? Yes.
That's a little bit better. Also, Dalton, there's a lot of background noise on your mic.
Not my real name, but...
There we go. Okay, so Abba, what do you want to be called?
That's Luke, I suppose. No real name. I just do that for the online.
Luke's fine. Luke, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
No, I don't believe in God, and yes, I'm 18.
Oh, okay. Well, we're just talking to...
Is it alright to have a question?
We're just talking to people that believe in God. Thank you for being on the right side of reality. We do appreciate that. And it looks like we got another guest loaded up. We're going to grab Michael from the queue here and keep the conversation rolling. Michael, we're going to pull you in here just a second. There you go. Now you're up. Michael, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm over 18. Yeah, I mean, kind of in the middle. I was raised Christian my whole life with my family, and then I moved away from it. And then I came back to it in the sense that, I still pray to God, whether or not there is a God. I really don't know. I can never prove that. I don't think anyone will ever be able to prove that. But
Okay.
I think believing in God is less of a risk than not.
Well, it's not a risk.
There isn't.
You don't get to choose what you believe. Like, I can't choose to believe in God. Like, you can't choose to not believe in God.
Yeah, you can. That's how it works.
Oh, no, you can't. That's not how it works at all. You're either convinced that God exists or you're not.
I believe that there definitely is a higher power, whether that's the universe or God.
Well, no, we know
whether
that.
there's
You've
an
already said
actual
that.
God.
But what I'm saying is that you didn't choose that. You're just convinced of it. Like, you can't choose
Yeah,
what
definitely.
you
I
believe.
mean, I was raised that way. Yeah, I was definitely raised that way. I have a,
Right. So, like, talking about it like it's a wager is a useless thing because you can't choose what you believe. Like, and again, Jesus isn't interested and people just merely choosing them as like fire insurance, you would end up in the fire anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior is fundamentally the how they speak of it at church and anywhere else is like the way to get to heaven or the way to get, mercy when you die and not wind up in hell. So I would look at it as even if you know i- if you don't believe in God and there is a hell and you don't accept him as Christ, that's less of a accept him as, your heavenly Father. That's less of a risk
Well,
than
you can't accept
not
something you
believing
don't
in God.
believe. It doesn't matter. The risk versus reward is silly. It doesn't matter. You can't accept something you don't believe in. Like I don't believe that the sky carcass died for my sins, so it's a meaningless proposition to me. I can't force myself to believe it.
And I could see your part of the I could see your argument in that, and I understand where you're coming from. And I'm sure you're right. I really don't know. I can never say that I fully know that there is a God. Sorry, I'm in the middle of working right now. I just wanted to say that to you
Okay. Well, we've all
because
heard
that's
Pascal's
just how my
wager.
viewpoint is.
Yeah, we all know Pascal's wager. It's just not a meaningful thing to us because you can't, like, your belief is not something that you can wager because you can't control what you believe. You're either convinced of something or you're not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I've heard of people that didn't believe in God, and then one day some miraculous thing happened, and now they do. And then I've heard of people that Christian their whole life and came to the
Mm-hmm.
conclusion that there is no God and all the chaos in the world. There's no way that there could be a God because of the chaos going on this planet.
Well, even if I believed in God, why would I believe in the Christian God? The Christian God is like the least likely version of God.
I could totally see that point of view too. It's not as old as some other religions.
Well, the age is irrelevant to whether or not it's true. Like the validity of Christianity wasn't different when it was 100 years old versus when it was 2,000 years old. It's just not true at any time period.
Okay.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I can
Like,
see your point.
yeah. So, like, what would be a good reason why I would conclude that Christianity is true?
You don't. It's a faith thing. Honestly, it's just having faith. I think that's how most religions work. Is you just have faith in it because nobody can prove that there is a God.
Sure, yeah, but do Muslims
Um,
have faith in their God?
I believe so.
Sure. And do Hindus have
They,
faith in their pantheon?
I would guess yes.
Okay. So does that mean then that faith can lead you to believe things that are not true?
Absolutely.
Sure.
I mean,
So
it's
then how would I determine if your faith in Jesus led you to something true or false?
I really don't know. I mean, like, for all we know, there is no God, or for all we know, that all religions that talk about God are talking about the same God, and the small g's are smaller gods, like they talk in the Bible. I mean, or there's many gods, or absolutely no gods, and we're all just going to die, and it's going to be black, and I can accept that. I'm
I
not so
mean,
hung up on the idea that
it
like I
sounds like
said,
you don't
I'm
it sounds like you don't really have a good reason to believe what you believe.
absolutely not. It's really just a faith, and I think it stems from my upbringing and being raised Christian, the fear of going to hell. Um, it's a
But
Well,
battle I
acknowledge
battle in my head.
well, acknowledging it is the first step.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you. Um, I think a lot of it just stems from like child. I wouldn't say abuse, but the thought as a child of going to hell is like probably one of the most terrifying things to grasp with. And I honestly derive my religious.
where'd he go? Michael, we lost your audio. Michael?
I think God was a bit embarrassed.
It's a shame. Michael was actually being a little bit honest, you know, unlike Chris. Oh, he dropped. I think he lost reception. Oh well. We'll move on to our next guest. Let me grab just a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Space Lord, good to see you. Says a windstorm blew away 25% of my roof last night. Oof. Dad joke. Wait. A windstorm blew away 25% of my roof last night. Oof. I love a good dad joke. Am I dumb? Am I missing the joke?
No, because I'm missing it too.
Chat, what I miss here? Oh, are we missing an R in front of roof?
Yep, there you go. Oof is roof without an
Oh,
R.
25% of roof would be a missing R. There we go. The R is missing from roof, referring to the word rather than that. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. That wasn't bad. All right, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. I just wasn't quick enough to master it right away. That's on me. But to be fair, the best dad jokes don't need explaining. That being said, that wasn't a terrible dad joke. The lack of understanding was on my part there. The 25% that was missing was in the word, not in the actual roof. So we'll give it to you. Thank you, Space Lord. I'll do better. Steve says, which level of hell is being a Browns fan? Clearly the deepest, darkest level of hell is where you'll find the Browns fans. And we're in it right fucking now. It's horrific. And you don't even need fire. In fact, it might be better. It might actually be exciting to watch a game if they at least let you on fire. I don't know. It's embarrassing. And Tim London says, nobody embodied the horizontal and the vertical as perfectly as Doug's prophet. Huge grace. Peace be upon her. Well, shit. Yeah, peace be upon huge grace. Definitely, I thought Grace was a prophetess, though. Am I wrong? I didn't know Grace was a prophet. I thought Grace was a prophetess. I could be wrong about the story of huge grace, but I was pretty sure that huge grace was described as a prophetess, not a prophet. Either way, let me know. Let me know if I need to correct my my theology, and we'll find out, friends. And also, Bendova, good to see you. Says, when are you and Planet Peterson going to host together again? I'm not sure. It just is a scheduling thing. Our schedules don't always line up. He's also on the West Coast, so it's not quite like the same scheduling wise, but we'll do what we can. And Duke says, praise Doug for protecting our sanity by silencing the stupid, the flat, the presuppositional, a miracle for all YouTube watchers to see and not hear. Indeed, that is the case. It's actually really interesting. I'm reviewing some of how they number the additions to Daniel in various Bibles that include them. In the Orthodox Bible, the additions to Daniel are tacked on to chapter 12. And there's even somehow, this has got to be a typo. I believe what they meant to say is 12:22, but on the last page of Daniel, they have it listed as Daniel chapter 22. The Orthodox Study Bible has Daniel 22 as a chapter. But anyways, it's interesting. So the Orthodox Bible includes the additions in chapter 12. Some of the Catholic Bibles include it as a standalone chapter, like chapter 13. And other Bibles, like the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible with the Catholic books, includes them as standalone books. They can't seem to agree on how they want to treat the editions. Interesting. Reverend says, Justin, take the L here. Ulrich is doing a great job undermining his belief system and needs no help from you. Plus his forehead is clearly. You know what? His forehead was clearly simply what for Sharon. I do agree. But listen, no forehead jokes. I don't throw stones in glass houses. I have one of the largest foreheads on the planet. Lockfurry says, funny how they get so mad. Shouldn't they turn their other cheek? Real Christian Ulrich. I know. They get real big mad and they lie a lot, which is wild to me that they think that we should adopt their religion because it's more moral when they're up here lying and cursing at us. And John says, sin for less than a century equals get punished forever. Justice. That's justice, right? When you make one error, you make one sin against God, and then you have to burn for eternity. iReactor says Jesus was hungover after getting hammered and nailed by the authorities for only 3 hours, according to Matthew. He was a fucking lightweight. That's why it was so easy to hang him up. He was light. And M68 says, hearkening back to the earlier debate, is it life-giving unicorn a part of the theology of Doug? Life-granting unicorn is not part of the pantheon per se, but maybe it's time to make the life-granting unicorn part of the pantheon. I think it's time. I'll get one for the shelf. Mr. Brief says, how many times did pee-pee come out of Urik's mouth? A lot. He had a lot of pee-pee on the brain. Hopefully the same amount of times that went in. Am I right? Speaking of Dahmer. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You are right. And Jeffrey, great to see you. Thank you so much for your donation, friend. I really appreciate you supporting the channel. It means a lot. And Kieran says W for seasonal sweater. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I do what I can. And Jeffrey, back at it again, says, is David Potter's book on Constantine a good read of Christianity's state and force spread through Rome? I got to be honest, Jeffrey, I've read a lot of books. I haven't read that book. So as much as it pains me to tell you, I cannot give you a recommendation on that particular book. But here's what I do know. Read it. Read it and find out what it says. The reality is, reading one of these books, whether the author is a slam dunk or not, you'll still know more than what you knew before you read the book. Remember, readers are leaders. Just go ahead and read it. It's fine. Hayden says, theology is nothing, but post hoc rationalization is a reality in an attempt to justify a God thing. That is 100% the case. And look, Asher's daughter's with us tonight. Good to see you. Asher's daughter says, hey, Justin, even with David, the real sin was unaliving Uriah. So his real punishment should have been death. And there is scripture that says his only sin was murder. David's story helped get me out. So there's a scripture in the book of Kings also refers to that the only time he disobeyed the commands of God was in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. But we know he definitely committed other sins if you just read the book. David himself admits that he's committed some sins. So, but that being, and he calls himself a sinner in the Psalms. That being said, yes, the reason why he should have died is both for adultery and for murder. Both of them are punishable by execution. And Ligmiel says, why do kings from both Judah and Israel have the same exact names nearly exactly the same time, several times from 1930 BCE to 722 BCE? It's a bunch. There's a couple of them that do have the same name. Not a bunch, I don't think. Like Joram was one of them, if I remember correctly. But yeah, there were some kings that had the same name, and that was normal. There's a lot of, just like today, like there's a lot of Johns. There's a lot of Bobs. You're going to have some crossover. It's okay. That's cultural. Ulrich is an Australian, judging by the accent, living in Mexico. Looks like South America is still pretty popular among Nazis. Greetings from Germany. That is the case, as far as I'm aware. Greetings over there. I hope that you're not dealing with any neo-Nazis over there. I'm going to grab 1, 2, 3. I got 4 more super chats, and then we'll get our next guest in here. Retired Bomb Tech, great to see you, my friend. Mistya says, Luke 19 through 27, or do you mean 1927? Is Jesus giving a command for his return, or is he making a parable, a story? Well, I think you mean Luke chapter 19, verse 27. And yes, the parable is about his return. That's why he says, bring them before me, those who did not want me to be king over them, and murder them slay them in my presence. Yes, it's about what's going to happen when he comes back. He says, also, Dalton, sorry about your loss. It's never easy when your fur babies cross that rainbow bridge.
Oh, thank you, Bomb Tech.
Yeah, that is the case. It's hard. It's hard. Our hearts go out. Bryce, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, there is no less risk in believing in the Christian God than there is in any other. If the true God is one of rationalism, judging those who don't embrace logic and skepticism, then Christians go to hell and atheists are saved. Indeed. If there's a real God and that God is rational, he wouldn't be mad at atheists for making logical inferences about the world around us. And the TR83 says, is the let him who is without sin story an example of Jesus doing away with the Mosaic law? No. First of all, Jesus didn't say anything in that story that was added hundreds of years after his death. I have no reason to believe that that is authentically Jesus. Number two, even if it was authentically Jesus, Jesus does not, I'll enforce it, say it again, he did not abrogate the law in John chapter 8. Two things happened. Number one, he said, hey, listen, if you want to follow the law of Moses in stoning this woman, you're next. Which means he was suggesting that, hey, if this is a thing you want, if this is really what you want, you make up your mind, because if that's the case, you're going to get it next. And it caused them to think maybe this isn't what we really want to do. Number two, it does also say in the law that you would want to bring the man and the woman that were caught in adultery to get stoned. So it's possible that Jesus thought that it was a ruse, that she wasn't really caught in adultery because they didn't bring the man. He might have suspected that it was made up, it was a lie, and therefore was more inclined to be like, maybe we shouldn't be stoning this woman, which is why he came up with this interesting ploy to not stone the woman, but also not violate the law of Moses. That's my read on it. And last one for now from our friend Canbest. Thank you so much, Canbest. Huge fucking W for 139 Canuck bucks. Let's get some W's for Canbest. Says, my legal name is Chris, but after that dumpster fire of a call, I'm changing it to Justin. Fuck yeah. Love it, Canbest. And I'm sorry you have to share a name with that ass hat. Good thing is you can just change it. You don't have to keep that. Thank you for being here and for supporting the stream, my friend.
The author of the adultery pericope was either a class expert in the law of Moses or absolutely ignorant of it. It's hard to tell.
See, that's my opinion. I think somebody added that, and that they were actually relatively familiar with the law more than Jesus, and they added it to the text to try to have Jesus appear like he's at least softening his stance in the law, but not abrogating it. It's a difficult one. Anyways, we've got A.TCA with us now. What should we call you?
Hello.
Yeah, how you
Hello.
doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I'm good, thank you.
What should we call you?
Well, I have two names. You can either call me Atusa, which is an ancient Persian name, or Eileen, which is my Turkish name.
Okay, which one do you prefer?
I think Eileen might be easier.
Eileen's fine. Eileen, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am actually 46 and I do not, actually, I'm not sure. I don't think I do. I believe in God. So
You might not.
yeah, at least not in the God of the Bible.
Oh, that's
You
fine.
could say
You-
She could
you
say
believe
I
in-
lean towards agnosticism.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I can say
That's
that.
pretty good.
I
That's
lean
pretty good.
towards believing. Yeah. I grew up in a Zoroastrian, Baha'i, and some Christian family. Not really religious. None of them are really practicing. So yeah,
Okay. So
that's about me.
it sounds like you kind of might still have some residual belief in like a generic God. Is that the case?
Okay. There's one funny thing, because I believe in evolution. I mean, it's not something to believe in. Evolution is the fact. But my mother is a follower of the Baha'i faith, and in the Baha'i faith, they have this prayer that they recite for 314 times while sitting facing Haifa. And I have seen crazy results from this prayer. So that's my only thing. Like,
Okay.
what they ask for, they get. And like, I don't know the words. She says that it's dangerous, like it's only for desperate situations. So that's my only thing, that I'm leaning towards believing in something. I'm not sure if it's God. I don't know what it is, but yeah, that's the only thing. But aside from that, really, no, nothing else can convince me to believe in God.
So, I mean, to be fair, I do think like if you're someone who's praying and the prayers come true, man, that is convincing stuff. I really understand that. However, as somebody who was in the faith before and felt like my prayers were answered, here's my impression of the situation. I think a lot of people pray for stuff that is likely to happen anyways, and then when it happens, they kind of credit their God. But if I prayed for something very specific, like if I said, listen, I'm going to pray right now, like God, I'm going to pray right now that somebody shows up on my doorstep tomorrow with my with my $1,000 check that nobody was supposed to send me, so that and with a specific dollar amount, so I know that it's from you. That'd be really convincing. But I've said, listen, I'm sick and I need to get better, and then I get better. I don't find that convincing, right? So, like, is there anything very specific that was like super unlikely to
Yes.
come true that they prayed for?
Yes.
Like what?
About 2 years ago, a family friend's dog was stolen in Tehran,
Mhm.
in Iran. And there was no way, like, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. So my mother did the prayers for them. And she said that a boy will call you.
Mhm.
And a boy did see the post, and they posted about the dog all over social media. And actually, a boy did call them within 48 hours, and he
I
said
mean,
that actually the man who stole the dog was his uncle. So
I
they were able
mean,
to find the dog.
that's a 50-50
It
chance. Like if the
could
first of
be,
all,
yeah, could be.
if you hang up
Yes.
posters, if you hang up posters, it's either going to be a boy or a girl, which means it's like a 50-50
But it's
chance,
in
right?
Tehran. Like it's a huge city with
Yeah.
over 14 million people. So finding a dog in Tehran is really like finding a needle in a haystack. So
Well, not if
yeah,
you
that
put
was one of
posters
the
out.
things.
If you put posters out, someone's going to be like, "Hey, I recognize that dog."
All over Facebook, all over Instagram,
Mhm.
all over TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I don't find that to be convincing at all because like it seems like that's the most likely result.
Yeah, she thinks it's very like she really truly believes in the Baha'i faith. I know it's an Abrahamic religion, and they've been prosecuted from the get go. They really do pray towards their monument in Haifa. I'm sure you know about the Baha'i faith.
I actually am not too familiar with it. I've been meaning to get more in tune with some of the Eastern faiths that we don't get to hear
It,
a lot about, but unfortunately, I have to admit that I'm not too versed in it.
so
Basically,
whatever Islam is, Baha'i faith isn't. Like
y-
it's very. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's very modern. It's like it's all about women's rights. I would say, like in comparison to other religions, like there is a huge emphasis on women's education. So when you meet men who were raised in the Baha'i faith, they can't really wrap their head around patriarchy. Like they don't
Mhm.
understand it.
You
So
mean
that's why
matriarchy?
they're being prosecuted. Yeah.
Is it a
Sorry,
matriarchal
excuse my
or
accent.
patriarchal religion?
I wouldn't say that it's matriarchal 100%.
Like
Yeah.
egalitarian,
They
maybe?
do have, yeah, yeah,
Oh yeah,
because
I love that.
there's still a bit of a problem with it, but in comparison to other religions, really, like women are free to do pretty much whatever they want to do.
Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you like is anyone going to be like lit on fire for all of eternity if they sin?
No, there's no heaven is light, hell is sadness. Like hell is being away from God, heaven is being close to God after you die. It's
Hmm.
not a physical thing. It's not like heaven and hell in Islam and Christianity.
Hmm. Yeah, so no one's getting tortured for all of eternity then.
No, nobody's getting tortured.
It doesn't sound all that
You
bad.
just don't won't hear the divine music. You won't see the divine light
Yeah, I
for
get
some
that.
time. It's not for eternity. So yeah, very
Okay.
easygoing. It's a very, very easygoing religion.
I mean, it sounds. I gotta be honest. It sounds pretty dope. To be fair. That being said, like I don't, I don't know if the answered prayer stories sounded all that convincing, but trust me, I do get
There's
it.
been a
Like,
few incidents of, yeah, like if my I can't say that if she did the prayers for my sister to pass her university exams, it was answered because she asked my mom to do it for her, and she passed. And so that's
so
also a 50-50 thing.
let me let me ask you
But
a
yeah,
question.
there's been other things.
Let me ask you a question real quick. So you guys pray a lot, like the way you're describing these prayer sessions. You pray for a ton of stuff, and then sometimes things come true. So
No,
my
this one is a specific prayer.
right, but my
Yeah,
assumption
it's a
is that like you guys pray for a lot of things that don't come true also.
according to my mother, anything that she prays for uses this specific prayer for, because it's a short, it's two sentences that she recites for 314 times nonstop.
Listen,
So
if
a
she
300, the number 314 is a I don't know, holy number or something like that. So she
if
says that
she
this is
prayed
only for specific occasions.
if she prayed something very specific for me and it came true, I might convert to Baha'ism. Want to test it?
You should. It's a fun. The followers of the Baha'i faith are really chill people.
I mean, it seems that way. You seem pretty chill. I'm having a good time.
Well, thank
Okay,
you.
so let me think real quick. So we'll pray for something really easy. Let's
But it has
just
to be
do.
desperate.
Has to be what?
It's for desperate situations. If it's for
Desperate
desperate situations
situations.
only. Yeah.
Huh. Desperate situations only. Dalton just lost his family dog. Can we pray that it get resurrected?
No,
Oh yeah,
it's
that
not
would
for
that would actually
impossible
be
things. But
miraculous.
it's not for impossible situations. It's for
Fuck.
desperate situations.
Dalton and all would be we'd be live streaming tomorrow saying Baha'i faith is true, prove us wrong.
Well, I can't. Maybe other people can prove it wrong. To be honest with you, I don't know much about it. I
Mhm.
just grew up with them. My father wasn't a big fan of religion, so he really didn't allow religion.
Do
So
you
Yeah.
find it in the least bit suspicious that the things which you are able to pray for and which come to pass are things which could just happen naturally on their own?
maybe I have to ask her. I will ask her tonight what other incidents she has prayed for, and the problem was resolved.
Yeah.
Because my grandmother was swearing on this prayer too. Like,
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Is there one or multiple gods in Baha'i?
one God, the same God of Abraham.
Gotcha. It's part of the Abrahamic faith. Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
is the God then of the Baha'i faith having like omni properties, like all good, all loving, things like that?
Supposed to be, yeah.
Okay, good. I think
Yeah,
we
it's a
get
very
somewhere.
kind God. It's not the
Mhm.
God it's punishing people. That's why, like, in the Baha'i religion being part of Abrahamic religions, it doesn't really make any sense because the way they talk about God is not the same God.
Mhm.
It's not the same God as Abraham's God.
Mhm.
Because
So
I'm sorry, but the way the Bible, especially the Old Testament, portrays God, it's just an awful. It's a narcissistic man. That's what
agreed.
I see.
So then the God that you believe in is all good, all powerful, and all knowing, I assume, right?
Yes, they say it's
Okay,
closer to you than you are to yourself.
great. And did it create everything?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that a God with the omni properties is in fact incompatible with the world around us, namely the fact that the world has so much unnecessary and gratuitous suffering. My favorite example is usually natural disasters. Why would a God create a habitat for humans and then in it have natural disasters which randomly kill around 100,000 people a year on average, sometimes even more?
Exactly. But the Baha'is believe that it's part of life. Oh, by the way, the Baha'i faith believes in evolution, but they say
Sure,
God is behind it. Yes.
sure,
They believe that God
but
is behind this. Yes.
but does God want humans to suffer?
Um, that's a question I have to ask my mother. So I think from what I remember is pretty much, yeah, it's part of life. It's Earth
But
does what Earth does.
but does God want those? Like, so there was what, like 200,000 people that died in the Haitian was it 200 or 100,000 people that died in the Haitian earthquake in 2010? I think it was
It was
a
2000.
yeah.
Yeah.
So does God want that kind of stuff to happen?
Um, Apparently not, but it's just what Earth does. So Earth is responsible for it, not God, based on their logic. If I'm remembering correctly, don't quote me on that.
Perfect.
But
Okay.
I think that's what they say, that
Does God
Earth does
have
what Earth does.
the power to make the natural disasters stop?
Apparently, yeah.
Right. So if God has the power to end the unnecessary suffering and then he chooses not to, then what's more likely? That this God doesn't exist, or that maybe he lacks one of the omni properties? Maybe the God isn't all good, or maybe it's not all powerful, or maybe it's not really all knowing. Maybe it can't see the future.
It's all of the. As I said, I'm not a believer myself, so the only thing I have that I just look at how the Baha'is live their lives,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, based on that, I'm like, is there a possibility that maybe the God they believe in is a different God from God of Abraham, but they say that they do believe in God of Abraham?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm
Yeah,
suggesting here is perhaps like the God, like if there's a God that exists, it certainly couldn't be the omni God because it doesn't it's not coherent with the facts of the universe. Like if there's an omni God that's benevolent, it would not create a universe that insists on untold amounts of horror. Or like the
exactly.
nonsense of like survival. Like it takes a huge amount of effort just to get clean drinking water. 97% of all the water on earth is poisonous to drink, and even when we have access to clean drinking water, quite often it's like contaminated. It's got all kinds of contamination and it's quite arduous to filtrate it,
Yeah, I agree with that.
right? But
I
do you
just
think that
wanted to say something
yeah.
else before I go. Sorry, sorry, I
No, it's
gotta
fine.
take my dogs out. I just want to say, I have read the Bible before multiple times, but I'm reading it again. But this time, like I'm really, really paying attention to it,
Yeah.
and to me, it's just laughable
Hmm.
that today's people believe that the Bible is a divine book and the
Hmm.
Word of God. It just doesn't make. I heard the story of Noah when I was 6 years old. I saw my sister was wrapping presents for Persian New Year, and it was the theme of the wrapping paper was Noah's Ark, and she explained to me what it was, and I laughed because to me at 6 years old, it the idea of a man building a boat, putting animals on it for 370 days, it doesn't make any sense. So if it doesn't make any sense to a 6 year old, how is it that people still believe that story of Noah actually happened? Like I just don't understand what's wrong with these people. Like how can you believe that the Old Testament is actually word of God or a divine book?
Yeah.
It's laughable to me.
I'm with you. And I'll say one more thing before you leave. I'll make it really short. If we think that the Abrahamic God is kind of nonsensical, then I think that what that means is any religion that is rooted in the Abrahamic God is on a no foundation at all. If you have a religion that's rooted in the Abrahamic God and the original documents of the Abrahamic God are silly, that means all of the branches of the Abrahamic religions are just as
Exactly.
silly,
Yeah. If the source is wrong, so is the rest.
right? Yeah. Listen, it was great
It was,
talking to you. I really enjoy hearing
thank you
people
so
that
much.
are in one of like the non-standard Western religions because I always love to learn about what you actually believe and to be able to engage with it. And we appreciate you coming up here and being kind.
Thank you very much. It was really nice talking to you.
You too. Cheers, friend.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye bye.
What a delightful person.
For
It's
everyone who
a
doesn't know of the Baha'i faith, the most famous member of the Baha'i faith is Rainn Wilson, who played
oh, that's
Dwight on The
right.
Office.
I forgot about that. I think you told me that, didn't you?
I sure did.
Yeah. Let me grab a couple super chats. We're gonna get our next guest up in here. It's gonna be Baltachi89, which we've never spoken to yet. Scott, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I was a police detective for 25 years and I interviewed many sociopaths and narcissists. Chris displays the same behavior, evades, changes the subject, smug, superior, lying with a smile, and praises you. Yes, you nailed it, Scott. A lot of these people are either covert or just straight up malignant narcissists. And they don't have the ability of self reflection at all. They don't even know how silly they look when they're on a screen lying in front of thousands of people. And Dr. Joe, great to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. It says, for laughing when lying, displaying an emotion effect that is inconsistent with the situation, laughing when the context is serious, is referred to as an inappropriate affect. I didn't think about that, Dr. Joe, but that is the case. We are in a very serious dialogue and he was escaping it, and his behavior did not match what was actually happening in real life because the dude's acting, he's pretending, he's projecting, he's lying. He has no idea where he's at. He's concussed. And Adele, great to see you, my friend. I hope that you're doing well. Says I've spent the last 2 days with Rock Hard for Doug. Glad to hear it. I hope he's doing well as well. And his super evangelical Christian family. I apologize about that. We've talked about that before. I'm hiding in plain sight from them with you in my AirPods. I think I'll tell them it's Bible study. Please do. Tell them we were studying the book of Daniel, Adele. And I'm sure they'll love it. Oh, Christians love the book of Daniel. It's amazing. And House says, just logged into a super kitten cam stream with some dude talking on the background. Yay. Yeah, we added the kitten cam. Who doesn't love kittens? I've got one kitten snoozing right there on the cat tree. I've got one taking a nap, whispering all the answers in my ear. It's delightful. And William, good to see you, my friend, says, I was going to call in and give you the debate of your life until Charismo deconverted me. Now I'm on the lamb from the lamb. Unbelievable joke. I appreciate that. Getting way too hard, continuing doubting Doug. Never doubt Doug. William, we know you're joking. You would never doubt Doug's hardness. We know you're rock hard for Doug too. And pretzel flavored word salad is a fucking amazing name. It says the first divine miracle was gaslighting. God created the earth mature, trees with rings, stars mid-shine, fossils pre-buried. So he forged a fake history so realistic it convinced his own followers. Yes, he forged a fake history so convincing that even most Christians believe that the universe is billions of years old and evolution is true. And retired bomb tech again, good to see you. Says if you haven't seen it yet, watch the clips with kittens destroying Wagyu steak with heavy metal playing in the background. Holy shit, sounds amazing. Adorable and badass at the same time. Much respect. I would love to see Kitten Jam. Also, for those who are old enough, please tell me you know about the all-female rock band called Kitty. They are fucking amazing. If you're old enough to know the time frame that Kitty played music at a top tier level and you don't know Kitty, you've missed out. You didn't really live at the right time. Mr. Vikings fan 84 says, thanks for doing God's work. Well, thank you, Mr. Vikings fan. I appreciate that. And Drew, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge, my friend. Says, or maybe God has no omni properties at all and simply doesn't care. Drew, I think that's the case. I don't think he has omni properties at all. And I think the oldest text about God never painted them with the omni properties. Those were added much later by like Greek philosophy. And Drew, again, thank you so much, Drew. That's fucking huge. Let's get some W's for Drew in the chat. Holy shit. It says tithes for the cat gods who have omni-purring properties. Indeed. Tell me that this cat is not omni-purring. Listen, he might not be purring because he's dead asleep. He's wheezing because he's breathing against my neck. No purring right now. Wait till he'll wake up. You'll get some purring, friends. I promise. Anyways, let's get our next guest in the queue. If you don't love cats, I have concerns. I get it. It's not for everybody, but they're cute. They're really cute. All right, let me grab Baltachi here, and we're going to keep the conversations rolling. Welcome in, Ball. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I do believe in God, and I am 36.
36, fantastic. And which God in particular do you believe in?
I mean, I guess it would be the Abrahamic God, but in a lot of ways I believe in gods of most religions. I'm just most familiar with the Abrahamic God, so yeah.
Okay, so do you believe in one God or many?
I believe in one God.
Gotcha, just making sure. So you would say you believe specifically in the Abrahamic variety, and you think the Abrahamic God is the same between
That's
the
true,
Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Does it include Jesus as a God or more of like a prophet?
I mean, okay, could I state my idea of what I think God is?
Sure, that's what I'm trying to find out.
The Christian idea. I mean, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not, whatever. You guys make up your own mind. But my idea would be that God the Father is almost like structure, right? And it's
Hmm.
always there in every context. And then Jesus would be the truth within the structure, and then the Holy Spirit would be the thing that lets you accept the truth.
What do you think structure is?
I mean, structure is what we're living in, right? I would say it's reality. I would say that, when you make a video game, you make a structure, right? Or when you make anything, you make
Are
a structure. So
are
I would say that
structures all sentient?
I don't know if it has to be sentient in order to exist.
Well, I'm not talking about
Sentient in the way,
existence. Like
like sentient the way.
we
Yes,
agree that things exist. We're trying to figure out why you think God is a structure.
right, right. Well, I mean, I could get into why I believe this is so, I guess.
Hmm.
So I would say that the reason that I think it exists is because I feel like being good in general, right?
Hmm.
Generally is good. And if everybody did this, then things would work out. And our universe is built in such a way that in most situations, right? If you were good and I were good and we were going through something, then things would work out. And I mean
Yeah,
good
but
as
we're
in on.
buddy, we're talking about why you think God is a structure.
Well, what I'm saying is what would make the universe in such a way that that would be a fact?
What is a
What would make
fact? I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
what I mean is that, well, do you believe that being good is is real in the sense that, like, you're being good for a purpose and not just because you feel that way?
I mean, do I as a human being have morals?
Yes,
Yeah, but they're subjective. Like I determined what I think is moral and isn't
sure.
moral,
Me
right?
too, of course.
But what does that have to do with God?
Well, if there is an ultimate morality, almost like a layer of, you would call it an evolutionary pressure,
Yeah, I
right?
agree. It's
So,
our morals are developed via evolution. So again, I don't know what this has to do with
but
God, and I,
why?
I don't I don't think that they're universal because the adaptation allowed us to survive better as a species. We're a social species. As a social species, you develop behaviors that allow you to survive. Like we shouldn't kill each other. Yeah, the species that killed each other died off. They don't exist anymore
Why?
because
Well,
they're
that's, I
dead.
guess,
That's how that works. Yeah.
I understand. I understand that. I understand that they die, but that's what I'm saying is what makes the universe in such a way where that's not the case?
That
Why
is the
can't I just,
case.
well, no, well, being bad, let's say. Like if I want to just, like, say, take advantage of you and everybody I see, what makes it the case that it doesn't work in the long run?
Because you die. Like I don't know if you know this. Like the people
But
that
I
are
understand.
alive are the people who haven't
Right.
been killed yet or haven't died yet. So
Right.
that's the case. So the reality is when you engage in harmful behaviors, you don't live anymore or you don't spread your
I
seed, you
agree.
don't have offspring, and
Right.
therefore the people who do have the good behaviors reproduce better, longer, and more importantly in higher numbers, and then they're the ones that are dominant in culture. Sometimes they become
What's
like.
interesting, sorry to interrupt. What's interesting about what you said is I agree, but I would say that truthful is more important than being good in the context of morality. So the
But
person that
we don't
acts the
believe in
most
objective
truth,
morals, do you?
I I do believe in objective morals.
Why? Where do they come from?
I would say God.
That's subjective morals. Subjective morals are morals that come from a mind. Do you believe they come from God's mind?
Ooh, okay, I mean, well, I don't believe that God is a mind in the sense that you are a mind and I am a mind.
So
I
does
would say
God
that it's
think?
the structure of reality. God the Father.
Yeah, does he think?
I don't know if he needs to think. It
So
just
God has
is.
no thoughts.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't
So
know if
then
it's.
God has no free will then. If God has no thoughts, that means he can't make decisions, and if he can't make decisions, he has no free will.
I agree with what you're saying. I'm not saying that it's a God that changes stuff,
Then I guess I'm confused
but
about what we disagree on because you seem right. I mean, right now you're agreeing that you don't believe in objective morals.
I agree that I don't believe in miracles in such a way that God came down and changed stuff. I believe that
I
our
didn't. I didn't.
ancestors
I didn't
were
ask about
attuned.
miracles. I said morals. Morals, not miracles.
Well, we both agree that morals exist, or no?
Yeah, but no, I don't think that objective morals exist, man. Why would I believe that?
You don't think that there is a moral way that you can act that is ultimately right?
I'm referring to objective morals. Why would I
Like
believe
a
that
decision,
objective
like a
morals exist?
what I'm saying. What do you mean by objective morals? Like somebody's putting a structure down on top of you and saying that this is what morals should be?
Yeah, objective morals means they exist independent of anyone's mind.
Yeah, I believe that morals exist independent of anybody's mind. Yes.
Right. And what's the evidence that that is true?
The evidence that that is true is that when you act more morally, generally speaking, you succeed better over
I
time.
know.
And the
It has
more,
nothing to do with objective morals and everything to do with evolution.
well, I feel like we evolved in such a way that, and we keep evolving in such a way
Hmm.
because we see this as a fact.
It's not listen, it's a fact, but it has nothing to do with objective morals. Something being true, like exhibiting behavior that is good for the group, that being true has nothing to do with whether or not morals are objective.
Well, then I don't know why you would bring it up as an argument. I feel like if there
Bring what
is
up as
a
an
moral
argument?
way,
You did. You're the one that brought up morals, not me. I'm demonstrating to you that you believe in some weird objective morals, but you can't demonstrate that objective morals actually exist.
well, because I don't know what true morals are. I'm only who I am, and I only
Well,
feel
then,
what
what's the
the
point
life
in
that
even
I've lived.
believing in objective morals if you don't even know what the objective morals are?
Because I could see evidence for the fact that when I act more morally, I succeed better,
It has nothing to
and
do with
so do.
objective morals. Again, objective morals are a specific type of morals that have an independent ontology. They don't exist because anybody created them with their mind. They exist transcendentally.
What I'm saying is, I don't really see a difference between subjective morals and objective morals, right? I see God as a
What?
structure.
Do you not
I
know what
just
those
told you.
words mean?
But I understand what they mean. You're saying that there's
I
somebody that
no,
you're saying
you
that there's somebody
clearly
that
don't
willed it
know
this way.
what the words mean if you think they're the same thing. When we say that morals are objective, we mean that they exist independent of any mind. Subjective morals are specifically morals that are determined by a mind. They are mind dependent, which
I
means
would
objective morals and subjective morals are diametrically opposed to each other.
Okay, so then I would say that s- objective morals are true and very, very difficult to understand, and subjective morals are the way that most people live their lives.
Right? Well, you can't demonstrate that objective morals exist, which is what we're trying to do. What's the evidence that morals exist independent of anyone's mind?
The fact that if they follow these morals, generally speaking, they succeed better.
I don't know why you keep bringing that same bad talking point. Every time you say it, I'm going to give you the same response, which is that has nothing to do with whether or not they're objective. It only deals with whether or not it's effective.
Right, I agree with
Something
that.
being effective has nothing to do
Why
with
is
whether
it
or not
effective?
it has objectiveness.
I mean, I do agree with that, but what I'm saying is what makes it effective and what makes the universe built in such a way where it is effective.
That's what you haven't demonstrated yet. We're asking you for the evidence that the
But we both
effectiveness
agree on
is
that, don't we?
rooted in objectivity. That's what you can't do yet.
But what I'm saying is, you don't agree with that? Do you not agree that when
Obviously,
you
I don't agree that some morals are effective because they're objective. They're effective because we've tested them and we determined that they're effective. What does that have to do with proving that they're objective?
doesn't that make them objective?
No, that's not what objective means. Objective morals are morals that exist independent of anyone's mind.
That means we tested them and we
No,
saw that.
that's not what that means. You don't, you, I don't know how many times I can say this. Something being objective doesn't mean that like it's more true than something else or it's more effective than something else. It means that it has an independent existence that is not dependent on anybody's mind.
I guess I just don't see your argument in this. I just don't
That it
see
sounds
why
like you
that's.
don't understand how words work. Objective
Well,
morals are morals that exist. Nobody ever had to think of them. Nobody ever had to invent them. They just have an independent existence in the universe, and we just get to discover them. But
right.
that's what
Okay.
you can't demonstrate. You can't demonstrate that they are, in fact, objective. You just want them to be objective.
Well, no, I can demonstrate that they're effective through time.
No, I didn't say effective. I said objective.
So basically, your argument is that since we don't know at any moment what is the absolute right thing to do, there is no God.
No, it's not even remotely what I said. What I'm saying is that you're making an argument for God based on the existence of objective morals, but you can't substantiate that objective morals exist. And even in your worldview, you would have to admit that they're subjective. They're subjective to the mind of God, meaning
To
God
me, yeah,
created the morals. No, they're not objective to you. You can't be
they're
objective to.
subjective to me.
They can't. There can't be. You can't have morals that are part subjective and part objective. They're either one or the other. So you can't say that they're
Well,
objective to you and they're subjective to God. That's not how that works.
why not? Because
Because
I'm
then
not
they're
always
still
right.
subjective. We're not asking about your perspective. We're asking about the ontological status of something.
What I'm saying is, if every single person acted completely moral every
That
single time,
we don't
then
care.
everybody would be better
Nobody
off.
cares about the effectiveness. That has nothing to do. There's nothing linking the effectiveness of something to whether or not it has an independent existence.
How does science work? Isn't that how
Science
science works?
science doesn't work that way. No, the effectiveness of something has nothing to do with its source. Like
Well, how can,
if I found the most amazing Christmas presents under my tree, it does nothing to validate that Santa Claus brought them. The
I agree with
effectiveness of
that.
something has literally nothing to do with its source. Right now, we're
Right.
determining what is the source. Is the source objective or is the source subjective? And how do you determine that something is objective? This is where you would need either a theological
So,
argument that we can test or a metaphysical argument.
well, I mean, would you agree that the society that acts more moral generally does better?
Yes, and it says nothing to
Okay.
do about whether or not those morals are objective.
How?
Because objective means that they have an independent source that is not reliant on a mind. That's what the word objective means.
Yeah, but on my mind, like I could believe anything I want. The society that doesn't act moral could believe anything they want,
We're not
and
asking about
it,
beliefs. We're asking about how something has existence. Do morals exist independent of anybody's mind? Yes or no?
yes.
Prove it. That's what we're waiting for you to prove.
I mean, I would say that the proof is through time. Like, you prove it through time.
No,
So
you
the
don't.
society that acts more moral generally does better.
That's called
And moral
effectiveness.
means it's
It
more in
doesn't
tune
say
with the truth.
anything about where it comes from. The effectiveness of something doesn't say dick about its source. Try again.
doesn't say anything about its source, I don't see how that makes any sense. I would say
Something
that.
being effective doesn't tell you anything about where it comes from. You'll listen, every time you say that it's effective, I will repeat this same talking point. How many rides on this merry-go-round do you want to go on? Because I'll do it all night long. I've got till midnight.
Sure. I mean, I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know. I just can't see it any other way. I just can't see it any other way. I would say that since that like if a society chooses to be more moral than another society, right?
Yeah, they're
It
more
generally
effective.
does
We
their
agree. Again, it doesn't fucking mean dick about the source of the
why? But what I'm
morals.
saying is why?
We're asking you to establish the link between effectiveness and source, and you haven't done it. Why does something being effective dictate where it comes from?
Because it's the structure. I would say that God the Father
That's
is
what
the
you're trying
structure.
to prove. Now you've demonstrated a circular argument. You're saying because God created it, that makes it objective. That's the you can't use the objective
Well,
morals to prove God by claiming that they're
well,
objective because of God. That's a circular argument. That's like
what I'm
saying I
saying,
know that Santa Claus is real because I found presents under my tree that come from Santa saying that they came from Santa. It's a circular argument. There's no actual argument to be had there.
well, I never mentioned Santa or
I
presents
did.
that were
It's an
there.
analogy for how bad your argument is. Like
I just don't see the
you can't
analogy. What
support
I'm
your
saying is,
conclusion with your conclusion. If your conclusion is that God is real because objective morals, then you can't say that morals are objective because of God because you're supporting your conclusion with your conclusion. It becomes a circular argument, also known as begging the question.
no, what I'm saying is that our ancestors at some point were attuned to the fact that if we act
I
honestly
swear the
in what we
fucking
believe,
God,
it
if
doesn't
you
mean they
go
were
to
right.
another effectiveness argument, I'm going to cut you right now. I'm not going to do it again.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know what to
I know
say.
because every time you say it, you're wrong. Every time you say it's objective because it's effective, you're wrong every fucking time. How many times do you want to hear it?
How does science work? What I'm
Science has
saying is,
nothing to do with the
why do
ontological
you believe in
status of
evolution?
something. Science doesn't give you the ontological status of metaphysical objects
What I'm saying is, why do you believe in evolution?
because it's testable.
Right.
It has
That's what
nothing
I'm
to
saying.
do with whether or not it has ontological status. We're talking
Well,
about the
I,
source of a metaphysical concept.
what I'm saying
Evolution
is,
is not a
so
metaphysical concept. It's a scientific process that we engage in to determine where human beings and other entities evolved from. It has nothing to do with whether or not something came from a metaphysical source. If you believe in objective morals, you're making a metaphysical claim, not a science claim, which means you need to provide some kind of metaphysical argument for it. And it sounds like you don't. What you're
I'm
suggesting is that if something is effective, it must be objective, and there's no link between effectiveness and objectiveness.
what I'm saying is that it's more effective than what was before.
No one gives a
Like
fuck.
if I,
It doesn't say anything about whether or not it's from an objective source.
so basically, what you're saying is there's no proof for God other than the fact that
No,
if
I
you
didn't
do
say
good,
that. I said your argument is not proof for God. The moral argument will never be proof for God because it's circular. It's begging the question. You're assuming, first of all, that morals are objective, which, if you believe in God, they're fucking not. They come from a mind, which makes them the
so
definition of subjective, which means if they are objective, they must have an independent existence that God has to adhere to, which means now you have to abandon the omni properties of God. God is not actually the source of morals, he just has to abide by them. But if that's not true, if God isn't abiding by the objective morals, he's the source of the morals, then they're no longer objective, they're subjective, they're subject to God's mind, which means you don't believe in objective morals, which means the objective moral argument can never be proof for God.
what I'm saying is I could use the same argument against evolution then.
No, you can't. Evolution has
Yes,
nothing to
I
do
can.
with the source of morals. I mean, not in your worldview. In my worldview, they do. I can explain moral development using evolution. You can't. Wait,
How?
let me refocus. I'm sorry. Do you believe in evolution or not?
I do.
Oh yeah. Well, then in both of our worldviews, yeah, evolutionary speaking, that's the best explanation for why we have morals,
Okay.
which
Yeah,
makes them
I agree.
subjective. If we evolved as a species to learn to behave a particular way so that we can survive better, that's the definition of subjective morals. We decided using our own brains that if we behave in this particular way, we like the outcome better and we survive better. That's
Did we
subjective
decide?
morals.
What I was
Yeah,
saying is, did we actually decide, or
yeah.
did everybody that didn't get killed?
No, we decided that we don't want to get killed and we engaged in behaviors that prevented us from
Did
getting
everybody
killed.
do that?
No, some people got fucking killed. They're dead now.
Right. So what I'm
Right.
saying is
Yeah.
that
So what I'm saying is that's how we determined what we think morals should be based on what we think will serve us the best.
the people that were right or the people that were wrong,
The people that were right, people who are dead don't make
they
decisions. I don't know
decided.
if you knew that. Yeah, people who are dead don't get to make decisions.
Right. So that's my argument. So what I'm saying
You
is the
don't
people
have
that
an argument.
decided right, and there is a right.
No, you haven't. You haven't demonstrated
Well,
that. That's the link that you can't make. You're saying because something is effective that it's objective, and that isn't substantiated. I'll tell you every single fucking time. I don't care how many times you say it. I'll tell you the same thing every time. Something being effective has nothing to say about its source.
something being more effective.
It doesn't matter if it's more effective or less
It
effective. It
doesn't
says
matter.
nothing about where it comes from.
It does matter. I feel like
No,
it does
it
matter.
says nothing. You can feel all day long. I don't care. It says nothing about where it comes from.
I mean, I didn't say where it comes from other than it's a
You
structure of reality.
no, wrong again. If it's subjective, you're making a claim about its source.
I'm making a claim.
If you say that morals are objective, you are making a claim about the ontological status of the source, where it comes from.
Okay.
Objective is a description of
Yeah,
how
well,
something
me. Yeah.
exists,
Yes.
which means if it's objective, if it has objective existence, it exists independent of anybody's mind. If we decided what morals are, that means they are subjective. We created the moral with our mind. It
Are
is
you
a
sure?
subjective source, yes. That's what
Well, what I'm
words
saying
mean.
is that,
Those are the
all the
definitions
people
of
that were
words.
wrong died. Do you agree with me on that?
Agree with you on what?
That all the people that were wrong died. You said that all the
Wrong
people that
about what?
about, I guess, subjective morals.
No, I don't agree with you.
So you don't agree
the
with me that
the
the people that
status of morals has nothing to do with when somebody died. Like somebody believing that morals are subjective versus objective has nothing to do with their ability to survive in the world.
so if I feel like somebody wronged
Although
me and I kill
that
them,
statement might not be true. I think I'm talking to someone right now that lacks the ability to determine between objective and subjective, and I think one of us is probably more apt to survive in the world. I could
well,
be wrong.
I would say that my morals are subjective. I would say that the morals of
Good.
reality
We
are objective.
agree. Our morals are subjective. We agree. We can prove that. We know that morals are subjective because we fucking get to invent them using our brains. But you've not given a single piece of evidence or a good argument, like through logic, that would entail that they can exist independent of any mind. You
Well,
haven't
what
been
I'm
able to
saying,
substantiate once.
what I'm
So,
saying is that
so here's what we're
if
gonna.
I
So here's
create
what we're gonna
morals,
do. Hold on. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm getting tired of being on this miracle round, so I'm gonna give you one more chance to come up with an argument that would result in morals being objective. If you say anything about them being effective, the argument's over. Okay?
I don't understand the difference between effective and
Okay. Yeah, we know you don't. It's okay. Words are hard, difficult for some people. It is what it is. I don't know how many times I can explain it. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't drown them by force by holding them under until they stop breathing. What are you going to do? AR, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, as an atheist, is it okay to still love religious Christmas music? Yeah, I listen to it every year. It's fun. Listen, guys, you don't have to dislike Christmas, by the way. Like, it's a fucking fun holiday. Have a good time with it. I listen to all kinds of Christmas albums during the winter season. It says, I heard the bells on Christmas Day. Also, love the kitty cam. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, right now, let me change the kitty cam over because they changed positions. They're now, there we go. Kitties are now napping on the desk. They really, they enjoy the cat tree, but they really love sitting on the desk and like pawing at the screen, like when I'm talking. You know who they love? They love pawing at Forrest Valkai when Forrest is on screen. They're up there doing this. So I can only assume that they're in love with Forrest, but can you blame them? I mean, come on. Can you really? I don't think so. Herbie, great to see you, my friend, says, in all honesty, since the kitten can came on, have there been any callers? I love cats. To be fair, listen, I would call in just to see the cats. I'm just saying, I would do that. And Jennifer, good to see you, says the Iliad is about the wrath of Achilles, not about the war, and it's 100% is about honor, if not morals. It is trauma-based mind control, in my opinion. I haven't read this since I was in the 6th grade. That's how long it's been since I read either the Iliad or the Odyssey, and I don't remember much. I got to be honest. You guys remember what it was like in the 6th grade? How much attention span you probably had? I didn't have much. I was thinking about football and girls. So, like, it is what it is. I need to reread them. And Carnage, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, petition to make that guy's rendition of Bop the official intro to the stream. You know what? Let me add that to the clip. Bop. There we go. Make clip. We're going to do it, Carnage. I'm going to clip the Bop guy, and we're just gonna we need to put together an intro to the live stream. That's gonna be part of it. 100% on board with this suggestion. And Nathaniel says, when I have a belief, i.e., some religious being true, I would make ultimatums to put it to the test. How'd most apologists test their beliefs instead? Well, I don't think apologists are testing their beliefs. This is the problem, right? They're assuming that what they believe is true. And unless you can disprove it, well, it must be true. But, they don't do it with anything else in their life like that. They don't just assume something's true until you disprove it. It's just that they're a unique kind of dishonest with their religion. Cambat says Justin plus Dalton plus Doug equals dark energy. Trinity dark energy. Trinity dark energy. Thank you for that. And also Nightman cometh. Great to see you. It says, I have a friend who grew up Baha'i. I may have butchered the spelling. Interesting religion for sure. They basically believe all religions came from the same God. They did not believe in hell. Yeah, that seemed to be the case. Wasn't really a strong hell component in what she was espousing from her religious beliefs, which, I think that's good, to be fair. I mean, if you're going to believe in a religion, why include the worst parts of it, Is what it is. Lee here, good to see you. It says, for desexing kitties, I volunteer at shelter, so please desex them. I think you mean get them like spayed and neutered. Is that what you mean? I don't believe these two got neutered yet, but I will. I don't want to be have them creating a bunch of new fur babies when I'm not looking. So I'll definitely have them fixed. Also, Bad Gamer, thank you for the $10 super test. Says, do you know I invented a time machine and went back in time, wrote and convinced people to write a whole bunch of books just so I could avoid my evolution homework. My bad, guys. Source, trust me, bro. What a trickster. What a trickster. It must be true. He had a source, guys. And the source obviously was rock solid. It was trust me, bro. So, I mean, it is what it is. I didn't make the rules. I just play by them. Thank you, gamer. All right, let me get our next guest in here. And it looks like it's going to be Sarah. We'll double check. Well, they dropped, actually. Well, so it won't be Sarah. If you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request button at the bottom of the screen and get into the conversation. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. We'd love to hear about your religion and your God and figure out what's going on. Welcome in, Dexter. Hey, you're not a believer, Dexter.
Apologies for that, but I wanted to. It seems like this whole argument over moral objectivity comes up a lot, and the callers inevitably get thoroughly confused. I kind of thought up a what I think is a solid way to kind of put it into an analogy for them, and that's the existence of various colonies of social insects like termites, ants, Amazon ants in particular. There's several species and several types of colonies of ants. You've got the leaf cutters, et cetera, et cetera. The comparison I would draw is there's a particular type called slaver ants, and there's what most people would think of as typical ants that go around hunting and gathering. I'm thinking you could compare the two and say, okay, these ants evolved with the objective of survival. These ants over here evolved with the objective of survival. That's their goal, to survive. That's the goal of all life. That gets the secondary definition of objective out of the way. So then from there, you take it and go,
hey, Dex.
the slaver ants engage
Dex,
in what we would consider
a good chit chat about talking points, but people here are here for a debate. So maybe send me a message and we can talk about this offline.
Okay, you got it. Thank
Sorry,
you.
buddy.
Hard for Doug.
Yeah, cheers, Fred.
Unless you want to hear about...
Nope, love you, but we're here for debates. Everyone here wants to hear a debate. Listen, I love my people. Like, my channel is nothing without my people. I get that. But everybody's here to watch a debate. No one's here to watch a circle jerk. So I really appreciate it. I really do. I love you dearly as a member of the community, but we got to keep debates rolling. So we'll get our next guest in here and we'll have some discussion. Alchemy, welcome back.
Just a moment, sorry. Oh, hi. How you doing?
Yeah, I do. We've talked at least once before. I think just the one time. So welcome back. We know you're at least 18, but refresh my memory. What religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
Dope. And what do you think is the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, I think Christianity is real because we have proof in the Bible of stories that God said, of prophecies that God said would happen, and
like what?
They have taken place, like the conquering of Tyre.
It didn't take place.
Mentioned in Ezekiel.
Didn't take place.
It did take place.
It did not take place.
All right, you can try and convince me with that.
I don't need to convince you. You just said something that's untrue. In fact, if you bothered to read like 3 chapters later in the same prophecy, God kind of admits that it didn't come true because he says, what I said you would get from Tyre, you'll actually get from Egypt.
All right, so that's in Ezekiel. What?
Yeah.
That's 26.
26 and 29.
All right. Yeah, so let's go to 26 first then.
Sure, yeah. Read the prophecy that didn't come true.
All right, so it says that okay, just a moment. He is and therefore that thus says the Lord God. That's verse 3. Therefore, that says the Lord God. Behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and will cause many nations to come against thee, as the sea causes the waves to come up.
Yep. What else does it say?
So, yep. So, God did cause many nations to come up against Tyre.
Try this again. What else does the prophecy say?
All right. Where are you referring to?
The entire chapter is a prophecy against Tyre. What else
You want
does
me
it
to
say
read
is going to
the
happen?
entire side?
Nope.
It says
You
that
don't.
Nebuchadnezzar is
You
going
don't have
to.
to. It says that it's going to cease to be a city ever again. It's going to be completely annihilated.
Yep.
That should be right.
Mm-hmm.
Says, I will make you a city laid waste, like cities that are not inhabited, when I bring up the deep over you and the great waters cover you. Then I will thrust you down with those who descend into the pit. To the people of long ago, I will make you live in the world below among primeval ruins with those who go down to the pit, so that you will not be inhabited or have a place in the land of the living. I will bring you to a dreadful end. You shall be no more. Though sought for, you will never be found again. The city of Tyre is literally on the map to this fucking day. Jesus even addressed the city of Tyre at one point.
Well, the city that's the new city. The old city is underwater right now.
No, it
And
says that
the
it says
other
that you'll never be found again, and only half a city was actually defeated by Nebuchadnezzar. The part that was on the water was never defeated.
the parts that's on the water, so that those are sediments that settled in over years.
No,
The
it's
part
not.
that was
There's two
destroyed is
parts
actually
of this
underwater right now.
of the Tyrian city. One was on land and one was in the water. There was a bridge going over from one to the other.
Yes, the land one was
And
destroyed by
and
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar didn't take all of Tyre. He only was able to conquer the part that was on land. He failed to conquer what was left on the water.
So if Nebuchadnezzar was going to destroy the whole thing, then that would make verse 3 wrong, right?
Now,
That
I'm
would
looking at
make verse
verses 21. I will bring you, the city of Tyre, to a dreadful end, and you will be no more. Though sought for, you will never be found again. That means the entire existence of Tyre, not half the city, not a quarter of the city, the entire people group of Tyre, the city, will never be found again.
Yes, that will happen when the other nations come
But
and
it
attack.
didn't happen, which means it's a failed prophecy.
When the other nations come and attack it,
Cognitive
that's when
dissonance is crazy. So again,
So
does
okay,
verse 21 say that Tyre is no longer going to exist?
yes, it does.
Okay, and does Tyre, did they ever cease to exist?
Yeah, the old city did.
I didn't ask you
cease
about
to-
the old city. I asked you the whole region of Tyre that existed at the time this prophecy existed. Did that cease to exist?
So you mean the island city?
All of Tyre, not half of Tyre, all of Tyre. Did all of Tyre cease to exist?
Yes, it was destroyed, right?
Wrong.
And then,
That's a lie. Only half of it did. The land portion of Tyre was conquered by Nebuchadnezzar. The sea portion was not conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, which means the prophecy didn't come true. And then it also didn't come true because it says you will never be found again, which even if you believed that they were completely conquered, it still doesn't fit because they were found again. The city was rebuilt. Nothing about this
All right.
prophecy actually came true other than war coming against Tyre. And we have no evidence whatsoever that this was even written prior to the attack of Nebuchadnezzar on Tyre.
Okay. All right. Let's back up a little bit to verse 3. Can you read verse 3?
Yeah, we read it again. Do you think a second time is going to help you?
Yeah, I'm thinking you didn't understand it.
Yeah, see, I'm against you, O Tyre. I will hurl many nations against you, and the sea hurls its waves. Does that make verse 21 true?
So what does many nations mean?
Does that make verse 21 true?
Yes, it does.
Oh, it does,
those
because you're gonna tell me that it happened under Alexander.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
Because
you're
it says
wrong.
many
It didn't happen under Alexander. Alexander didn't wipe out Tyre either.
He did. He destroyed it.
No, he didn't.
Because it still proves the prophecy
No,
true anyway.
he didn't. Alexander
So
did
who
not
did
destroy
then?
Tyre.
'Cause it
By the
still
way,
proves-
Al-Kamudi, I already cooked you on this prophecy like 3 weeks ago the first time we talked. You have no new talking points.
I remember
You came
that.
up and you were
I remember
lying
you
on
were
this the
lying.
first time, and now you're lying on it a second time. I'll never
You were
understand
lying.
why you theists never learn your lesson. Alexander
Why
never
do you think
destroyed
we
the
came back
city
to
of
the same
Tyre.
thing?
The city of Tyre never ceased to exist. The prophecy says that the city will cease to exist and never be found again. Neither claim ever came true. So you're
So why
lying
do we find
on the
these
exact
ruins
same argument that you came last time, which is crazy that you think you're going to come with the exact same lie as
Why is it?
before, and you just
Why is the
think
city
that this time suddenly the lie is going to actually work, and now you're just laughing
Well, it's okay.
nervously
It's okay. I'll
because
give
you
you
know
time
that
to
you're
talk.
caught in the exact same lie, and you don't have to give me time to talk.
You can
I'm
tell me
already
when you're
talking
done.
on my live stream. I don't know if you know this. On my live stream, nobody has to give me time to talk. I can talk as much as they want on my live stream. You're the one that gets granted time to talk.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's the evidence that verse 21 ever came true?
That verse 21 never came true. It did come true.
It didn't come true. The city never ceased to exist. Try again.
So what happened to the city that's underwater right now?
The city of Tyre never ceased to exist.
What happened to the ruins that are underwater right now?
There's still a city there.
Yeah, it was built on the side of that city, right?
The city is still there. Tyre is still there. It was not never to be found again.
Yeah, that's another city that was built and was given that name.
No, it
the
wasn't.
original.
It's the exact city in the exact same place.
No, you can check it up. You can look it up. I looked it up.
I have. No, you didn't.
I looked it up.
No, you didn't.
You can actually check. You can actually check the
No, you didn't.
submerged city of Tyre. You can actually check it, and I want you to put it on screen.
So the city of Tyre is in the exact same place it was before.
Correct.
Yeah, which means the prophecy didn't come true.
That city was destroyed, right?
It wasn't destroyed.
You said it's not.
It was never destroyed. It was never destroyed.
So where is it today?
It was never. It's in the exact same place it was before.
The old city of Tyre?
The city of Tyre never once ever ceased to exist. Not once. It's always been on the map forever. It existed when Jesus was alive. It existed when Isaiah was alive. It existed when Jeremiah was alive. It existed when Micah was alive. It existed when Malachi was alive. It existed during the intertestamental period. It was never, ever, for any period of time, ever wiped away from the map. Not once.
Yes, it became a fishing village just next to the ruins, right?
No, it was never once wiped off the map.
So why do we find ruins there and a city that's underwater right now?
The same reason why you find ruins all over cities in Europe and other places that are old, because sometimes parts of cities get destroyed, but that has nothing to do with whether or not an entire city gets destroyed, which is your claim. Your Bible claims that the entire city will be destroyed and never be found again, which literally isn't fucking true, because the entire city was never destroyed, and it literally was to be found again because it never even disappeared.
All right, Justin, can you tell me? Does the prophecy say that that city will go underwater?
It doesn't matter. It says it'll come to an end, and it didn't.
Does it say that it'll go underwater, though?
I'm sure it does, but it's irrelevant because we're talking about whether or not the city came to an end. And I know that you really want to pivot on the talking point that you're getting cooked on, but the reality is it says that it will never be found again. Yet right in its place is a city called Tyre, which means again, you're getting cooked on the same lie that you're giving before. This exact same lie, because you're a lying liar and you never learn your lesson. You never learn your lesson. Put what up? What do you want me to put up? Put what up? Tell me what you want up.
The submerged city of Tyre.
Well, I told you, yes, part of the ruins are in fact submerged. Part of the ruins in the Black Sea that are submerged. There's ruins in the Persian Gulf that are submerged. That's what happens.
In the Persian Gulf?
Yes, there are ancient ruins in the Persian Gulf. There are ancient ruins in the Black Sea. There are ancient ruins even along the Mediterranean, and there are ancient ruins even around the region of Tyre.
Okay, so there are ruins on land, and then there are ruins under the sea. Did you see that when you were researching?
No, you didn't do any research. You didn't listen to my claim at all. My claim is that Tyre, the Tyre of the Bible, the one we're discussing, has never for 1 minute ceased to exist.
So what happened when Alexander the Great came?
He conquered the city. I don't know if you know this. You can conquer a city without it ceasing to exist. The claim of the Bible is not that Tyre would or wouldn't be conquered. The claim of the Bible is that it would cease to exist and never exist again. And no amount of your nervous laughter is ever going to make your point more plausible or
I'm
more
not
credible,
nervous
which is
at all.
why everybody here sees what's happening. It's a replay of the exact same time, because only a fool, only an absolute fool would come to the exact same live stream with the exact same lie and think that it's going to go over better the second time.
Correct. And you can see that, right?
In
I'm
fact,
sure you're.
I can see that you're lying, and you again.
And
I will
the first slide.
again. I will stop you with the exact same talking point that I did last time, and then I will kick you, which is in the exact same fucking book. It says exactly what I said. Mortal, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon made his army labor hard against Tyre. Every head was made bald and every shoulder was rubbed bare. Yet neither he nor his army got anything from Tyre to pay for the labor that he had expended against it. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I will give the land of Egypt to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, and he shall carry off its wealth and despoil its plunder, and it shall be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Egypt as his payment for which he has labored, because he has worked for me. So it literally states in the exact same book that the prophecy didn't come true. It says Nebuchadnezzar labored against Tyre and didn't get what he expected from it, which means the prophecy didn't come true, and Ezekiel had to go back and cover his tracks and make up a reason for why the prophecy didn't come true. And Al, you're a joke. Stop coming back here with the same bad talking points. If you want to come back to the live stream, you got to bring new talking points. No one wants to hear the identical same argument that you got cooked on last time, and you can posture in the comments all you want, but everyone sees what's happening. You got a problem, man. You need to get yourself some like serious, like actual academic source. What's this say? We have detected inactivity during your current live. Please complete. No, you didn't. There we go. Now it should be good to go. Anyways, Al, listen, you're a joke. All right. Next time you come back, bring a different argument. I'm not going to have the identical same argument that you had the last time. Nobody's interested in having the same identical repeat argument over and over again.
No. What?
Welcome back.
No.
How you doing, Chalk?
Oops.
What happened?
Oh, sorry, you're up by accident.
That was an accident.
I got you. Don't worry. I gotcha. All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest up in here. Crease, thank you so much for the $20 Australian chat, I believe. He says, I love the show, sending some good vibes. I'll watch the full recording later. I'm reading the Bible and was tickled when the book of laws was rediscovered in 2 Kings 22. Isn't it funny? Most people believe that that story was concocted to justify the addition of the book of Deuteronomy. So most scholars date the book of Deuteronomy to the discovery of the supposed book of law in 2 Kings 22, which is a really interesting backstory. It says, was this just to introduce new laws pretending to be old? Yeah, sorry, I didn't read the rest of it. Yes, that's exactly it. The goal of that whole narrative is to say, here are some new laws, and these are authoritative. Indeed. And Nathaniel says, I think Baltaki89 is confused that if objectivism is true, that requires God. That said, for those who favor slavery, rape, and genocide, if there isn't something beyond opinion that makes them, that said, for those who favor slavery, rape, and genocide, isn't there something beyond opinion that makes them wrong? I guess I don't understand the question. I mean, they're trying to say that objective morals would claim that it's wrong, but like, I mean, we already plowed through that, right? Like, there's nothing, we have no objective morals to point to that would say that slavery is wrong. Like, I guess I'm failing to understand the argument. That being said, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that, Nathaniel. Good to hear from you. And I'm just gonna grab a couple more. I think we're gonna get Nick into the guest box here in just a second. And Biscuit Bro said 2 Persian cats. Well, they're not. Listen, not Persian, but they are purring. Yeah. Anyone? Anyone? They are purring cats. Logical Apostate, good to hear from you. It says Ricky Dye went to prison at 15 for murder. Never held a pew pew. Check his story and make your own opinion. I'd trust him with my life. Oh yeah, regarding the comment we had earlier about not trusting ex-convicts, I agree. I don't see a reason with not trusting ex-convicts. Listen, if you've served your time and you've changed your ways, like I'm willing to give you a chance that you're a reformed person. I wouldn't hold that against you for the rest of your life. And 97 Echo says the Think Institute's next live will lambast Doug's prophet. I call upon all true Duggites to set our whores vertical differences aside and raid that stream. Never heard of them. Who's the Think Institute? Do you think they're going to cook my channel? Seems unlikely. If they were going to cook me, they would just show up to my channel and cook me. And Noah, there we go. Thank you for the re-explanation of the name. Noah says horizontal visitor to vert. What a weird aspect ratio. Also, not nearly rock hard enough. Also, I heard they believe in objective morals. That's a rumor, Noah. They don't believe in objective morals on the horizontal stream, but they are erect for Doug. That is the case. And I says David Bazan, the entire Curse Your Branches album is more of a critique of God's nature and how awful it is from an ex-evangelical Christian singer. I'd love to hear it. I mean, to be fair, anyone who's read the Bible can agree with that sentiment. All right, let's get our next guest in here. We're going to bring in a guest from the YouTube queue, and it's going to be Nick. Nick, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Nick, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 24. I believe in God. I believe that Jesus was the Son of God.
Awesome. And what's the most convincing evidence or argument for Jesus being God or the biblical God being real?
So I actually grew up an atheist, et cetera, et cetera. I won't get into my whole
Whoa,
story.
I don't need the backstory. I just want the evidence.
So the historical evidence, well, actually, I came to Jesus because of the historical evidence that I believe was compelling.
Well, that's what
I'm
I'm
not
interested
talking
in.
the
What's the evidence?
Gospels. I'm not talking the Gospels. I'm talking from pagan Roman sources and even Jewish sources that, number one, attested to Jesus having been real, like a living person, but
Well,
also
listen,
to the
I
fact
agree
that
with
he
you that Jesus was
performed
a real
like certain
person. What's
sorts of
that got to do
miracles
with
that
the
convinced my.
mythology?
Say again.
So I agree with you. I think Jesus was a real person. What's that got to do with the mythology about him?
I don't necessarily think that the Gospels were a mythological source because a lot of the sources that weren't Christian, for example, in those early years following his death, etc., attested to the fact that he did miracles and he was a real person.
I don't know
Um,
of any extra biblical sources that state that Jesus did verifiable miracles, but I do know of a lot of Greco-Roman sources that claim that other gods did miracles. Like in Life of the 12 Caesars, it says that Vespasian healed a blind man using the power of Serapis. Do you think that that's true?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that source.
There's lots of miracle claims throughout history. I mean, the fact that people claim to do miracles, I don't think is meaningful at all.
No, 100%. I mean, you'll see that all throughout the time, like people just like making up things throughout history for just
So
for
we agree
whatever
that
reason.
Jesus is real, and we agree that there are like 2 fundamental pillars in Christianity. One is that Jesus was the Messiah. Number 2 is that he rose from the dead. Now, I don't think they're even connected because there's nothing in the Hebrew Bible about a dying and rising Messiah. But the first claim I think is the most interesting claim, that Jesus was in fact the Messiah. If we can validate that he fulfilled the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament, that would be really compelling evidence for Yahweh, don't you think?
What was that again? Say it again.
If we could determine that Jesus did in fact fulfill the messianic prophecies predicted in the Hebrew Bible, that would be compelling evidence, wouldn't it?
We could talk about prophecies. I'm not an expert on prophecies, but like the reason like I became a Christian wasn't because of like reading all these prophecies and stuff. Like I became a Christian because like I looked at for example, like things that Josephus had written, Tacitus had written,
Right,
and a
but
number of other
none
historians
of
had
those
written
authors
about
validate
Jesus.
the validity of the biblical claim. They can only validate that Jesus lived. So again,
Well,
I
I'm
agree
not
that
really
Jesus
approaching
lived
it
and was
from
a
a
real
biblical
person.
perspective.
I'm asking why would I believe the stories of the Bible, not the stories of the extra biblical stuff?
So, I mean, you can look at the extra biblical stuff, right? But like the one of the reasons like I became a Christian wasn't because I was looking at the Bible. Like when I grew up, like I was like, why would I just like agree with like some, I don't know, like prophecies or stories or whatever that was written 2000 years ago with no evidence, right? And from people who were obviously biased, like they grew up in that religion.
But
But when I
Nick,
became older and I read
Nick,
about like
I already
different.
agree with you. Jesus was a real person, as the extra biblical sources confirm. Not a single extra biblical source confirms that he did miracles or that he rose from the dead. So those extra biblical sources don't do anything for you. So what give me a reason why I would believe that the Jesus stories in the Bible are true?
I wouldn't say the historical sources don't point to that because there's plenty of historical sources out there that do. I mean,
Show
if you
me
do,
one historical
if you want
source
me
that
to.
that says that
So,
Jesus actually performed a miracle.
okay, so we'll start with Josephus. This one's from Antiquities
Josephus,
18.
I know, chapter 18 of Antiquity of the Jews doesn't say anything about Jesus, and you're reading the version that comes from Christians, not the ones that were maintained outside of the Christian community. The one you're reading was invented by Eusebius in the 4th century.
Yeah, so there is like that his or scholarly claim that or scholarly consensus I'd say that it was what would be the best term for it? Like it was hyped up, right? What he actually
Yeah,
said.
I
However,
agree.
however,
Or it's not even original at all.
or it's not original at all. But the question is like why would they take Josephus's claims from him and just like completely embellish it? I mean, I'll let you
Be-
answer that from your opinion.
because they wanted some extra biblical evidence that their Messiah was special, but they don't have any.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna go ahead and try and convince you that this piece of evidence is I don't know
I
the
mean,
best
to
word
be
to
sure,
describe it
Jesus
like
was
because
Josephus didn't
I'm not gonna convince you on
Josephus
that.
didn't witness anything. Like,
Josephus did live at the time though, shortly
but
after him
he
though. I mean, he
doesn't
was around.
witness anything.
He would have known
No,
many
he
people
wouldn't
who
have
were
known.
first there. And I mean, from a
It
historical reference, if like
Josephus
you're
Josephus doesn't say anything about stuff that he knows happened to Jesus. He's just reporting the course of events as it has come to him. But
he did talk about what happened to
he
Jesus.
doesn't
He said
say
that Jesus died
anything
at the
he doesn't
cross.
say anything about his belief about what Jesus did. If he
Because that
believed
many
that Jesus was the Messiah, he would have been a Christian, but he died not a Christian. He died a Jew.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think that necessarily like the fact that Eusebius dies as a Jew, or excuse me, that
Josephus.
Josephus dies as a Jew necessarily, proves or disproves that Jesus was the Son of God. Because I mean,
No,
even in the
it
Gospels,
proves
they
that the
write about plenty of
saying
people.
in Josephus' Antiquity of the Jews, Book 18, is contrived. Because if Josephus really believed the words that were attributed to him in Book 18, he would have been a Christian. He wouldn't have been a Jew. Not only that, styrometrical analysis has already demonstrated that the vocabulary used in the Testimonium Flavianum is not typical Josephine vocabulary. It is definitely something that was added later by somebody who wasn't Josephus.
Right, and I mean, I was just bringing up the most quoted piece of evidence, but I mean, I have other pieces of evidence that didn't solely convince me on that because, when I first read that quote, I was in college and like we heard the whole spiel about how this might have been, embellished by later historians and edited, et cetera, et cetera. But there's other pieces of evidence that I believe are like way more compelling than even the Josephus one.
I'd
I
love
mean,
to hear it.
when
What's the
when you
compelling
when you
evidence
when you
that Christianity
excuse
is
me,
true? Because remember,
when you
Nick,
combine them, when you
Christianity,
in the
the goal,
context.
the teaching of Christianity is not that Jesus is real, and it's not that people believed he worked miracles. The teaching of Christianity is that Jesus is the prophesied Messiah from the Hebrew Bible and that he's part of a Trinity, which means whatever extra biblical source you're pointing to, it needs to result in those two claims being true.
Okay, but in my opinion, I don't necessarily know if that's the case because
It is.
like for example, if
It,
someone if I knew
if
someone, right, and he
Nick,
just came around today
if Jesus
and he
isn't the
was
Messiah, is
proclaiming,
Christianity true?
I mean, yes, but like that's not going to convince like
No,
someone
wrong
who's a
again, Nick. If Jesus is not the Messiah, Christianity is literally not true. The whole basis of Christianity is that Jesus is the Messiah. That's it. That's rule number one, which means if you can't validate Jesus being the Messiah and you can't validate that the Bible is true, then it's useless to go to all these extra biblical sources just to validate that he existed. Again, Nick, I agree he existed. I have no evidence
I'm not
that
saying
would
that he just
that would
existed.
warrant a belief that he was the Messiah, that he rose from the dead, or that he performed miracles.
I'm not saying he existed. And I mean, if you let me get into some of the other sources I want to talk about, because I kind of had a feeling I've been listening to you for a little bit, not
Do
too
any
long,
of your
a little over a
sources
month.
validate the claims of Christianity?
So I think that if you look at the sources
Nick,
compiled
I need a
together,
yes or no from your mouth.
yes,
Do
I do.
any of your sources? I'm not
Yes,
asking if they
I think
validate
they
his
do.
existence. I'm asking, do they validate the
No,
claims that are made in the
I think they
Bible?
do
All right,
because
then let's have
they
them. All right,
attest
give
to
me the
the fact.
sources then. Give me the
All
sources.
right, so let's look. And in addition to that, I want to add one more thing. So historical sources, right? Like you have to look at them as like kind of like court. You have to have like a compilation of evidence, and not everything is gonna attest to one specific thing. Not
Yeah,
every source is
we
gonna
don't
say
need a
Jesus did
preamble. Just
miracles.
give us the source. Just give us the source.
All right, so we already went over Josephus. Cool. Blah blah blah. Let's look at Serapion. He was a Syrian Roman citizen. He was running his son from prison, and he was talking to his son shortly before his death to
What's
just
the
kind of like
source?
talk about what was happening. It's a letter from him to his son. You can look it up. It's from the
Okay.
first century AD. He
All right. What's
said,
his
"What
name?
advantage?" Say again.
What's his
I'm
name?
quoting the full quote.
No, I
He
want to know the
said,
name of the text. I'm looking it up right now.
"Look up Marabar Serapian's letter to his son from prison."
All right. Let's see. A letter of Mara, son of Serapion. It's okay. Not Mar. It's Mara. All right. And Bar just means son. All right. So let me. That's Aramaic for son. All right. And then I'm gonna grab.
Now, keep in context. I'm not saying that this one in particular just says like, "Oh my God, Jesus is the Son of God." I'm saying that a collection of historical like primary sources point to that, which is kind of what I'm getting at. It's just the collection of the evidence.
So according to the information, it looks like the letter could have been written anywhere between 73 AD and somewhere in the 3rd century.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty common back then. It's hard to pinpoint exactly where when historical texts were written.
Well, when did Mara exist?
They don't know exactly. It's between the first and third century AD.
Okay, so it's just somebody we don't know that much about. It's just a person named Mara that existed in the first couple centuries of the church.
Yeah, but I mean, here's what I'm gonna say. Like, if you're gonna put that kind of like scrutiny towards like this guy's letter or other historical sources at the time, like
I didn't
there's more. I
scrutinize
mean,
it.
obviously, I mean you don't
I'm
disagree,
I'm
obviously,
not
that Jesus was.
scrutinizing it. I'm just trying to put it within context.
Yeah,
This is
so I mean,
this is not a this
he
is not
lived
a
sometime
source. This is not a
from a
source
historical
that people
standpoint.
talk
He lived,
about very
yeah,
often. So I'm just writing down the information so that we have it for later. So
yeah. I
again,
mean, yeah.
Marabar Serapion is a person we don't know much about, and they're writing to their father about what? What are they writing about?
So he's talking about him shortly before he's put to death. He says, "What advantage did the Athenians gain from putting Socrates to death? Famine and plague came upon them as a judgment for their crime. What advantage did the men of Samos gain from burning Pythagoras? In a moment their land was covered with sand. What advantage did the Jews gain from executing their wise king? It was just after that that their kingdom was abolished. God justly avenged these three wise men. The Athenians died of hunger. The Samians were overwhelmed by the sea. The
Nick,
Jews ruined
Nick,
and driven
stop.
from their
Nick,
land.
stop. This has nothing to do with Christianity.
So what
So
makes you
what?
say that?
All this is saying is that there was a Jewish guy who got murdered. We agree.
But
Again,
it's not
we
just a Jewish
already,
guy.
Nick, we
Not just a
already
Jewish guy. Look
agree
at the
that
language.
Jesus was a real person that got crucified. No
But
one
not
is
just a Jewish
disputing
guy.
that. The question is, did he raise from the dead, and was he actually the Messiah that was predicted in the Hebrew Bible? That's what we're looking for right now.
I do believe he was raised from the dead, and the reason I'm
Again,
saying this,
great. So what I'm
the reason I'm
asking
bringing this
for
one up.
is evidence that he rose from the dead or that he was the Messiah, not evidence that he lived, not evidence that he died.
Well, here's the reason I'm bringing this up, because this guy references Jesus as the wise king, and you can say,
How the
well,
fuck would he know? Jesus
oh,
was never a king.
he wasn't a king. He
So
wasn't a
so
king
then
from a political
so then
standpoint.
on the
But
outset he says
what did the
something. He
early
starts out
Christians
by saying
reference
something
Jesus
that's
as?
literally not true. Then
But what did the early Christians reference Jesus as? They
it
reference
doesn't
him
it doesn't matter.
as
That means what he's
the language for
referencing
him was
is the
like being
belief of
king,
early
lord of lords.
Christians. He's not referencing something from actual history. Referring to something that somebody believed about a person is not the same thing as saying something is true within history. Yeah, did Jesus' followers refer to as king? We know that they did. The Bible claims it. Was he actually a king? No, he was never a
No,
king.
he wasn't a political king. Like, obviously we can agree on that.
Great. So
But
then
it's
the
kind of
letter
weird.
starts with something that's literally not true, and it only establishes what? That he died?
What makes you say that's not true? Because
It only
that's not what
establishes
the
that
early
establishes what?
Christians
That he
believe.
died?
That's not what anyone believes. No one
It only
believes.
establishes what? That he died, Nick? Nick, what claim is this letter establishing?
Well, here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this letter is the sole piece of historical
I didn't
evidence that
ask you
Jesus.
that. I said, what claim do you think that this letter validates?
So look at it from the context, right? Who was
Nick, I
Jesus?
don't give a
Obviously,
fuck about the context. I'm asking you
the context
specifically,
matters. The
what
context
is the
100% matters.
claim? What is the claim that this
So
text is
the
validating?
claim is that a Jewish peasant was a wise king.
Well, then it's wrong because he was never a king. I don't believe he was wise. He got his ass hung up on a cross because he was a fucking convict. So again, this letter doesn't validate even the claim you think it does.
Well, that's your opinion that he was a convict.
Well, that's like
Like,
your opinion,
what crime
man.
did
The
Jesus
Roman state
commit
agreed
if
that
you're
he
going to
was a
say he was a
convict.
convict?
His own people agreed he was a convict, and then he was murdered as a convict. So all the evidence would align with him being an actual convict.
Okay,
Again,
well,
that does
what's
nothing
your
to
evidence that
do.
Jesus
That
was a
does
convict?
nothing to because he was literally murdered as a convict. He broke the Jewish laws. He committed blasphemy, and he broke the Roman laws against
He
having
committed
another
blasphemy.
king
That's
other
a
than
crime
Caesar.
committable
Both of those are crimes
for murder.
against his own culture. So you can't have a king other than Caesar. That's a crime against Rome. That's why he was crucified. And you can't blaspheme God. That's a crime that results in death in the Jewish culture at that time period, which means he was hung up on that cross because he broke two different crimes. One, a crime against the state. One, a crime against God. He literally was a convict. And again, this letter does nothing to establish any of the actual claims of Christianity. The only thing that it establishes is that there was a Jewish guy that some people worshipped as a king and they killed him. I already agree with you on that. You don't have to establish that fact. I fucking agree. There were some Christians that thought he was going to be the Jewish king and then he got his ass crucified. You don't have to establish that fact. I already agree with you. I want you to establish the fact that he was an actual Messiah or that he rose from the dead.
I wouldn't necessarily agree that everyone thought he was going to establish himself as a king, because if you look at the four gospels, nowhere in there do they ever say like Jesus was like in it to
Yeah, it
become
does.
a
Luke chapter
physical
1.
king.
Yep, Luke
And if
chapter 1.
okay, can you pull up
Literally
the quote, please?
the very beginning of Luke chapter 1 and the very beginning of Matthew chapter 1. And I'll never understand why Christians don't read their Bible. It's
Okay, so
the
what does it
craziest
say that
thing.
says Jesus was here to be a physical king and rule over the earth as like a normal earthly king, like Caesar?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you exactly where it says it. It says, "He will be great and will be called the Son of the Most High, and the Lord God will give to him the throne of his ancestor David." That's a physical fucking throne in Israel. That's the Davidic throne as a king. He will reign over the house of Jacob forever. That's a physical fucking people group. And of his kingdom there will be no end. And then if you read further, in the actual chapter, it describes what that's going to be like and why that is the case. It says,
Okay, but
then his
obviously
father,
these people didn't. Okay, obviously these people didn't
I'm reading
believe
the
that was
Bible
going
to
to
you.
happen
Pay
in Jesus'
attention, Nick.
lifetime.
Pay
Yeah.
attention. You'll learn something. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he has looked favorably upon his people and has redeemed them. He has raised up a mighty Savior for us in the house of his child David, as he spoke through the mouth of his holy prophets from old, that we would be saved from our enemies and from the hands of all who hate us. So the idea in the Hebrew Bible is that the Messiah would be a king. He would rescue his people from the hands of their enemies, and he would establish a kingdom from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth, and all of his people would be gathered back to Israel, and he would reign over them. Luke understood this. That didn't come true.
So let me ask you a question then. You're saying that what Luke and Matthew were saying was Jesus was here to be a physical king, but obviously when they were writing these, Jesus was already dead. So what makes you think that they're talking about a physical king here and they're not using it as like a, I don't know what the
Because
exact
the
word would be,
Jesus
but
of the gospel says that he's going to establish his kingdom when he comes back. So these
yeah, well,
people
some
literally
Christians would say that
believe
would be
that
the
he
kingdom
would
of God.
become a physical king when he returned. But he
People are
wasn't. That's the
well
problem. So
here.
they
That's a
understood that
difference.
he needed to be a physical king, and the fact that he wasn't a physical king caused them to develop a theology saying, well, he'll be a physical king when he returns. But that's just kicking the can down the road and admitting that he never actually was a king. They had to invent a second coming to justify the fact that he wasn't a king.
So why would they put that in there if they already knew he was dead? Why, like that doesn't make
Because
any
they
sense.
thought he was coming back from the dead, Nick.
Yeah, and the belief is that he still is. That's still the belief.
That means he was never a king. If he only becomes king when he
And
comes
he
back from
never
the
was a
dead
physical king
and
on earth.
reigns in Israel, that means it never came true.
It doesn't mean that it never came true.
It
And
didn't
who's
come
to say that?
true. He
Who's to
didn't
say?
reign for a single minute on
Who's,
the earth.
I mean, listen, we're not gonna end up agreeing on this. There's
I
probably a
know because
million
you
different
can't
opinions.
listen. Give me
No, there's probably
one
a
single
million.
Bible verse where Jesus ever ruled and reigned on the actual earth.
I've never said that he did rule or reign on the
Okay,
earth, and
then
I
he's
don't think
not the
that
Messiah
necessarily
because the Hebrew Bible says that he would.
the Hebrew Bible. Okay.
Did he rescue the Jews from the hands of their enemies like Luke said he would?
Well, now you're talking about prophecy again. Again,
I
I
didn't
didn't come
ask you
here to
about
talk about
prophecy. I said,
prophecy.
did he rescue his people from the hands of their enemies as Luke said he would?
I would say yes because the promise.
Yes,
Obviously,
the
you
Romans
disagree with
fucking
me,
devastated
but here's
them,
why.
Nick. The
Yeah, but
Romans kicked their
here's why you
asses,
disagree with
drove
me.
them out of their own land, and then, in spite of the Jews, renamed the fucking land to be the name of their most hated ancient enemy. That's
Yeah,
why
and
it was renamed to Palestine
that's
or
because you're
ancient
looking at it
Philistia
from.
because they were literally mocking the Jews. So they weren't rescued from the hands of their enemies. The hands of their enemies literally strangled them till they were out of breath.
That's because you're looking at it from like that atheistic standpoint where like
No,
the
I'm looking
earth
at it
and
from
this
words
life
have
is all that
meaning.
matters.
No,
Whereas Christians look at it
it
from the
says
spiritual
Nick,
standpoint, where it's like
who are
the
the
hands of
enemies
your
of
enemies
Israel?
is the
Hey,
hands of death, right?
hey Nick,
And not living in
I know that you're
eternal
concussed
life.
right now, but pay attention. Who are enemies of Israel in Luke? Who's he referring to?
I don't think he's talking about the Romans here. I think he's talking about the devil and Satan because when they talk about the enemy in the New Testament, most of the time they're referring to Satan and the evil spirits in the world. So I don't think he's
Yeah,
talking about I'm going to
well,
save you from the hands of the Romans. And obviously we're
you
going to
want to
disagree
know
on
why
that.
you're wrong?
Why do you say I'm wrong?
Because first of all, it doesn't say anything about Satan or his angels in the Bible needing to be rescued from. Not a single word in the Hebrew Bible says dick about needing to be rescued from Satan. That is
But we're
strictly
not talking
something
about the Hebrew Bible. We're
that
talking about the
we
New
are
Testament.
talking about the Hebrew Bible because if you bother to read the verse that I had on the board previously, it says, as he spoke through the mouth of his holy prophets of old, which meaning he's referring to a prophecy from the Hebrew Bible, Nick, which means Luke is referring to a promise that was made in the Hebrew Bible about literal enemies, not a metaphysical enemy, not a spiritual enemy, not a demonic enemy. Every last enemy that was supposed to be defeated in the Hebrew Bible were actual physical enemies. And why is that the case? Why does he think this is important? It says, because of the oath that he swore to our ancestor Abraham to grant us that we, being rescued from the hands of our enemies, might serve him without fear in holiness and righteousness in his presence all of our days. This is a quotation from Jeremiah and Ezekiel about what's going to happen when God defeats the enemies of Israel. They're going to return to their land and worship him without fear. This is something directly from the Hebrew Bible. It's not a spiritual enemy.
So you're referring exactly to the Hebrew Bible here, right? And I didn't come here to talk about the Hebrew Bible. I was talking about the
You
historical
did.
evidence. And at the end of the day,
No,
like
and
me or you, like
every
these
day,
like
every
these
time
like
you
these
bring up
books can be
Jesus as
interpreted
being the
two different
Messiah,
ways, right? They can
you
be
are
interpreted
invoking
from
the
your
Hebrew
perspective
Bible
or a
every
Christian
single time.
perspective.
There's not a single time you're ever going to invoke Jesus being the Messiah or being a king without also invoking the text that predicted it.
But here's the thing, I don't want to get into an argument with you about
Well, it's
prophecy.
too late for
That's
that.
not what I'm here to do.
Yeah, because you're going to lose.
And I don't think you necessarily
Because
have to
every
believe
prophecy in the Hebrew
or
Bible
analyze
says that
every
he's going to
prophecy to
be a
come to the
physical
fact that Jesus was
king.
a Messiah.
He wasn't a Messiah.
I don't think you have to look at prophecy though to
Yeah, you
come to the
do.
conclusion of that.
Yes, you
I think
do.
if you just look at the
No,
historical
you literally
evidence
do.
that
There's no
you
historical
can't come
evidence
to
that
that.
he was the Messiah.
Why would you say there's no historical evidence?
Because the Messiah is established on whether or not he fulfilled the messianic prophecies. That's why they're called messianic prophecies. If he didn't fulfill one of them, he's not the Messiah.
But okay, so let me ask you a question. If someone came on Earth today, Justin, I'm just asking a hypothetical question, right? And right in front of your face, they performed a million different miracles, say like Jesus did, like they describe in the Gospels. Would you believe that this person has some sort of supernatural gift or that they don't?
I certainly
That they
wouldn't
could
believe.
potentially be God,
I certainly
you know?
wouldn't believe that they were God or a Messiah. No. It
So
might
what
be
would you
that they
believe?
have some sort of really cool power, but it does nothing to demonstrate whether or not they're the
Well,
Jewish
really
Messiah.
cool power.
In
What do
fact,
you mean
lots of
really
people
cool
did
power?
miracles and they were not the Jewish Messiah. Hanina Bendoza did a bunch of miracles. He wasn't the Messiah. There's a bunch of Jewish mystics that are recorded as doing all kinds of cool miracles. They weren't messiahs. Doing miracles says nothing about whether or not you're the Jewish Messiah. You're the Jewish Messiah when you do the things that the Hebrew Bible says the Jewish Messiah would do.
So you said something interesting, like you admitted to the fact that people have like done miracles in the past. Like,
No,
where
I
do you
didn't
think those
admit to
miracles?
that. You're out of your goddamn mind if you think that I just said that.
Well, you said that people recorded it. Sorry, I didn't mean to mischaracterize what you
People
said right there.
believed it. Yes,
So
that's right.
people
People
believed it.
believed it. Yeah.
Okay,
So
so I'm
just because
saying
people
I'm not
believe that there
saying
are miracle workers in history says nothing about whether or not they are the Messiah. The
I'm not saying
qualifications for the
yeah.
Messiah is that you're born of the line of David. You rescue Israel from the hands of their enemies. You bring them back to their own country. They settle in peace. And you reinstitute the sacrificial system and the laws of Moses. That's what
Okay.
being the Messiah is.
But again, I asked a question, right? And you kind of dodged it right there. If someone came in front of you right now, right, and there was a blind person, for example, and he healed that person's ability to see, and he did that multiple times, many times, you know, just like happened in the Gospels, and you saw it, what would you believe? Would you believe that it was just like random, I don't know, coincidence, or would you believe that this person has some sort of supernatural powers, or it might be a gift from God?
Well, my first instinct would be that it's a fucking parlor trick because I've seen it happen before. If in fact they had a way to demonstrate that it's not a parlor trick or that the man actually legitimately was blind, which I don't believe to be the case, but if they had a way of proving it and then the man got healed, I certainly still wouldn't believe that the person doing it was God or, in fact, that they were the Messiah. Being the Messiah has no bearing on whether or not you can do miracles. There were a lot of Jewish people who claimed to have done miracles that weren't the Messiah. So, again, being able to do a miracle doesn't mean dick about being the Messiah.
So pretty much you're saying like if someone committed miracles in front of you, you wouldn't believe that they're God or it was a gift from God.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that I wouldn't believe that God gave them the power. I said I wouldn't believe that they are God, and I wouldn't believe that they were the Messiah.
So what would you believe?
I would believe that it's a parlor trick. I told you. There are fake healings happening every goddamn day. Every day you turn on TBN, you're going to see another fake healing. They're way more abundant. You would have to demonstrate the existence of a God first before I believe that some dude faith healed somebody in the name of that God. Also, it does
Here's the
nothing
thing.
to
I don't think you
establish whether or
can.
not Jesus is the actual Messiah. And again, that's the claim of Christianity. The claim of Christianity is that Jesus was the prophesied Messiah. Until you can demonstrate that he did anything that the Messiah was supposed to do, you don't get to call him the Messiah.
I don't know if that's necessarily the qualifying factor for that, right?
It is.
Because who did the original like apostles preach the gospel to? You know, after
Uh,
Jesus is dead.
a bunch of widows and fucking orphans?
I'm talking like ethnically.
A bunch of widows and orphans?
No, no, I'm talking ethnically. Like, where did they go?
To Greeks because the Jews rejected them?
Greeks. The Greeks.
Yeah,
So
they
would the
went to the
Greeks have been
people who don't
familiar
know
with that
anything. They
messianic
went
with
to
all the
people who don't
messianic
know
prophecies?
anything about the Hebrew Bible. They went to people who wouldn't reject their dumb claims because they haven't actually read the Hebrew Bible. That's what happened.
So why would they rely on the messianic prophecies if these people had never known about the messianic prophecies because they'd never
Because
read
the
them before?
people can't test it. If you say, listen, the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible says this and then Jesus did this, people who are dumb who haven't read the Hebrew Bible are like, oh wow, that's so interesting, that's so cool. The Jews soundly rejected Jesus because they have read the Hebrew Bible and they know what the prophecies say. There's not a single prophecy in the Hebrew Bible that Jesus fulfilled other than Deuteronomy 13 when God said he would send false prophets.
So I mean, you're calling these people dumb, right? And obviously, like
No,
they
I'm
live
not calling them
thousands.
dumb. They're calling them uneducated.
Okay, you're calling these people uneducated. Clearly, there were a lot of educated people because in Paul's letters, right, they're writing to multiple Greeks who could read. So I mean, you're calling them uneducated. And these people,
That
many of these
and
people
they
could
didn't
read.
have any knowledge of the Hebrew Bible.
They didn't have any knowledge on the Hebrew Bible, but I don't know if they're
So
necessarily
being able to
relying on the
read
Hebrew
doesn't mean
Bible to go
shit.
ahead and proclaim that Jesus was the Son of
Being
God.
being able to read doesn't mean that I know what's in the Quran. Being able to read doesn't mean that you know what's in the Hebrew Bible. Those are two different things.
Yeah,
So
but I don't know
again,
if
the
once again I'm
message was
saying I don't think
accepted
they're
by people who
using.
didn't have the tools or the educational background to reject it. It was rejected by people with the tools and the educational background in the Hebrew Bible. So again, this is a dumb argument, Nick, until you can establish that Jesus fulfilled even one messianic expectation. He will never be the Messiah. I don't care how many miracles you think he did. I don't care how extra biblical references describe him. Until you can establish that he did anything the Messiah was supposed to do, he will never be the Messiah.
I mean, once again, Justin, I'm not going to get into a debate about messianic prophecies with
Why not?
Jesus
Are the
because,
facts are the facts on your side or not, Nick?
well, here's what I'm saying. I'm not
Are the
qualified
facts
to get in,
on your
I'm
side,
not
Nick?
qualified. I'm not qualified to get in an argument with you on that because you were a pastor. I mean, you've been to seminary, I believe, right? Is that correct, or am I
That's
wrong right
correct.
there in assuming that? Yeah. So you have a ton of knowledge on the Bible and all sorts of old sacred texts. So I'm not going to get in an argument with you on
So
that.
maybe you
And
should have some
the
humility
way
and
I interpret
maybe
something,
consider the fact that
the
you don't
way
know what you're
no,
talking about, Nick,
the
as
way
I've
I
said
would
before,
interpret
until
something
you
isn't the
can
way you're going to
demonstrate that
interpret it.
Jesus did anything the
So
Messiah was supposed to do, I
we've
have no reason to believe that he is the Messiah. So answer this question real concisely. I don't want an explanation. I don't want a story time. What is one reason that is rooted in the actual Bible that would lead me to believe that Jesus was the Messiah?
I would say the Gospels. Just straight up the
Why would the
Gospels.
Gospels cause me to believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Because you have a man who was on earth. I mean, if you are to believe these things, which obviously I don't think you believe that he actually performed these miracles and that they're
Obviously
tricks,
not.
but you have a man on earth performing miracles that no one else is able to do, and he's claiming to be the Son of God.
I'm asking, why should I believe that to be true?
I thought you were asking from a biblical perspective or from a messianic perspective from the New Testament.
So again, I already told you, performing miracles will never make you the Messiah. Saying that Jesus performed miracles and claimed to be Messiah doesn't make you the Messiah. I said a
Here's the thing,
messianic
that's your
claim
opinion.
rooted in the claims of the Bible about the Messiah, not a guy who came later and redefined what the Messiah is. To be sure, I'm referring to the Hebrew Bible. Give me one reason rooted in the Hebrew Bible. Like if I'm a Jew in the first century, give me one biblical reason why I would look at Jesus and think he was a Messiah.
From the prophetic standpoint, listen, I'm not going to get in that argument. That's not why I became a Christian. I came here to talk about the
Well,
historical
well, then
evidence.
the historical evidence doesn't demonstrate that he was the Messiah. And if the historical evidence can't demonstrate that he was the Messiah, then it can't demonstrate that Christianity is true.
Why is that the case?
Because you have to demonstrate that he is the Messiah for Christianity to be true. That literally is the linchpin of Christianity. If I had evidence that demonstrated that there were 100 gods rather than one God, then it would mean that Judaism is false. Because the linchpin of Judaism is that there's one fucking God. You cannot get rid of the entire doctrine of Christianity just because you don't like it. Christianity rests on the fact that Jesus is in fact the predicted Messiah. You can add that he was the Son of God or that he did miracles, but none of those matter. None of those
Here's the
matter
thing. I
as to
can we
whether or
can
not
talk we can
Christianity is
talk
true.
about the prophecies, Justin, right? And like say for example, I mentioned the prophecy from Isaiah where he says, "Oh, I
Nick,
they pierced my hands and my feet." You're
Nick,
gonna find something
I'm
in
not
there.
saying that you have to talk about the prophecies. What I'm
But no,
saying
you're
is
gonna
you
say
need to
you're gonna
root your claims of him being a Messiah in the Hebrew Bible fucking somewhere. It has to be rooted in the Hebrew Bible or he's just not a Messiah.
so here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna mention maybe one or two prophecies, and you're gonna go in there, and you're gonna say that, oh, this is why it's not the reason. But it's good. At the end of the day, that's gonna be your opinion on it. At the end of the day, my opinion on it is that those prophecies would, in fact, say that he was the Messiah. But you look at Isaiah, forget the exact reference to it, right? The passage where he says, "They pierced my hands, my feet." You
That's
look at the
Psalm
one where they
22,
say
and
he
it's not
rode
a
into
prophecy, and it
Jerusalem on a
doesn't say
donkey.
pierce.
Say again.
That's Psalm 22. It's not a prophecy, and it doesn't say pierce.
Okay, so what does it say?
It says either they bound my hands and my feet, or like a lion at my hands and my feet.
So saying bound or pierced, both of those would have been historically accurate
No,
because
it
the
doesn't say pierce.
Romans.
We'll try this again, Nick. It doesn't say pierced. The
Okay, so
word
if it says
dakar in
bound, it's still
Hebrew
historically accurate.
does not appear in there. Did they
It's
pierce
still
his hands or
historically
did they
accurate.
bind his hands? Which one?
Okay, so if they bound his hands, it's still historically accurate. If you look at how Romans
It is
crucified people
historically
back in the
accurate
day,
to David,
there were
not to
two
Jesus.
methods.
To
There were
David.
two methods
Again,
to
Psalm
crucifying
20.
people.
Well, Jesus was pierced, not bound.
Sometimes, no, his hands and
Yeah,
his feet.
that's why Thomas, doubting Thomas, had to put his fucking finger in his side, had to look at the holes in his hand. Jesus was pierced. He was nailed to the cross. So again, they didn't bind his hands and his feet. When you bind your hands and your feet, they're tied together. That's what binding your hands and your feet mean. Psalm 22, again, doesn't say pierce. It doesn't say crucify. It's not even a prophecy. It's King David describing his own struggles in the present tense. And the best Hebrew text that we have says, like a lion at my hands and my feet. Psalm 22 will never be a prophecy, Nick. Not in a million years. No matter how much you like it, no matter how it tickles your inside, Psalm 22 is a first person lament by King David about his own struggles. That's it. It will
Okay.
never be a prophecy.
Okay, that's fine. It's not a big deal to me. I'm not like particularly attached on these prophecies. Once again, like I said, like I'm not like bound to the prophecies. That's not why I became a believer in Jesus. I became a believer because
Then
of the
give me a
historical evidence.
reason to believe that Christianity is true. One reason. Again, extra biblical evidence that Jesus lived and died will never be good evidence. Give me evidence that Christianity is true.
Okay, so in the Bible, it talks about how there was an earthquake, and the earth went dark after Jesus was crucified. Did it not?
So what?
Okay, so
So what?
there's a
The, the,
quote from
there's
there's a quote
earthquakes that are
from Tom.
recorded in other texts that record mythological
Yeah, but
events.
here's
Does
the
that mean
thing.
that the
Here's the thing that
mythological events
it's
told by the Roman
it's a
histories are
really
true just because the Roman histories
here's the
include the
thing,
earthquake? Nick, did you hear my
right?
question? Nick, did you hear my
No, no, yeah,
question?
no,
Okay,
100%, right?
are the Roman mythologies true because the Romans record earthquakes?
But here's the thing. If you're gonna say
Again,
that,
Nick, I'm
like,
going to ask you the question till you fucking answer it. Are the
okay,
Roman mythologies true because the Romans mention earthquakes and natural events that we know happened?
for the mythologies, no, not
Okay,
necessarily.
then fantastic. So I don't believe that the Roman mythologies are true, and I don't believe that the Christian mythology is true just because we can validate that there was an earthquake in and around a particular time period. Try again.
Not in or around on a specific day and a specific time.
Yeah, and the Romans got it right too. Congratulations. It doesn't validate the mythology. Try again.
Okay, so when you look at the Gospels, do you believe that they're historically accurate? That they talk about
No.
historically accurate events? You don't.
They say things over and over again that are false. That's why I don't trust them. The first page of Matthew has like 5 errors.
Okay.
You want to
So
see them?
what exactly in Matthew has errors that you like to mention?
Yeah, literally right from the get go. He doesn't even get the genealogy right. He says that Joram is the father of Uzziah. Was that true?
I don't know.
No, it's not true. There are 3 individuals born between Joram and Uzziah. He got that wrong, which means he's also wrong when he says later, says, so all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. From David to the deportation to Babylon, 14 generations. And from the deportation to Babylon to the Messiah, 14 generations. The second set of those generations has literally 17 generations because he left people out. The last set of 14, if you actually go and count them, has fucking 13 generations, not 14 generations. He accidentally double counts Jeconiah. Matthew is a fucking goof.
Okay.
Not
I
only
didn't know.
that, not only that, neither one of these establishes a Davidic lineage to Jesus. They both go to not David, I apologize. They go through David all the way to Joseph, who wasn't the father of Jesus. And the prophecies about the Messiah said that they're going to come from the body of David. It's got to come from the loins of David.
So when you say the loins of David, you're saying like his exact son.
His seed, from the seed of David, it says.
Okay.
Which means if Jesus doesn't come from the physical seed of David, then he's not the Messiah.
But the other genealogies refer to Mary as having or been from Joseph, do they not? Or am I wrong in
No.
saying that?
Both genealogies end in Joseph. Neither one of them go to Mary.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm not an expert in all of that, but I'm just saying, like what I was mentioning earlier with the whole earthquake, and from what Thales had written from, which was
Yeah,
a source from around
just go
50 AD.
right back to the same bad talking point. Nick, I already addressed it. It's like you're not listening. The fact
Well,
that somebody can pinpoint
the thing is, I
an
don't.
earthquake says nothing to whether or not the mythology in the book is true. The Greeks and the Romans record all kinds of natural phenomenon that we know literally happened. It has nothing to do with whether or not their mythologies are true.
But
Pinpointing
if they were
a
to
location of
lie,
a city or an actual event that happened says nothing about whether or not the mythology is true.
but if you're able to confirm that they lied about the actual historical events, then it's pretty easy to say, okay, this whole thing's made up because they
It
said
doesn't
an earthquake
matter.
happened here and an earthquake never happened.
It doesn't
But
matter.
then they
They lie
say
about
an
other stuff,
earthquake.
Nick. Nick, they
But then
don't
they
have
say
to
an
lie
earthquake
about an
and
earthquake to make it false. It's already false. They lie about other things.
well, they say an earthquake and an eclipse happened on a
It
specific day, an
Well,
actual day
first of
that
all,
Jesus
it
died on
didn't. The
Passover.
type of eclipse that happened wouldn't have caused darkness. It was a lunar eclipse. So I don't
That's
know if
not
you
what was
if you
recorded
know
by
about this
Taoism.
talking point very well. If you actually look through the history of eclipses at that time period, there was a lunar eclipse which wouldn't cause even one iota of darkness. If there was a solar eclipse, you can get some darkness. That being said, there was no eclipse that coincides with the darkness of the time period. And
Well, I'm not
again,
going to
it's
talk about
irrelevant,
I'm just
Nick.
talking from the historical history that
Recording
was recorded.
natural phenomenon will never validate the supernatural phenomenon for the same reason that the natural phenomenon that is recorded in the Greek and Roman histories don't validate the Greek and Roman mythologies.
I'm
Try
not saying the
again.
natural phenomenon says that the supernatural phenomenon's real. I'm
That's your
just saying
claim. Your claim is that
no,
the
I'm
fact
not
that
saying that.
this earthquake
I'm
is
saying that
recorded proves that the biblical story is true, and I
no, you're putting
fucking
words in my mouth.
agree. The
You're
fact
putting
that
words
the
in my mouth.
naturalistic phenomenon happened says nothing as to whether or not the story in the storybook is true.
That's not what I'm saying. You didn't let me get to my point. What I was saying is if you can have historical claims that was written in the Gospels be corroborated to be true from outside sources, then it's reasonable to come to the conclusion that they were not lying about the other materials in there and
Wrong
that
again, Nick, for the
they
same reason I articulated 30 seconds ago. Verifying naturalistic phenomenon will never verify the supernatural phenomenon for the same reason that you don't believe that the Greek and the Roman histories are true when they talk about their mythology, even though they coincide with natural phenomenon. Natural phenomenon will never validate supernatural phenomenon. Try again.
I'm not saying it validates it. I'm
That's
saying
your
that it's
claim,
hard.
Nick. No, Nick, stop.
No,
That's
it's
your
not my
your
claim.
your claim rests on if they didn't lie about this, they must be telling the truth about that. That is not a good argument for the reasons I've articulated twice. I would say the exact
That's not
same
what I'm
argument
saying.
about the Quran. I would say the exact same argument about the Greeks and the Roman histories. Being able to validate that they told the truth about a natural phenomenon has nothing to do with whether or not they told the truth about anything else.
That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying this one thing proves that everything in the gospel is real. I'm
It
saying that
doesn't prove
it helps
anything, Nick.
point.
It doesn't unless you
No,
think the
it
same
doesn't
is
show that.
true, unless you think the same is true of the Roman mythologies, then it doesn't apply to the Bible. You don't think that this applies to Roman histories, therefore it also doesn't apply to the Bible.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this one thing proves that Jesus was the Son of
I
God.
didn't
I'm
say it
saying that
did.
it's
Nick,
part.
listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Unless your argument can be applied equally to the Roman and the Greek historians, or even to the Quran, then it also doesn't apply to the Bible. The
I'm
same
not saying that it
logic you're
necessarily doesn't.
using to validate the Bible, you would say doesn't validate the other histories, which means it's not a good argument, Nick.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this one thing is all of
Nick,
the evidence. I'm saying it's a
I didn't
collection of the
say
evidence.
anything about this one thing. I don't know why you're not listening to my words. There's not a single naturalistic phenomenon recorded in the Bible, whether there's 10 or 15 or 20 of them, that will ever validate the truthfulness of the mythological claims for the same reason that in the other books, no amount of their natural phenomenon will ever validate their supernatural claims. If their naturalistic phenomenon doesn't validate their supernaturalistic claims, then your natural phenomenon doesn't validate your supernatural claims. Do you see the argument?
No, I see what you're saying, and
Okay,
I'm not
then
talking
we
about
need you to
the
move
other
on to a
sources
different
or the other
argument
religions.
then.
What was that again?
Then we need you to move on to an actual workable argument, not one that actually destroys your position.
I don't think that destroys my position because what
It
I'm doing is I'm
does.
trying to
All right.
bring
Well,
up different
we're
sources
going
for
to try this
example.
again, Nick. I'm going to ask you a series of yes or no questions. The only words that need to leave your mouth are yes or no. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay. Are you aware that there are supernatural mythological claims in the writings of Josephus, like for example that Hercules existed and things like that, or that Vespasian fulfilled some of the messianic prophecies? Are you aware of this?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that those claims are true?
No.
Okay. And does Josephus record all kinds of naturalistic phenomenon in his histories?
Yes.
Okay. So does the recording of naturalistic phenomenon have anything to do with whether or not his mythological claims are true?
No, it doesn't.
Great. Why shouldn't I apply that identical same logic to the Bible?
Because this isn't a source from Josephus.
I didn't ask you where it came from. I'm saying, why shouldn't I apply the same logic to the Bible?
Because that's a different historian who
I
writes
didn't
about it.
ask you if it was a different historian. I'm asking you about the logic. Why should I change my logical function for reading the Bible when I wouldn't change it for any other book?
Because you're looking at one historian right here who
No, I'm
talks about.
not. I'm
Yes, you
looking
are.
at all of the histories, Nick. It doesn't matter if it's Josephus. It doesn't matter if it's Tacitus or Suetonius. I don't care. I'm applying the same logic to all of them. Every single ancient book that records history and also containing mythological claims. I'm applying
I know you're applying
identical
the same.
same logic to all of them, Nick.
Yeah,
I'm
I know
asking you,
you
give
are.
me
Yeah,
one reason why I wouldn't apply the same logic to the Bible.
because every historian's different, right? And where when you have
I'm not asking you about the
Josephus referring,
historian. I'm not asking you about the historian. I'm asking you about logic. Why does the logic that I
I don't think that's
apply
a
to
logical claim,
every
though, to
other
say that just
text not
because
apply to the Bible?
I wouldn't say that's a logical claim, just to say where one person inaccurately uses naturalistic history to talk
I
about
didn't
things that
say
never happened.
inaccurate. I
That
didn't
one
say the word
person who
inaccurate.
does
It's
use
like you're not even
naturalistic
listening.
history,
It's like you're having an entirely different conversation. I couldn't
I don't.
imagine actually being like in your family on Thanksgiving having to have a conversation with you because you don't fucking listen, Nick. Again,
I
I'm
think I
not
did
asking
listen to
you
you
about
right
the
there. Yeah.
author. I'm asking you about the logic. The logic. You've already admitted that if
The
a
logic
book
has to
makes
do with the author
claims
though, and
about
what they're saying.
mythology, then its claims about mythology aren't true, even when it does make true claims about natural history. So I'm asking you, I agree, the Bible does make some true claims about natural history. Why should I also believe that it makes true claims about the mythological portions?
Because when you're analyzing history, you don't. When you're analyzing the primary sources, you have to look at who wrote the primary sources.
I
The
have.
person
I
who wrote
know
it
who wrote
matters
them. We
too.
have no idea who wrote the Bible. We don't know who wrote any of the Gospels. So again, the authorship's fucking relevant. I'm asking you, why should I apply a different logic to the Bible than I do to any other ancient text?
I didn't say that you had to apply anything different to it. I
Okay,
never said that.
so should I apply the same logic to the Bible?
When if you're saying it in
Yes or
terms of
no,
I'm
Nick?
not going to
Should
use.
I apply the same
No,
logic
absolutely
to the
not. You
Gospel
shouldn't
of
for any
Mark?
piece of history. No,
Okay,
absolutely not.
so
Not for any piece of
okay, so
history.
we
For
we
anything
should
in this.
treat the Bible special. We shouldn't use logic to
No,
read it.
no, not just the Bible.
Okay,
Any
so
piece of primary
well,
source
so
you
we
ever
shouldn't
read.
read anything logically. Nothing should be read
No,
logically.
you should read it logically, but from
Okay,
what
so
your logic is
everything
saying,
should be logically.
your
So
logic is
in
saying
every
that
book
you can
ever
never use
written,
naturalistic
naturalistic
history
phenom.
just
So
because
so
Josephus said
so
or
we'll try
used
this.
natural history
So we'll try this
in
again.
a
So Nick, pay
illogical
attention.
way.
Try to focus up. Is there any other book other than the Bible, any book, where their claims of naturalistic phenomenon would validate their supernatural claims?
I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my
So
head.
the answer is no. So you're special pleading for the Bible. You're
You're
saying we
saying
should
there's
treat the
no.
Bible
Okay.
special
So
because
no
it's
is a
my
bold
special
claim right
book. It
there.
gives me good feelings in my tum tum. When I
No,
read
no,
the
no, no.
Bible,
That's
I
not
feel
what
like
I'm
it's
saying.
special. Therefore, I'm not going to apply the same criticisms to the Bible that I would apply to every literal book on the planet. The Bible is somehow special. Why would I do that? Why would I, as a logical thinker, treat the Bible special than any other book?
Just because I don't know off the top of my head if there's naturalistic explanations or verifications for any other piece of the history outside of the Bible doesn't mean I think the Bible is the only one that does. It's just saying off the top of my head, I don't know if there's any out there. There could be 1,000 or there could be none.
Sounds like none. Okay, so again,
It sounds like none, but what's the real
so
answer here?
so
Do you
we'll
know
so
any off
we'll
the top of your head?
Yeah, it's none. I don't believe any mythological
You don't
claims from
believe, but
any
do you
Bible
know?
because
You
I
know
have no
that. You know that.
reason. I have no reason to believe that they're true until somebody can demonstrate that mythological claims can be true. Until there's evidence, I refuse to believe it. I don't
I'm
believe
not
in
talking
things
about
without
mythological
evidence.
here.
So I guess we're gonna ask you for the last time. Do you have any evidence that the Bible or that Christianity is true? And again, pointing to the fact that an earthquake happened is a meaningless statement about whether or not the Bible itself is true.
I mean, once again, man, that's your opinion that this piece of recorded history doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Is the Bible 100% true or only partly true?
You know, that's a tough question, man.
It shouldn't be tough. You never thought about it?
Because
So what is it?
it
Is it
depends on what
100% true
perspective
or
you're
mostly
looking at it.
true?
Do
Partly
I
true?
think everything? Do I
A
think
third
everything in the
true.
Bible? Do I think everything in the Bible literally happened? No,
He's
but I
doing
do
he's
think that
doing
there's
a
stories
lot
there.
of backpedaling on here. So no, the Bible's not literally true in
I don't
everything.
think everything in the Bible is literally true. No, I
Okay,
don't.
so some of the Bible's not true.
I wouldn't say it's not true. I think
Well, that's what it
there's a
means.
difference
If it's
between.
not true, that means it's not true. So I'm asking you, what parts of the Bible are true?
What
Are
makes
all
you
of them
say that? What
true?
makes you say that
Are
it's
all of
not
them
true
true,
just
Nick?
because it didn't literally happen,
Are all verses
right?
in the Bible true?
Are all of, what do you mean by true?
When it says that something happened, did it happen?
Did it literally happen? I don't think
When it
everything in the
when it
Bible literally
claims that
happened.
something happened, did it happen? Yes or no?
I don't think everything in the Bible literally happened. I think
I
there's
didn't
a lot
ask
of
you if it
stories in
literally
there.
happened. I says when it says that X, Y, and Z happened, can I trust that it happened?
From a literal standpoint that this thing actually happened on Earth. For example,
When
like
it
Adam and
claims
Eve.
there's a motherfucker who lived and they did something, can I believe that they lived and did something?
It depends on the book, but yes, I would say that no, in every case, it didn't literally happen. And I don't think that the authors were trying to intentionally mislead people to believe
Did David live?
that certain mythological things
Did
literally
David
happened.
live?
They're trying to get to
Did
deeper
David
meanings,
live, Nick?
spiritual truth. Yes, David did live.
Okay, when it says that things happened to David, did it happen?
I believe that yes, when it talks about what happened in David's life in Samuel and in Kings and Chronicles, I think it did happen.
Okay, when it says that things happened to Abraham, did it happen?
I don't know. I really don't know on
You
that
don't
one.
know. Okay, so Abraham might be mythological.
Potentially, I don't know.
Do you think that Jesus thought that Abraham was mythological?
I don't think he thought he was mythological.
Were Adam and
However,
Eve mythological?
another thing I will
Were
say,
Adam and Eve mythological, Nick?
I do think they were. But here's another thing I'll say is
Okay,
that
so I don't care about your another thing. I want you to answer my question. So, have you read the book of Hebrews?
yes,
Okay. And do you think the author of Hebrews thinks that Abraham was mythological? Thank you, Bertram, for the ship.
no, he doesn't think they were mythological.
Okay, okay. Do you think it would be a problem for Christianity if Abraham was mythological?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay, I want to show you why. Because the book of Hebrews disagrees with you. The book of Hebrews goes through a whole theological diatribe about how Jesus is actually better than than the Levitical priesthood because he was actually Levi was in the loins of Abraham when he gave an offering to the priest of Melchizedek. In fact, let me grab it. It's in Hebrews chapter 7. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. What verse was it? Verse 11. Okay. It says, now perfection, if perfection had been attainable through the Levitical priesthood for those people received the law under this priesthood, what further need would there have been to speak of another arising according to the order of Melchizedek? So he's about to make an argument that being a priest of Melchizedek is better than being a priest of the Levites, rather than one according to the order of Aaron. For when there is a change in the priesthood, there is necessarily a change in the law as well. Now, the one of whom these things are spoken belonged to another tribe from which no one has ever served at the altar, for it is evident that our Lord was descendant from Judah, which we have no evidence that that be the case. And in connection with that tribe, Moses said nothing about priests. It is even more obvious then that another priest arises resembling Melchizedek, one who has become a priest not through legal requirement concerning physical descent, but through the power of an indestructible life. For it is attested you are a priest according to the order of Melchizedek, or you're a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. Fucking, I don't want to read the whole chapter. Give me a second to figure out what the actual verse was that I was looking for. There we go. See how great he is. Even Abraham the patriarch gave him a tenth of the spoils, and those descendants of Levi who received the priestly office had a commandment in the law to collect tithes from the people, that is, from their kindred, though these also are descendants from Abraham. But this man who does not belong to their ancestry collect tithes from Abraham. The man that wasn't part of the ancestry was Melchizedek, and blessed him who had received the promises. It is beyond dispute that in the inferior is blessed by the superior. So he's saying, listen, only a superior could bless somebody, and that somebody must be inferior. You can't have an inferior person bless a superior person. So it says, in the one case, tithes are received by those who are mortal, in the other, by one of whom it is testified that he lives. One might even say that Levi himself, who received tithes, paid tithes through Abraham, for he was still in the loins of his ancestor when Melchizedek met him. So what he's saying is, Levi paid an offering through Abraham to Melchizedek, therefore demonstrating that the priesthood of Melchizedek is greater than the priesthood of Levi, because Levi was essentially subservient to Melchizedek because he was in the loins of Abraham when Abraham gave the offering. So this whole argument, the entire thing, only works if Abraham's a real person.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So Abraham has to be a real person, and the Exodus has to be a real event. Like, these must all be actual, real historical events. And the fall of Adam and Eve must be a real historical event. The book of Luke traces genealogy of Jesus all the way back to Adam and Eve. Do you think that Adam and Eve are real people?
I don't. No, I don't.
Do you think that Jesus' genealogy goes all the way back to them?
I think spiritually they were real, but no, I don't think
They
that
were
they're
spiritually real?
real.
What does that even
No, I
mean?
think it's a spiritual story.
So then that means this genealogy's it's rubbish. It doesn't mean anything.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't really answer that question to you.
It goes all the way back to Adam, son of God. So why would we have this genealogy stating that Jesus's genealogy goes all the way back to Adam, the son of God, being the first of creation? Romans 7 says the same. Why would we
You know,
believe that this is
I
like
don't I don't know
figurative?
why. I don't know exactly why they would do that, man. I don't know. But that's not why I believe that Jesus was the son of God. It was because of whatever genealogy they were doing for whatever purpose they were doing it for back then or what they were trying to get at. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question why they're right there why they would do that. Unless you
The
know why.
reality is because they thought that this was real, literal history, and they were wrong. The same reason why they thought the earth was flat and there was a dome over top of it. They thought this was real, literal history, and they were wrong.
Yeah, but I don't know anywhere in the Bible where it says the earth was flat.
Yeah. Job 38, 14. Or 34,
Okay.
18. Let me grab it. I think it's Job 38. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. Says, my translation says changed. Most of them say formed, but it says it is formed or changed like clay under the seal. It is dyed like a garment, referring to the earth. In fact, we can read the preceding verses. You have commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place so that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth, meaning the earth is flat, it's got skirts, and the wicked to be shaken out of it, like a rug. It is changed or formed like clay under the seal, and it is dyed like a garment. A clay seal in the ancient world was a flat disc. They believe that the earth was a disc. That's why we have in Isaiah 40:22, it says that God is enthroned above the circle or the disc of the earth.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were writing to ancient audiences, so they're going to describe the earth in ways that make sense to them. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take that as literal,
No, God
like
spoke these words.
scientific history.
No, God spoke this. Why did God get it wrong?
I don't think that God spoke this. A human wrote Job. I think they're trying to get at.
So
I don't think the point of Job is to be a scientific argument for the
so
shape of the earth. I think Job
it
is to talk.
is.
The point of
Yeah,
it is to talk about human
God is
suffering in that
God
book.
is questioning Job. Who are you to question me? Because I created all this shit. And then he describes all the shit that he created. It says, Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind. Who is it that darkens counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up your loins like a man. I will question you, and you shall declare to me. And then God talks about all the shit that he created that Job supposedly doesn't know anything about. So did God not say any of these things?
I would say it would make sense that God would speak to Job on a level he would understand. If God was like describing the earth as a sphere and Job didn't know what the heck he was talking about, that wouldn't
They
make
had a
any
word
sense.
for ball. There's a Hebrew word for ball. He could have said that the earth was a
Yeah, but
ball.
Job didn't think the earth was a ball.
So
Job
what?
probably thought
This
the earth
isn't about
was
what Job
like
thinks.
this.
This is what God said. God's not required to describe the earth in the wrong method just because Job doesn't know any better. And if Job didn't know
Obviously,
any
but he's
better,
gonna
that's
try
on
and like
God for not
have
actually telling
Job
him what shape the earth
understand.
is. God had all that time to show them what the shape of the earth was, and he chose not to. And then he purposely described it in the wrong way. The reality is, this data coincides with the idea that this is written by a man putting words in God's mouth, that it wasn't actually words that God spoke.
Okay, but would you say that the message in Job is a bad message?
It doesn't matter if it's a bad message, it's just wrong. It says things that are patently false. Just like in the Levitical law code, it says things that are patently false. It says that rock badgers and rabbits chew cud, and they don't. It also thinks in Deuteronomy 22 that all women bleed the first time they have sex. And if they're found to be lying because there's no blood on the sheet, you get to stone them to death. Do you think that all women bleed the first time they have sex?
No, they don't.
Well, the author of Deuteronomy 22 did.
Hmm.
You don't find that to be a problem?
I don't know, man. Honestly, like Deuteronomy, anything in the Old Testament's not why I believe in Jesus. I already went over that.
It doesn't matter. If the Bible repeatedly says things that are untrue, I have no reason whatsoever to trust the mythological claims within it. No reason.
I don't think you need to necessarily believe everything in the Old Testament word for word to believe that Jesus was the Son of God, though. I don't think that's a requirement.
It doesn't matter. There's no evidence whatsoever that he's the Son of God other than the claims made in the Bible. And I don't trust the claims in the Bible because it says all kinds of shit that aren't true. The same reason why you don't believe the claims of any other book that says that miracles happened or that some of the Caesars were deified after their death. Do you think that some of the Caesars are deified after their death?
No, I don't.
Well, then I'm applying the same logic you're applying to the Caesars to Jesus.
But did the Caesars do miracles on earth?
Yes, they did. Titus Vespasian specifically was recorded by two Roman historians to heal a blind man by spitting in his eyes using the power of Serapis, and to heal a person with a lame leg, both of them claiming that it happened in front of a multitude of witnesses.
Okay, as a follow on question, how can you trust that when the Caesar is the most powerful person in Rome and, the Roman Senate, the Caesar, whoever, can just have any historian write whatever they want, whereas Jesus was just a poor carpenter and the only people who wrote about him had no monetary incentive or political incentive to do such things?
For the same
I
reason
mean,
that you trust Josephus. Josephus was paid by the Romans to write his histories, and you trust what he says, don't you?
I'm not saying I trust everything Josephus says. Actually, I'm not a big fan of Josephus because
That was your
the guy
first
was
evidence. Your first
it
evidence
was
was Josephus
I
Antiquities
was bringing
chapter
in one thing
18,
and I was
and
gonna
now
yeah.
suddenly you don't trust him?
I was gonna keep on going with the historical evidence, and you've cut me off multiple times. But
Go ahead, give me the
all
rest
right.
of your historical evidence. I haven't heard one of them that supports your case yet.
I mean that's your opinion on things because I gave you that one specific example about
It was a bad
how
example.
an
Do you want to go over
earthquake
it
and
again?
eclipse
It was a
happened
bad example.
on
Do you want to
July
waste time on
13th.
it again, Nick?
No, we don't need to talk about that one again. Let's
Then
move
give me
on
another
from that
one.
one.
That was a bad one. Everyone knows it.
All right. Let's look at the Sanhedrin right here, right? On the eve of the
43a?
Passover, they hanged Yeshua,
Yeah,
and an announcer
Sanhedrin
went out
40.
before him,
Nick, I know it.
and for
Sanhedrin
3 days
43a.
saying,
We've read it 100 times on this live stream. That only validates that he lived and died. Again, I already agree with you. He lived and died. Try another one.
okay, just give me a minute, please.
Again, I want a source that can validate that he's the Messiah or that Christianity is true, not a source that validates that he lived or died. You don't have to do that. I already believe that he lived and died. I don't need a single source that says that. To be
All
clear,
right,
I
I don't know.
already know the sources. There's not a single
I don't have
source that says
I don't have
anything
anything
about
right.
Jesus being the Messiah or Christianity being true.
I don't have anything in front of me right now that I can go ahead and look at. There may or may not be anything else out there. However,
There's not.
what I'd say is that you could also use the Gospels as part of the historical evidence.
No,
I
you
know you
can't.
disagree with me, but why
Nope.
would you disagree with me
For
on
this,
that?
for the same reason that you don't think the claims of Josephus's mythology is real. If you can't see that Josephus's mythologies aren't real and that Tacitus's mythologies aren't real and that Livy's mythologies aren't real, so on and so forth, then you don't understand anything that we just talked about for like an hour.
But there was never any like outside historical evidence outside of myths that
Yes, there
Hercules
is.
was real. Okay,
There's
so what
all
did
kinds of
Hercules
outside
do?
evidence corroborating the claims that are made in the Roman histories. A lot of the Roman histories tell the same story over and over again.
Yeah,
The
within
healing,
like
the healings of the Asclepii. There are dozens and dozens of sources that describe the healing of the god Asclepius. There were over 300 known Asclepii all throughout the Roman provinces, and all of them claim to have miracle healings of the god Asclepius, but you don't believe that even one of those healings happened under Asclepius, do you?
I don't necessarily say that. I never talked about them.
Do you
What I was
believe
gonna
that
say is,
Asclepius existed and that he did miracles?
I mean, maybe I don't know. I don't know enough about it, man, to make an opinion on
You
that.
don't lie in front of the audience. You don't believe there's a god named Asclepius who lived and is now deified that was healing people in the Roman Empire, do you?
I thought you were saying there were people doing miracles. You're saying there was a god who was doing it.
Asclepius was deified. Yes, he was a deity and he was healing people that were sick. There are
I'd say
300
probably not, but
there
listen,
are
man, I really
300
can't.
known actual physical buildings in the ancient Roman Empire where people went to get healed by the god Asclepius.
Listen,
300
man, I don't know.
known. So
I don't know
if
enough
you
about it.
don't believe that Asclepius was a real god that healed people, you have no reason to believe that Jesus was God healing people.
Well, why is that?
Because we've got 10
Who
times
said
the
I
amount
believe
of
that
evidence.
Asclepius
Because we have
is
10 times the
wrong?
amount of evidence for Asclepius as you do for Jesus. In fact, you can fill like entire like libraries with the evidence for the Asclepii healings.
Well, here's the thing about God, dude. Like, if God's real, right? Which obviously, like, you
Here
don't
comes
believe,
Pascal's
right?
wager. We've never heard that before. This will be new.
No, I mean, obviously, you don't believe God's real, right? Um, I mean, I wouldn't say it's beyond reason to believe that even if God came down as Jesus, right? Which makes sense to me because why wouldn't God come down in human form to kind of say why we're here? Why wouldn't he come to other cultures and do miraculous healings, et cetera, and then a people call him
Why would
by a
he show
different?
up as a human being and contradict everything he said in the Hebrew Bible is the better question. That's the
Well,
problem. The
what does
problem
Jesus
is
specifically
not
say
that
that?
God couldn't come down. If God existed, he could do whatever the fuck he wanted to. But what he couldn't do is come down and literally contradict everything he said before. That's why you don't trust Mormonism. You think Mormonism contradicts the teachings of the Bible. That's why you don't probably believe in all kinds of other Christian cults because you think it contradicts the Bible. I don't believe in Christianity because I think it contradicts the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible says that the law was going to be established literally forever, and that when the Messiah comes, they're going to still be doing the law of Moses forever, and God Himself says that that is the case. So when somebody comes along and they say nonsensical claims like I am the Messiah, I didn't fulfill any prophecies though, and that the law is somehow going to be abolished according to Paul, not according to Jesus, I have no reason to believe that that person has any idea what they're talking about.
Okay, so what does Jesus say specifically that contradicts, whatever you're talking about?
Well, one, he's not the Messiah. Paul explicitly, he's the inventor of you don't have to follow the law anymore, and the author of the book of Acts, whoever that was. They specifically disagree with Jesus and with Yahweh about whether or not the law is eternal. If the New Testament can't even agree with itself about the position of the law, I have no reason to believe any of the other nonsensical claims in that book. Jesus says that the law
Jesus,
is in effect until heaven and earth pass away, and that if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you need to follow the law and teach others to follow the law. Paul said no. Paul said no, the law is abolished. It doesn't apply to me, it doesn't apply to you. It says, in fact, if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you.
Yeah, but didn't Jesus say, I didn't come to abolish the law, I came to fulfill it?
Yeah, that's a direct contradiction of Paul. Paul said
How
he
would,
did come to abolish the law. So if Jesus says, I did not come to abolish the law, and Paul says he did come to abolish the law, that's a direct contradiction within the New Testament.
yeah, I guess that would be. I wouldn't know enough to argue on that.
The book is so full of contradictions, I have literally no reason whatsoever to trust its supernatural claims. None. No reason to trust it.
So I guess a question I would ask you is, you spent like what? How many years like being a pastor?
About a decade.
About a decade. What?
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing you came up like grew up in a Christian household, etc. Like what? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to assume anything. Like what ultimately made you decide, God wasn't real, and all that.
Well, I decided Christianity wasn't true long before I figured out God wasn't in existence. Christianity is just not true for many of the reasons why I claimed. It entirely contradicts the Hebrew Bible. Nothing in the Hebrew Bible would point towards the New Testament. The New Testament itself can't even figure its shit out. The New Testament doesn't even have eyewitnesses. We don't have a single writing from the disciples. Mark wasn't an eyewitness of shit. Luke wasn't an eyewitness of shit. I don't believe that John wrote John because there are multiple authors that identify themselves in chapter 21. I don't believe that Matthew wrote Matthew. None of our manuscripts have early attribution to the actual authors. Not a single word in those gospels tell you who actually wrote it. And again, like Paul's letter directly contradicts the book of Acts on a number of occasions, but according to church history, Luke was a traveling companion and a medical doctor of Paul. There's no reason whatsoever for Paul's writings through Luke in the book of Acts to directly contradict what he says in his epistles. That should never happen, yet it happens repeatedly. Paul himself demonstrates to have no understanding of the Hebrew Bible nor of the Hebrew language. In Galatians chapter 3, he makes up an entire theological argument based on the grammar of the book of Genesis and the promise made to Abraham about the seed or the offspring of Abraham, because he doesn't know that Zerah in Hebrew is a collective noun used to refer to many offspring as opposed to a singular offspring, because he's only reading the Greek Bible. He has no idea what's in the original Hebrew, and in the Greek Bible there is a differentiation between a plural and a singular seed, but that wasn't the case in the Hebrew Bible because Paul is a goof. Every time I read Paul, I'm reading somebody who has no idea what's in the Hebrew Bible, just like the Gospels. The Gospels point to prophecies in the Hebrew Bible that aren't even prophecies. The ones that they point to, Jesus clearly didn't fulfill, and half of them are, almost all of them, are directly taken out of their original context. Isaiah 7, the virgin birth, there's no virgin birth in Isaiah 7. Nothing about a virgin, nothing about a Messiah. It's a prophecy that quite literally came true in the very next chapter. Flip the page over to chapter 8. What was predicted in chapter 7 came true. Not about Jesus.
Okay, so after you had decided that like Christianity wasn't real, like did you still believe in God? Because I know you said you came to the conclusion later that God wasn't real.
Mm. Yeah, that's the case. I was like a generic theist for a little bit. Um, it wasn't until I started thinking about some of the big picture stuff that it stopped making sense. Like heaven and hell didn't make any sense outside of Christianity. In fact, heaven and hell doesn't even make sense within Christianity. It's silly. That being said, like if there's no heaven and hell, why do I believe that there's an afterlife? What's the evidence of an afterlife? I couldn't find any good evidence for that. And then like other nonsensical things, like okay, like this idea that we can have some sort of eternal existence. It doesn't make any sense. How would we exist eternally without some sort of a physical existence? I don't think it makes sense to believe that we can have an immaterial existence. As far as I know, anything that exists without any time, without any space, just doesn't exist. You need time, space, and matter for existence.
Okay. I was just kind of curious to see kind of like what made you originally like change your mind on those things.
Yeah, I think evolution much better explains the state of affairs, and science much better explains our state of affairs than theism ever will.
I kind of disagree on that one because I think if evolution, like if we were just to look at evolution as like the sole thing for like morality and all that stuff, it wouldn't make sense kind of the way we act.
Oh no, you don't want to do this, Nick. You don't want to do the moral argument.
I know I don't want to do the moral argument because I mean we're never going to agree on it. Um, but I don't know, man. There's just there's so many things that happen in this world that, in my opinion, I can't really just explain based off of log things that happen to me, etc., which I won't get into because that doesn't matter for this argument. I don't know. I think it's more likely that God exists, and I think that
Based
Jesus was the Son of
on what
God
evidence though?
because uh like well, here's the thing. I can't bring that up because at the end of the day, the reason I believe isn't because of things that have happened to other people. It's because of what's happened to me,
Personal
And
experience. You got it.
I'm just some random caller, so I can't just like
You got it.
throw in my personal anecdotes, because that's kind of biased in
Yeah.
here and it's not really a good argument.
Yeah, you nailed it.
But
You're right, Nick. Anecdotes will never be evidence. I'll end with this though. I don't think Christianity has a leg to stand on when it comes to morals. Why in the world would we look at the Hebrew Bible or the New Testament and think that this is a source of objective morals?
why would we I would say just based off of what Jesus said in his life, loving
Why?
one another and forgiving your enemies.
But Jesus also
Because
said to follow the law of Moses, which says that you should stone women who don't believe on their wedding night, and it says that you
but
could own slaves.
Jesus also stopped the those
No, he
like
didn't.
older Jewish men from stoning that one lady who was committed adultery.
He certainly did not. That's not even within like 400 years of authenticity of that story. That was we have manuscripts as early as like the 5th century at best for that. It clearly was added later to the Gospels, to John chapter 8 specifically, and it's not original whatsoever. That being said, it's still not an abrogation of the law. Jesus here, I don't think, is abrogating the law. In fact, according to the law in Deuteronomy 22, both the male and the female needed to be brought forward for execution, and there was only one. I think if the story happened, Jesus was like, "Listen, I don't believe that this woman actually committed a crime based on the fact that the other party isn't even present." That being said, I don't think the story is even original to the gospel. I think it was added in much later.
Is that just
It,
based off of the original or the first manuscript for that being 500 years after?
it's based on the manuscript evidence, and it's also based on the fact that it would directly contradict Jesus's own words earlier and later in the Gospel of John,
Well,
in the Gospel of Matthew.
which ones would you like in John, for example? Would you say that like contradicts?
Well, specifically, the best example is the one you already brought up, with is Matthew chapter 5. If Jesus says that I did not come to abolish the law, that means he didn't come to abolish the law. He says whoever does the law and teaches to do the law will be called great in the kingdom of God. Which means
Yeah.
at no point in time can we justify Jesus's words being not pro law of Moses unless you want to affirm that there's a contradiction within the book.
I don't know. I've heard different opinions on that sort of thing, and honestly, I don't really know what to make of that.
Well, I mean, let's look at Matthew 5 briefly. Jesus ends this discussion. He says, "Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." Like, at a minimum, we have to concede that according to Jesus' teaching, he thinks that doing the law of Moses is great, right?
Yeah.
Which means
I
anyone who
mean,
comes along later and contradicts that They're just contradicting Jesus's words.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, I guess you could also say like, wouldn't Jesus kind of be contradicting himself then? Because obviously the law of Moses is like incredibly like brutal and harsh for a lot of these punishments. Like
No, I disagree.
when he's, you wouldn't say that the law of Moses was harsh for some of the punishments.
I would. Jesus wouldn't. Jesus advocates for killing children in Mark chapter 7.
No, no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they were harsh. The
No, to
punishments
us,
were harsh.
not to Jesus. No one cares what we
No, yeah,
think. We,
but
we care what Jesus thinks.
yeah, yeah. But what I'm saying is like he's saying obey the law, right? But I don't think he's
hmm
necessarily saying you need to do the punishments,
No, he
which
didn't.
is kind of
I
what
disagree.
he
He's
demonstrates.
he does in Mark 7.
In Mark 7, he punishes someone.
He chastises the Pharisees for not punishing.
And what is? Okay, can you pull up that quote, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Verse 9, Mark 7. He says, then he said to them, he's referring to the fact that they want him to wash hands. And he's like, listen, I don't care about the tradition of the elders. And Jesus over and over again argues with the Pharisees about how he wants to follow the law of Moses, but not the tradition of the elders. And it says, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandments of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that if anyone tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me as korban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit doing anything for father or mother. So, thus nullifying the word of God through your tradition. So what he's saying is, you should be following exactly what Moses said in the book of Exodus, which is, namely, when somebody doesn't honor their father and mother and curses them, they must surely die. You should be doing that, but you're nullifying it. Why would you do that? So Jesus, even when he talks about the law, he's not distinguishing between the punishment and the command. It's all part of the law.
Yeah, once again, like my opinion on the law is kind of like
But
that. Like the
what
reason
was
God,
Jesus's opinion?
I think he's pointing out their hypocrisy because ultimately, I don't think Jesus wanted
His
us to like continue following the law word for word like to this day. Like I
well,
don't think
no, that's what he said though. He
I think that's what
chastised the
he's saying,
Pharisees
but I
for
think
not doing it.
no, yeah, but I don't think he's saying that to like say like we need to put the law back right now. Because
He
ultimately, I think that God
he
instituted the
did.
law. I think
We
ultimately
just read
God
it in
instituted
Matthew.
the law.
Nick, were you paying attention? Matthew
Right.
5.
No,
He
but what
says
I'm saying
he
is like
says
ultimately,
not a jot or a tittle of the law will pass away, which means that includes the punishments. The punishments are a jot or a tittle. Not one jot, not one tittle is going to pass away until heaven and earth pass away.
yeah, but like I was saying, I think that God ultimately like originally instituted the law to show us like there's no way that we can like live
Well,
sinless lives. You know what I mean? Even with
then you
like these like
haven't
harsh
read
punishments we
Deuteronomy
see.
then. Deuteronomy disagrees. Deuteronomy 30:11 says exactly the opposite of that. It says, "Surely this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away." In fact, in the same chapter, God says during the Messianic age that you will follow this law. In fact, we'll go back to verse 6 is moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants. When is that supposed to happen? When does God say he's going to circumcise the hearts of the people?
You just said during the Messianic age.
Yeah. That's when they're actually going to obey God. Jeremiah 31 is an example. He's going to put the law in their heart, and they're finally going to obey God, and He will be their God, and they will be His people, and everybody will know the Lord. We don't have to go out and say, "Look, there is the Lord," for everyone will know, from the youngest to the greatest. So the period when God circumcises the hearts of the period, that's like the eschatological messianic age, correct?
Sorry, say that again. You cut off for a second.
Yeah, the period in which God circumcises the hearts of the people would be at the end, correct?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So it says, the Lord God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Oh, hold on a second. I'm getting a network error on TikTok. TikTok's the worst. I'm just going to keep going. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today. So Yahweh says through Moses that during this time period when God circumcises the hearts of the people and finally, like your stubborn ways are done and over with, then you're going to observe all of the commands that I have given you today. Which means this is an eternal law code. There's no time period where Yahweh God says that this law is going anywhere.
I don't know if he's necessarily saying this is literally going to happen, or he's kind of saying like in terms of like like if you do
Uh-huh.
these type of things, this will happen or whatever. But
He's
maybe I'm wrong right there.
He says, the Lord God, your God, will circumcise your heart. Is that a declarative statement or is that like a dependent clause?
Sorry, I'm reading it again. Give me 1 second.
Buddy, you're doing tobacco over there. Don't do that. You're going to ruin your teeth, my man.
It's just Zen, man. It's not tobacco.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I quit that stuff a couple years ago, but now I'm hooked on this.
Yeah, we don't want you getting mouth cancer or anything.
Yeah, I don't know if the Zins are bad for your teeth or whatever. Just
I
because
don't
they have
know
them.
actually. Yeah, I don't know either. All I know is I know that tobacco is. I'd hate to see you like lose your teeth or something like that.
Trust me, I would too. I dipped for a while and it wasn't pretty. But yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. It's a dependent clause right there.
It's just a declarative statement, right? The Lord
Yeah.
God will do this, right? And
hmm
so, whether you think it happened already or whether or not you think it's going to happen in the future, the reality is it includes following the law of Moses.
Suppose so.
So, like anyone who comes along later and says that the law was temporary, like Paul says in Galatians chapter 3, verse 23 and 24, that the law was a temporary schoolmaster until Jesus came. And then he says elsewhere, like 1 Corinthians 9:20, that he's no longer under the law. When you read all these statements in the New Testament, or like the book of Hebrews makes a long explanation about why this law no longer applies, the reality is all of these claims are direct contradictions of what the Hebrew Bible says. And I personally think that Jesus agreed with the Hebrew Bible. I think Paul and the others who came after Jesus were the ones that were like, oh no, we need to change some stuff. And this is actually a pretty, like, the Christian apologists noticed this pretty early. If you read the writings of Origen when he was in the disputation with Celsus's Jewish friend, he basically says that yes, Jesus agreed with the Hebrew Bible about the law, that the law was eternal, but there was a new revelation from God that came later because his disciples weren't ready for it yet. Like as if a period of 25 years was going to be all the difference they needed. The reality is this is a very old contradiction and there's really no good solutions for it unless you think that God is either lying or changing his mind. In Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29 says that God doesn't change his mind nor does he lie.
I kind of believe more in like the progressive revelation type of thing, where it was like God spoke to the early people in a different way He speaks to us now. Where it was like kind of in the infancy of civilization, like we were still kind of like evolving as a people, and like He kind of spoke to people on their level and their terms, etc. And then He didn't like reveal the whole thing until later on when He came as Jesus.
Right, but if the new revelation contradicts the old revelation, that means God either changed his mind or he lied.
I don't know if it means he necessarily lied or changed his mind. He might have just been speaking
Mm.
differently to different people based
No,
off of the
no, no,
context.
no. Nope. If the previous revelation contradicts the new revelation, that means he changed his mind or he lied. That's what that means. And in the Old Testament, he says you will follow this law code forever. He says it in Deuteronomy 4. He says it in Deuteronomy 12 twice. In fact, Deuteronomy 12:28, he specifically states that you should do this thing forever because when you follow the law, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. In fact, let me grab it and put it on the screen so you know that I'm not lying to you. It
But is
says
he saying you should or you will? Like you
it's
absolutely will or you should?
it's the same. Be careful to obey all these words that I command you, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So, according to the God of the Old Testament, you should forever be following his commands. There's never a time where he's like, you shouldn't follow these.
You should be, but it doesn't mean you will.
I'm not asking will, I said should.
So
Because
I don't see how that
Paul
contradicts him.
because Paul says you shouldn't
You shouldn't what?
follow the law.
Okay.
So if God says you should follow this forever and Paul says you should not, it's a direct contradiction. The new revelation contradicts the old revelation, which means the progressive revelation argument doesn't actually work. It's just a direct contradiction. That means God, if he revealed this through Paul, that means God changed his mind or he lied, one of the two.
I don't think he's saying. I think what Paul's saying is like you don't have to follow like the specific like ritual and like sacrificial things
No, he didn't say
in the
anything like that.
Levitical law.
There's no division in the law.
Well, ultimately, like what did Jesus do? Right? He says he sacrificed himself so that we wouldn't have to do sacrifices anymore.
Jesus never said that.
Well, that's why he went on the cross, wasn't it?
That's what Paul said after he died.
It's kind of what the New Testament was getting at too, was that Jesus was the sacrifice.
I agree, but Jesus didn't say that.
But that's what he was displaying through his actions and kind of what he was teaching at the time.
I disagree. I don't think Jesus thought himself to be a final sacrifice, because he says that not a jot or a tittle is going to pass away from the law until the entire world is done, until the entire world, heaven and earth, has passed away. And that did not happen.
And I don't think that the law in terms of like right the Ten Commandments and all that stuff is necessarily like gone and passed away. Like I think like those are still rules we should live by to this day.
Okay, so then Paul was wrong. Paul said you shouldn't follow the law.
He doesn't.
Paul says,
I don't know if he's referring
Paul
to that.
says,
To that
Paul
part,
says
but I think
all
he's
of the
referring
law
to
is
the
abolished.
part.
No, Paul's Ephesians chapter 2 says the entire law with its commandments and ordinances has been abolished. He says, for he is our peace, in his flesh he has made both into one, referring to the Jews and the non-Jews, and has broken down the dividing wall, that is the hostility between us, abolishing the law with its commandments and its ordinances, that he might create in himself one new humanity in place of the two, thus making peace. So Paul says explicitly that Jesus abolished all of the law and its commandments and ordinances, which
But he's
could
not saying
not
that.
be true.
But he's not saying that you aren't to follow everything in the
Yeah.
law. Like he's not saying you
No,
can go out and like murder and kill people
he
now.
said it's
for example.
abolished. That's what it means. If the law is abolished, you don't have to follow it anymore. If I abolish the law to buckle your seatbelt, that means you ain't got to follow it no more.
But he also says at the end of it, right, that he may create himself one new humanity, right?
Yeah, but not through the law. There's no law. It's abolished.
Right. It's just following like Jesus and God's will at this point. That's kind of what
Well,
he's getting there.
neither. That's not the case, because Jesus and God wanted you to follow the law. Jesus and Yahweh both said to follow the law forever until heaven and earth pass away. Which when Paul says, no, you don't got to follow the law, well, one of them's wrong. They can't both be right.
All right. I mean, I guess I'd have to read more into that too, But kind of want to switch the topic here if you don't mind. Just kind of want to get your opinion on like who do you like obviously you think Jesus is real. Like who do you think he was and like what he was doing at the time and like as a follow on to that, like what do you like why do you think he gained such a like following after that?
I don't think he had a following. I think the myth of Jesus having a huge following was invented by the early Christian historians. We don't see that at all in the earliest writings from like Origen or from like even Julian the Heretic. Some of the early critics or voices from the time period, they say, for example, two things. One, that it's a very small movement that's kind of relegated to the region of Galilee, and number two, that like the persecution hadn't happened for a long time, and that they primarily are like trying to convert like orphans, widows, and Greeks who don't know any better. It's not until until Constantine adopts Christianity as one of the official religions because his mother was a Christian, that it took on any force.
So who do you think Jesus was then?
Well, I just think he was one of the many so-called rabbis claiming to be the Messiah of the period. There are probably hundreds of false messiahs. Simon Bar Kokhba was a false messiah. There are at least two different false messiahs that can be identified from the Dead Sea Scrolls that they thought they were the teacher of righteousness. There were messiahs around the same time period, like Dositheus the Galilean. There was Judas the Galilean. There was all kinds of messiahs popping up in and out of existence. Jesus' only staying power was, in fact, that it was able to get adopted by the Roman Empire, and then it was spread by the sword ever since.
Okay, so why do you think that his apostles, etc., like kept on, keeping on with the movement even after he was killed?
I have no evidence that they did.
Why do you say that?
There isn't any. The evidence that records like the exploits of the disciples come hundreds of years later, and they're full of all kinds of fantastical claims. My favorite is from the apocryphal Acts of Peter, where Peter basically gets into a wizard's duel with Simon Magus, and the Holy Spirit empowers a baby to give a speech as it's suckling at its mother's teat, and then it empowers a dog to give a speech. And then Simon Magus uses his magical powers to fly around in the sky, and Paul like shoots him down. I'm sorry, Peter shoots him down, and he falls down and breaks his hip. That's the story where we learn about the death of Peter being crucified upside down. And the reality is, a lot of these stories that later give us the like the stories of the apostles' martyrdom and whatnot, they say all kinds of other nonsensical stuff.
Like, I definitely agree with those apocryphals that were written centuries after, like not historically, like relevant at all. But even in Acts, in some of the letters, and even in Clement's letter, like they attest to Paul being crucified in Rome, Peter being crucified in Rome,
Mhm.
um, James
Peter and
being
Paul, it's it.
killed,
Well,
James being
James,
killed,
we don't
and
know
so
the we don't. Here's the problem: we don't know why these people were killed, right? So like the Christian talking point is that like they were killed because they believed in Jesus. That's not the case. If you read the other historians and some of the other writings, it's clear that they were killed because they kept committing crimes against the state. One of those crimes was they were holding secret assemblies underground. The Christians freely admit that, as do the opponents of early Christianity. One of the reasons why they were being killed is that they kept saying that Jesus was a king and that they had another king other than Caesar. They kept committing crimes that were punishable by capital punishment. So, like, when that happens, they don't call you in and ask you to denounce your religion. They call you in and say, "Is it true that you said these things?" And then you die. Like, it's not like they got the chance to renounce and like, "Oh, I wouldn't do it. I'll die for my savior." We have no evidence that any of that ever happened. The evidence that we have seems to point for the fact that a lot of these people claiming to have another king other than Caesar were eventually rounded up and given capital punishment. Some of them, not all of them.
well, why would they believe, and why would they like spout that thing if they knew they had the potential to be arrested and killed for that?
For the same reason why the Jews did, the same reason why the Jews continually backed up other false messiahs and evoked the ire of the Romans and got their asses handed to them time and time and time again. The same reason why they put all their forces behind Simon Bar Kokhba at the turn of the second century. They had a 4-year period of freedom from the Romans under Simon Bar Kokhba, believing he was the chosen Messiah. And he actually was a prince over the Israelites for a period of about 3.5 years. And then the Romans handed their ass back to them, kicked them out of the land, made them slaves, and renamed their land. Like religious people, whether you're Jewish or Christian or anybody, a lot of them are always going to be willing to sacrifice their life for their belief system. If the Christian sacrificing their life for Jesus is evidence of anything, it's just evidence that religious people will sacrifice their life for all kinds of nonsense, just like they did for the Waco siege in like what 1992, when David Koresh convinced them that he was the second coming of Jesus, just like they did for Jim Jones when they drank the Kool-Aid. Like 800 people died in some nonsense in the Kool-Aid incident. Like people, like religious people, are all the time giving their life for like bullshit reasons.
Why do you think? Why do you think Constantine ended up becoming a convert to
I don't.
Christianity?
I actually don't think he was a real convert. I think he made Christianity official religion because, in fact, his mother was a Christian. He actually loved his mother. I also think that he wanted to unify the kingdom by we'll say, propping up religions that he thought were probably more palatable than traditional Judaism, because in traditional Judaism they had a lot of revolts against the Roman leadership. Christianity was a little more benign in that aspect. So that being said, I think that he was trying to unify the religion, unify the kingdom, allowing some religions that weren't allowed before, trying to like settle the people down and create a little bit of calmness throughout the kingdom. And what do? You make some concessions. I don't think he was a real Christian. The problem was, it was pretty clear that he was serious about making sure Christianity was accepted as a religion, even if it wasn't the official religion. He didn't make it the official religion. That happened under Theodosius II. That was like two kings after Constantine, or two monarchs, whatever you want to call them. But that being said, once Christianity did become the official religion, like all hell broke loose.
No, yeah, 100%. I mean, once they became the official religion, it kind of just like, spread, you know. But I don't know. You have a bunch of interesting things you pointed out to me. I guess just like some final questions I have is like, what do you think happens like when we die?
I think our loved ones are sad and we become worm food.
Do you have any opinions on like near death experiences, like people who've
Yeah.
like actually died and were resuscitated?
Yeah. I studied near-death experiences for about 15 years. I think the problem with near-death experiences is they're so culturally relevant that it's hard to believe that it's not just your brain hallucinating. Like there's all kinds of near-death experiences of Muslims and Hindus that reflect their own religious backgrounds. There's all kinds of near-death experiences that reflect like we'll say non-theistic experiences, like people who believe in a spirit world but not like an actual God world. And I think the reason why near-death experiences tend to like mimic your cultural background is because it's your brain like filling stuff in. And I've been dead twice, and when I was dead, it was just black. It was nothing.
You've actually like
Hmm.
died?
Yeah,
Huh.
I was born with a heart condition, and I died quite a few times, but I only remember two of them because I was a bit young. But that being said, like if near death experiences were real, everybody should have them when they died. Like it should be a unified experience. We should all experience the same thing. They shouldn't mimic our cultural background, and we shouldn't have like 90% of the population when they die, they shouldn't just experience blackness. 100% of people when they die should experience something, and they just don't.
How long ago was that when you like had those experiences? You don't mind me asking?
The last time I actually recall dying, I was 6. I was watching the movie Gremlins, and I had a lot of issues with my heart. And there was a scary moment in the Gremlins movie, at least for a 6-year-old. And like my heart raced up to the moon, and then it locked up, and I lost my heart for a couple minutes. And then, when your heart stops beating, eventually everything just fades to black, and then you wake up somewhere else later.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's really all I had. I mean, I appreciate the conversation. Obviously gotta read more up on these things, but yeah, I just appreciate you taking the time.
All right. Hey, thanks for talking with us, Nick. We know that these are difficult conversations to have. Like I've had these before, even when I was a Christian. I know they're not pleasant. So thanks for coming up and having a chat with us.
Okay, you got it, man.
All right. Cheers. I was gonna read some super chats, but we got a hostile guest in here throwing throwing number one signs into the chat. I'm curious how delusional this guest is. How you doing, Ethan?
What's up?
Ethan, are you a Christian?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Do you think
What's your name? What's your name?
Do you think it's becoming of a Christian to like dance around in the waiting room like doing this? Do you think that's like Christian behavior?
No. Does it
No.
matter?
Yeah, it does.
I'm just caffeinated, man.
3:12 says, "Therefore, as God's chosen ones, holy and beloved, clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience." Do you think that's a good instruction?
Nah, you're getting me already, man. You already got me. Well, but what's your name?
My name is your daddy, and you're not old enough to be here. And my stream ends in 30 minutes, so I got to read super chats. Yeah, he wasn't 18 for sure. He looked 12. All right, friends, I'm going to read what's left of the super chats. I apologize that I waited so long, but after Nick finally calmed down, I felt like we could make some progress. So I kept him on like 30 or 40 minutes later than I actually planned to. I didn't think he was actually going to calm down and make any progress. But friends, remember, that's why, as you know, traditionally, that's why I keep people on for a long time, even if they're being combative, because sometimes you can just fucking wear them out. You wear them out, and then eventually you can get to a good conversation. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it does happen. We've witnessed it. I think Nick was one of those times where we actually witnessed it, where eventually they just run out of steam and they calm the fuck down, and you can have like an actual conversation. So I know people get mad at me for keeping people on too long, but that's why I do it, because sometimes it actually works. You know what I mean? Sometimes, not all times. All right, I'm going to read some super chats, friends. Tim, thank you for the super chat. Says levels of hell: 1 Philbro, 2 Woo, 3 Dodgers, 4 Presups. I do think that level 1 and 4 might be together, but if there really is a level just for Presups, it's got to be the deepest, flamingest layer. Game Guy says Ulrich got that USSR Wi-Fi, and that is the case. That is literally the case. But whatever, he's on the other side of the globe. Martin, thank you for the super chat. Says thank you for your donation, but thank you for your donation, friend, and also for your super chat. Martin says God loves the fires of hell, and aroma pleasing to the Lord. That is the truth. The reason why hell is so popular in the New Testament is because we already know God loves barbecue. And Pat says, I don't know Jeffrey Dahmer. Meanwhile, number 1 on Netflix. Yeah, actually, isn't that the case? How do you not know who Jeffrey Dahmer is? That's crazy. And Martin, come in and again, thank you so much. Says the resurrection story is the biggest cope in history. I agree. The resurrection, no way it happened. It's a huge cope for a dead, failed Messiah. And Dr. Dave says it's great to listen to Ulrich when he's muted. That's my favorite. I need to remind him that he needs to keep his mouth shut when he's talking to me. And Sir Gamelot says that Christmas shirt is outstanding. Well, thank you. Could you look how awesome it is? I've got Christmas kitten riding Christmas T-Rex with like rainbows and like laser shooter. Listen, it's golden. Sarah says, Cook, glad for a Canadian vacation day tomorrow. Listen, we're glad for you. I hope you have a great vacation, friend. And Martin coming in again. Thank you so much, Martin. Says a growing body of scientists argues that insects, including bees, experience consciousness, including pleasures and pain. If so, likely do fish. Ah, fuck. Are you going to convince me to not be a pescatarian and actually not eat fish? Listen, I agree that fish feel pain. No one's questioning that. I'm just saying that the life cycle of the average fish is that they're going to die soon and they're going to be eaten. Almost every fish you've ever seen in the water is going to die by being eaten by another fish, and they don't live long lives. I don't know if I care so much if I'm the animal that eats them. I just don't think that's necessary. However, the cow over there, that sweet little thing that comes to me when I play a little bit of guitar or whistle at it, I don't know if that thing is necessarily going to be eaten by something. And I do kind of feel bad eating it, no matter if it is delicious on a grill with a little bit of garlic butter on my plate, medium rare. The same. Science Lover says, Rock hard for Doug, simply what for Justin, for Sharon. Justin, I keep seeing notifications for other atheist live streams, but your stream is a category killer for me. Happy Monday. Well, thank you, science lover. And listen, I cannot explain to you why and how my channel has been so successful, other than I think we have a great community of people that have pitched in to make it so great. I am tickled beyond belief that I have so much support for my channel as I do. And I don't think I'll ever get over like how much love I have for the community, that I have the support that I have, that I can do this full time, that I can get up here and I can move the needle of conversation away from these toxic religions and actually be able to dedicate my full-time presence to doing so. So guys, thank you so much for being here. I cannot thank you enough for supporting what I do, for supporting my work in the community. Alex says, can we get the King David mythology, but rewritten into a Game of Thrones-esque fantasy? I feel the potential. I thought that somebody was doing that, weren't they? Listen, I forget the name of it, but somebody did it. It's a poor documentary. I forget if it's on Netflix or YouTube, but it's out there. Somebody actually did do it. I look it up. I promise it's out there. I just forget who did it. I watched some of it. It was only mildly okay. Pat says, I'm convinced Chris Mo is a crackhead. That might be the case. That could definitely be the case. And Gretchen, good to see you again, says, Jay, let's find out if tapestries are flammable. I think we did. I think we saw a tapestry guy didn't get very far. That was the case. Although I did have fun every time he said the word tapestry. And Steven says, because the Prince Spaghetti Company exists, the flying spaghetti monster exists. He sacrificed his one and only meatball for his people. Listen, I'm on board for sacrificial meatballs. I think it sounds delicious. And Game Guy says, have your Bible open. Why won't you read the head canon that I just made up? Chrismo? What's happening? Who you're quoting? Have your Bible open. Why won't you read the head canon that I just made up? I don't know what a head canon is, but I think I see what you're saying, Game Guy. Like, listen, you've got your Bible open. Why not just give me the passage that you say exists? That guy was a head case. Lockfurry says, almost like he has no verse to reference. It's almost the case, right? That he was lying about a passage that didn't actually exist. And Reverend says, Chris Mo really tried the my girlfriend goes to a different school bullshit with his Bible. That's got to be a first. It's painful to watch, to be fair. It really is. It just is painful to watch people with that level of cognitive dissonance. Yet here we are. Josh says, the new conversation with Kitten is exactly how conversations with my ex-wife go. I mean, my pet kittens? What's happening? What? Am I losing my mind right now? What are we talking about? Did I have a conversation with somebody named Kitten? I'm baffled. Thank you for the super chat, though. Fafo says, what is this Do Re Mi Bible? A musical? Do Re Mi. I see what you did. The Douay Rheims Bible is actually a pretty interesting translation. There's quite a few Douay Rheims Bibles I think have a parallel Latin side by side, but it's just an old style Catholic Bible. There's no reason to think that the Douay Rheims Bible is special. It's just like a more King Jamesian version. Tim says, I knew you didn't know the verse that doesn't exist. I know, right? That call was crazy. Dr. Fudge says, Chrismo was raising my blood pressure. Help me, Doug. I'm fine with this joke. I got to be honest, Chrismo was raising everybody's blood pressure, but it was a little bit entertaining because everyone can see the shtick. Space Lord says, you know that Chris's Douay Rheims copy has the pages stuck together? That is the case. He got turned on by the lambs. It's me. Thank you for the $4 super donation. And Jennifer says, cite your drop. We're tired of Chris. Read super chats. Oh, cite or drop. Listen, I agree with you, Jennifer. I kept him up a little bit long. I wanted to give him an extra long cooking because he was such a clown. I apologize. Jory says, it's a spiritual lamb. There it was. It's a spiritual lamb in Daniel. I forgot about it. It's a spiritual lamb. Martin, good to see you again. It says vertical and horizontal are one and the same. Agreed. Agreed. There's no listen, friends. I think we're finally getting there. There's no schism between the horizontal and vertical. And Timothy says, ask him if he knows Mike Johnson. I do know Mike Johnson, the one who comments under the name Mike Johnson. Maybe. Game Guy says, you want the answer? You can't handle the answer. That was the argument he was using. You can't handle the answer. That's a good movie. Author Jack says, Horizontal Doug came to me last night in the form of my bush burning. You can get a cream for that. Glad to know it was only Doug and not a medical issue. If you've got some burning in your bush, you do need to talk to a doctor or a dermatologist. You're probably going to need some sort of a cream, maybe a pill. I don't know. Benjamin says, I've never watched a viral crash out live before. You know what? Here you get it. We listen at least once a week. We get at least one really good crash out. I think we got one at the beginning of the live stream pretty quick. Even Crismo too. Tales of Levant says, did the hoarding of food during the 7 good years cause the 7-year famine of Egypt? I don't think so. That's not my read of it. That being said, the hoarding of the food in Egypt did, in fact, cause all the Egyptians to become slaves of the Pharaoh again, which is wild. That we're never told that when they ceased becoming slaves of the Pharaoh and the Egyptians became slaves, because it sounds like it happened at the same time period. AR says, I love the pettiness of being willing to read the entire book of Daniel from 125, yo translation, real moops energy. Listen, I knew there's not a single fucking passage in the book of Daniel about a coming future Messiah or sacrificial lamb, about Jesus, and I knew I was calling his bluff. He knew I was calling his bluff, and he was trying to say, well, you have to read all of Daniel, hoping I wouldn't agree to it. And so I fucking agreed to it. Let's read it. Every goddamn word, we're going to read it. And he did anything but read it with me. And Karen says, my prediction, this dishonest caller is going to pivot to, this was all a ruse to get you to read the Bible. You know what? I'm shocked he didn't. He did kind of tangentially do that at one point. You're right. Dr. Fudge says, Chris Mose might actually be the douchiest guest. There have been worse guests, nastier guests, more evil guests. He's the douchiest. You're right. If there is like a poster child of a douche guest, Crismo is the douchiest of douche guests. And Simon says, if Karen Dave is right, I'll buy him a drink. On his last super chat, you mean? What'd he say on his last super chat? He says, my prediction is that this dishonest caller is going to pivot to, that was a ruse to read the Bible. And he kind of did. Simon, you might have to take him up on that. He kind of at least hinted at it. I don't know. It wasn't direct, but it might be in there. And Atlas, good to see you again, says, how on earth is it that difficult to get a verse out of Chris? Fucking crazy. Isn't it amazing, Atlas? Imagine for a second that you're like, listen, I have information. I have this magic coffee cup, right? I said, prove it. And you're like, no. You have to go to my house and search through all of my coffee cups and prove that I don't have it, or else I have a magic coffee cup. I mean, it's basically what he's saying. That being said, only I have the magic of coffee cups. Listen, I've got the best coffee cups. No one's got coffee cups like my coffee cups. I do love a good holiday coffee cup, friends. OT Bandmaster says, we need a name for this instrument. OT Bad Kid. How about butt sack? LFMAO 67. Old Testament bandmaster. The boy shows promise. Rock hard for sackbutt. Sackbutt's not bad. Ass clown. We'll see. I don't know. Tag Geek says, what books or chapters do Catholics add? I know about the Apocrypha, but did you say Daniel had an additional chapter? By the way, thanks. Well, it depends on which Bible you're reading. In some Bibles, they add 2 additional chapters to Daniel. Sometimes they label them as new chapters. Sometimes they roll them into chapter 12. Sometimes they're just called additions to Daniel, or they're called by their formal names like Bel and the Dragon, or there's one about the 3 kids naming, or sometimes they'll call it the Song of Susanna. I know there's different names for them that they'll show up in your Bible. In fact, I think in the New Oxford Annotated Bible, they show up under their additional names and not under Daniel proper. Let me see. Blah 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 blah. The contents doesn't list their additional names. I don't think, unless they're on the next page. Prophetic books. Okay, under the Apocrypha, they have listed as books and additions to Esther and Daniel that are in the Roman Catholic, Greek, and Slavic Bibles. And so they just list them as editions. And the editions are called the Prayer of Azariah, and the Song of the Three Jews. There we go. The Song of the Three Jews. Sometimes it's a Song of the Three Children. And also Baruch and the Letter of Jeremiah are editions elsewhere. I'm sorry. I wanted also Susanna and Bella and the Dragon. There we go. So those are the names of the editions that show up in the Catholic Bible, and in some Bibles they just go by that name. They don't actually have their own chapter numbers. In some of the Catholic Bibles, they give them additional chapters, or they just lump them in. In the Orthodox Bible, it gets lumped in with chapter 12. Herbie says, "Hey Dalton, sorry to hear the loss of your dog. Sad for you. I know it's so hard when we lose a loved fur baby." Reverend Nate says, "Was that a pirate joke? It seems like it was all about the R." That was a pirate joke, Reverend Nate. And Jeffrey says that took huge grace to acknowledge the missing R. Indeed, all these jokes are rolling into one big joke about the joke about the 25% missing from the roof, though, was pretty good, actually. Singer says that influencing your child to believe in things that they'll go to hell for not believing your magical bullshit is abuse. Agreed. I wasn't always of that opinion, but I am of that opinion now. I think that is the case. And Mike says there's no genders in Dougism. Agreed. Absolutely. And Luke says life granting unicorn equals Doug Apocrypha. Well, it's part of the pantheon now. Dustin says I now have both streams up so I can get the full kitten experience. To be fair, on the vertical live stream, you do get a little more kitten action because you can see what's happening like under my chest. You can see the kittens in my lap. So if you like kittens and you want maximal kitten, that might be where you need to be. OE says thank you for your donation, but thank you, OE, for your donation. And also Tim says, what's the difference between wallpaper and toilet paper? You don't know? That's disgusting. That's actually a really good joke. I would run that joke in real life. I like that one. Roland says, your content is so fucking fun. Still recovering from religion after over 40 years. How do you become less angry at believers? I even confront clerks. Well, to be fair, in real life, I never hassle believers. It's not really worth my time. And like most of the believers I encounter are like friends or family of mine. It's not really worth it to do it. But on the internet, when they're acting like asshats, I treat them like asshats. I don't know. Sometimes I do get a little annoyed or upset with them. And be honest, it's just a matter of practice. The more you do it, like the easier it is to like maintain your composure. But the problem is, it's not always doable. Like sometimes you just have to literally commit to it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Raven says, no lamb, but maybe Chrismo meant Daniel 7, 9, 13. Maybe, when he first brought it up, he says it was like between chapter 11 and 13. So I don't think he had any idea of what he was talking about whatsoever. I think he was probably originally making a reference to the lamb from Exodus. He got it confused with Daniel and then couldn't talk himself out of it. Biscuit says omnipertinent, as the cats are, of course. And Isaac says, Baha'is accept Zoroaster as a prophet. I want to know your guys' opinion on the Ahura Mazda and its effect on evolution of Yahweh, please. Actually, I'd like to know as well. Unfortunately, we didn't get much time to talk. Reverend Nate says, Justin, do yourself a favor and check out Toby. We are most amused. Skit by Rowan Atkinson. No one talks about Hell's PR department anymore. Well, I've never heard of this. We're going to call it, or we're going to type in fuck me. Are we amused by Rowan Atkinson. Okay, I'll check it out later. Thanks for the suggestion. I appreciate that. Biscuit Bro says, came hard for Doug. CHFD. We have a new slogan now. Came hard for Doug. We're glad to hear it. We're glad to know you're having fun. And Game says, we love your cast. Justin, you're fine too, I guess. Well, thank you, Games. I appreciate that. But listen, I got to be honest. Nobody who could possibly hope to hold a candle to those adorable little kittens? I can't think of anybody. Bob says, DZ, try Vixen much earlier than Kitty. I have no. Oh, you're referring to the band. The band Kitty. I'm sorry. It took me a second to remember that we had a discussion about the band Kitty. I have not listened to Vixen. I'll have to give him a listen. I appreciate that. And Jeff says, had to take some Tylenol. I'm convinced it's Chris's fault. It definitely is Chris's fault. He gave me a headache. I've got a headache right now. And Sir says, I like your man cave. Lots of books to read and nice shelves. Looks real cozy. It is real cozy. The only thing I would change is I wish I had a slightly bigger desk and a more comfortable chair. The chair was kind of an El Cheapo to get me through. And whatever, I can't complain. I can probably put a pillow down on it. Maybe a pillow will make it a little better. We'll see. Whatever. I'm lucky to be here in front of this screen talking to all these fine people. And he says, thanks, Justin. That lying liar was really hard to listen to, by the way. Andy, it was. It was. But sometimes when you get somebody that's an obvious lying liar, it's kind of fun to kind of parade them around in public just so people can see how deep they're going to dig their own proverbial grave. Design says all minds have different morals. Similar minds acting on shared goal filter for common moral. Morals seem subject to changing goals. This isn't hard. It wasn't hard. That guy, I think, was being obtuse on purpose. I don't think he was that dumb. And Design says when they assert objective morals, it just seems like a lazy way to assert that the morals that support their goals should be prioritized. That's really what it is. They think that if these morals that I like prove to be beneficial, we can just say that they're objective, but that's not how objective morals work. Jains were killed off. Moral society lost to immoral. Fair point. I wish I knew more about the Jains, actually. I really wish I did. And Design says morals seem to emerge from hive mind. Agreed. We're all trying to be great apes. Just make an argument for why your crappy god's goals should be prioritized. Indeed. Yeah. I couldn't agree with a statement more than that. And McCorian says, can you just tell him to read the dictionary? This kid clearly doesn't know what words mean, and that was the case. It was painful on that he doesn't know what words mean merry-go-round. After like the 5th time I was done. Stephen says, how can a mind access objective morals? You can't. The only way to do it is to use your own subjective moral thinking capabilities, which means even if morals were objective and they're not, we're still left in the same boat, which is everybody saying, well, here's what I think they are. And then we all fight over why we think that we have the superior objective moral with no way to demonstrate that they are objective. And Tim says, Odysseus, hey guys, ready for our Odysseus. I'm sorry, ready for our what? Okay. Odysseus says, hey guys, ready for our. Odysseus's crew says, what's an Odyssey? Odysseus, a long, terrible trip named after only the survivor. Crew? Question marks. This is a good joke, actually. I do appreciate that one. And Graham says, let's take a boat to Sentinel Island and get their take on morality. How many Christians would it take to convert the natives of the island? Well, 0, because they kill all of them. It seems to be the case. And Dexter's Lab says, sorry, Jay, short line and thought about effective caller. Well, Dexter, I appreciate that. No worries. I love shooting the breeze with some people, but that being said, this is a debate live stream. We're just doing debates. GL says, if the entire city of New York wasn't completely destroyed, what happened to the Twin Towers? AI, probably. Indeed. Fair point. And McDubbin says, lying for Christ and tire. Every time. That's all they have. Without lies, Christianity dies. And Bothell says, if the horizontal and vertical factions want a war, go with the nuclear option. Do a diagonal stream and don't shift back until they get along. I wish I did have a method for doing a diagonal stream. I probably could do it with like an image mask on the video. I'll think about that. That's an interesting point, though. And Hammond says, did this guy think that when Rome was burned by Vandals, it was destroyed? And when it's a new city now, liars for tire. We need to make this a new slogan, liars for tire. It kind of rolls off the tongue. And he then says, Al, yeah, but what about Tyre this time? Indeed. Never again never means never again, and words never mean words. And Simeon says, just checking out the Think Institute and what they are apparently and what they're apparently going I mean going to do, what they're apparently going to cook you on. Oh, there we go. What they're apparently going to cook you on is that Justin claims that Jesus didn't teach the Trinity. I don't think I've literally ever made that claim. Ever. I've never once had a live stream where I debated whether or not Jesus himself thought he was part of a Trinity. In fact, I've said it many times. I think that Jesus, according to the Gospels, thought that he was a God. I've never made a claim about Jesus's view on the Trinity. I have no idea why you would attempt to even cook me on that. That's crazy. Again, I don't know if the Bible necessarily teaches a Trinity. I think the earliest gospel, like Mark, had an adoptionist view. That's irrelevant. You could just come to the live stream and stop being a cowardly coward and debate me to my face. Evan says, I have a confession. I was a whores, but Randy gifted me a Vert membership, and now I'm born again, erect Dougite. I'm rock hard for Doug and rock hard for Randy. Fuck yeah, rock hard on. Hell yeah, Randy. Thanks for that. And Evan, glad to hear you rock hard. And Carissa, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's super generous. Adam, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says Christian nervous laughter. The buckle chuckle. The buckle chuckle is an amazing description of the Christian nervous laughter. I appreciate that. I hope I can remember that next time. McDubbin says Christianity equals Pollyanity equals lying liars who lie. Indeed, couldn't agree more. Christianity is not modeled after Christ, it's modeled after Paul. And eggnog, I love some eggnog, holiday season calls for it, says coffee mug collection reveal at 100K subscribers. Oh, fuck yeah. When DZ debates or Deconstruction Zone hits 100,000 subscribers, you know I'll do a mug reveal. Space Lord says Josephus, a Jewish historian, this guy who was the Messiah. But anyways, I'm going to move on to trash Pilate some more. Really? Yeah. If Jesus literally said that Jesus was the Messiah, that motherfucker would have spent a half a book doing apologetics for Jesus. Hammond says, holy hell, Trump just proposed a policy of allowing 50-year mortgages and 15-year car loans. We are cooked. I don't want to be a rent slave. Yep. That's the case. Trump knows that the economy is in such dire straits that now, well, you should just pay on your house for 50 years. Fuck a 30. Fuck a 15. 50 fucking years to buy a house. We're cooked, friends. Flux Chandler says, a Christian arguing that Jesus wasn't convicted of a crime is surreal. I'm too stoned for this. Or maybe not stoned enough. Much love. I agree that's a tough one. A Christian who believes Jesus was not convicted of a crime when the Bible literally fucking records his crimes is crazy. But listen, we know that they're not going to read the book. 80% says, is Micah 5:2 a cross-reference to 1 Chronicles 4:4? So I guess it kind of depends on what you think a cross-reference is. But 1 Chronicles 4 should include some lineage. And yes, I think that this is the case. In fact, in the book that I'm writing on the prophecies, I've already completed the chapter for Micah 5, and I make an argument that Micah 5 is a callback to the lineage of King David, not necessarily to a specific city. And the lineage says, these were the sons of Etam, Jezreel, Ishma, and Ibdash, and the name of their sister was Hazelelpani, and Penuel was the father of Gedor, and Azer was the father of Husha. These were the sons of Hur, the firstborn of Ephrathah, and the father of Bethlehem. And if you trace the lineage, what you'll find is that Ephrathah and Bethlehem were ancestors before they were cities. And so when it talks about a king from the days of old, and it refers to these ancient ancestors that lead to King David, it's referring, in fact, to the archaic nature, the ancient nature of the city of Bethlehem coming from these ancestors. It's referring to somebody coming from the Judean lineage of King David. It doesn't say anything about a city. Jagged to Tiger says, if God made Adam and Eve 0.00001% corruptible and intended for him to live forever, then it was a mathematical certainty that Adam would be corrupted. You don't need to be all-knowing to know 8th grade math. Agreed. If there was even a chance that they would be corrupted, it seems that it's a guarantee that they would be corrupted, at least eventually, that humanity would be corrupted eventually. So you can't play dumb. Oh, golly gee, you know? St. Brush says, a Roman wrote down the name Jesus on papyrus, and that's when I converted. Turns out it only takes seeing Jesus mentioned as existing to convert. I tried to get Nick to pay attention how dumb his argument was. No extra biblical source demonstrating the existence of Jesus will ever validate the mythological claims. Nathaniel, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, let me rephrase what I said earlier through Hume's is-ought distinction. If you believe morals are only subjective, that's an is statement, but isn't that is statement just a belief? Yeah, Nathaniel, I don't know what you're asking me. We've gone over this 4 million times. I don't believe that there is an ought claim in subjective morals. I don't believe that I can tell you what you ought to do. Only what I think you ought to do. I can't tell you objectively what you ought to do. Ought statements and moral statements in subjective morals are dependent on your mind, which that means they are, in fact, your opinion. That's just that's what we're stuck with, Nathaniel. Nobody has the ability to claim that objectively you ought to do anything until they can demonstrate that objective morals exist, and they can't do it. Design says, you think when writing the Bible, God would have foreseen it one day being read by Justin. Yeah, right. That motherfucker wasn't all-seeing. If he didn't see me coming, then that guy has no idea what's happening. He was a clown. Space Lord says, solar eclipses are impossible during Passover. Yeah, because so Passover is dependent on the phase of the moon. And the Passover starts at the beginning of a new moon when it's like basically a tiny little sliver. Is that correct? Which this is a really fucking good point, actually, Solar or Space Lord. This is a really, really good point. Let's see. So let me double back over it. So the Pascha moon or the Passover moon, is it going to be full or not visible? Let me double check, because I know it's on the 14th day of the month, and I'm trying to figure out what state the moon is going to be in. The Paschal month says the full moon that falls after the vernal equinox is known as the Paschal moon and is the key to determining the dates for both the Passover. Yeah, we know that. Let's see. Can you get a moon during a Passover? Maybe. It says there is indeed deep astrological significance of the date of the Passover. We celebrate the festival of freedom on the 15th of the Jewish month of Nisan. The night of the Israelites were freed to Egypt. This is the full moon of the month of Aries and Ram. So is it a full moon at Passover? It's got to be a full moon if it's new moon, right? The new moon is full. Let's see. Are Jewish new moons a full moon? I forget, man. It says, no, a Jewish new moon is a full moon. That's what I asked. Okay, it seems like a Jewish new moon is a full moon. That's what I thought. So what you're saying is solar eclipses are impossible during a Passover. I guess I don't see how. If a moon moves in front of the Earth, you're right. During a solar eclipse, there's no full moon. I think I see what you're saying now. Okay. The symbol was confusing me. Yeah, so during an eclipse, there couldn't be a full moon because the sun is shining on the back side of the moon. which means there couldn't be a full moon, which means you couldn't have a Passover and actually have a solar eclipse, right? That makes really fucking good sense. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. That's actually a really good point to make. And I'm a little bit shocked, actually, that nobody has brought that up before. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a screenshot and save it. That's really good, man. Thanks, Space Lord. I never thought about that. Nightman says 9/11 happened in New York in the Marvel comics, so that means Spider-Man is real. Nick, probably. Indeed, Nightman. I will never understand why he couldn't get it into his head that these don't validate the nonsense of the Bible. Chip says, Justin, why do you keep saying slavery is bad when you own Christians every single week? You got me. You got me, Chip. I appreciate that. I'm a hypocrite. And Nathaniel says, dang it, I set it up wrong. Too long, didn't read. If you believe all morality is only subjective, that's an is statement, but isn't that is statement just a belief? Yes, Nathaniel, yes, it's just a belief. Yeah, it's my fucking opinion, man. Again, I don't make objective moral claims, and I never will. Reverend Nate, thank you for the Canadian chat. Says, while Justin was cooking Nick, I had time to put tabs on every chapter of my huge new American Bible. New American Bible. I assume that's what you mean. I think you mean the NABRE that I got for my first communion in 1992. I got to ask, who the fuck is Tobit? Never heard of him. Okay, so Tobit is supposedly someone of Jewish descent, and he's writing a narrative book that supposedly has some wisdom in it too. I do like the New Oxford Annotated Bible introduction to the various books that you don't normally read. They're pretty good about giving a really good historical background in these individuals. That being said, Reverend Nate, get a New Oxford Annotated Bible and read the introduction to Tobit. It'd be way more helpful than what I can tell you, but it's a good read. And helping Mega Deconstruct says, Nick has stage 5 Christian brain rot syndrome. Sad he has stage 5. So young. I know. So young. So young. But he did calm down during the end of the discussion, at least. And Evan says, imagine your strongest argument being, I don't care. Yeah, right? That's it. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about the prophecies. Okay, well, everyone else does. Design, thank you for the $10 super chat. Again, man, Design's rocking it tonight. Says, speaking of miracle healings, why did why did the resurrection... try again. Fuck me. Why did the resurrected miracle healer Jesus still have holes in his hand? Did he also have a colostomy bag? Because... So we've had this discussion before. Why is it the case that Jesus still had his wounds? Would he still not be bleeding? How can you survive just continually bleeding out? And if your wounds are healing, then how is it that you're poking your hands in the wounds and seeing the open wounds? So God just decided to leave the wounds open and just cut off the blood? Like what? McDubbin says, new rule, kick the lying liars who lie 100% rock hard for Doug. McDubbin, we should. I got to be honest. Sometimes I keep them on too long because I just want to punish them. That's on me. I got to stop doing that. Farrell, thank you for the $13.99 Canadian chat. Says a polygiggle, noun, interesting. A nervous or self-conscious laugh by a Christian apologist during debate, often used to mask discomfort, buy time, or rhetorically deflect an opponent's point. I like that. An polygiggle. This is really good. This is an accurate statement too, Farrell. I really appreciate that. Polygiggle really does describe the state of affairs with apologists. And T-Cove says, love the holiday fit. Well, thank you, T-Cove. I appreciate that. Big W. And also, good question back at, when it loads, there we go. Good question says, Doug's hell is equal to a volcano. Rockhard for Sharon and Chatty for Doug. Well, I don't think Doug is going to send anybody to a volcano. But that's an interesting point, that volcanoes exist. But they're not a product of Doug. It's a warping of Doug's divine plan. And Ruin says, I fell asleep when Chris was on. Just woke back up. It's 5:30 a.m. in Germany now. Think he started reading Daniel yet? Or is he still stuck on the intro? Yeah, he is still fucking stuck on the intro, Ruin. He has not read a lick of Daniel one bit. And MRG, thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's huge, my friend. I super appreciate that. Super generous. Big W. And Lark, great to see you tonight. Thank you for 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that. Big W for everyone who's a member. And Martin says, why do you repeatedly say you died 2 times? If you died, how come you're not dead? I thought words mean words. They do, Martin. It depends on what you think the word death means. I use the current form that almost everybody uses. Yes, I agree. It's adorable that you have an additional definition of death that nobody uses that entails that you can never come back to life. The reality is, we're all talking colloquially about death. All of us knows what it means to be dead and come back to life. That's just how words are used within our culture. You're welcome to define your own way of using the word death, and nobody else will care. Collapsitalism says, is Super Chat skip too? It's not collapsitalism. I just have that many of them that, in fact, I can't get to them all between calls, and I can't get to them all right away, which unfortunately is why so many of them happen at the end of the calls. So I apologize for that. But I'll read your additional Super Chat. It says, Justin, if you ever want a tattoo and you're in Cali, at Lucy Ruth Ford 07, we got you, King. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I actually do want a tattoo, but I have no idea what I want. I feel like I should get one. I just have no idea. I can't commit to a tattoo design. Let me know if you think there's a tattoo I need, friends. Maybe I'll consider it. And Good Question says, hey, Justin, you are an atheist messiah. Well, fuck. Thank you for that. You can teach any teacher and have resurrected several times better than Jesus. That's a fair point. I haven't seen too many actual Bible teachers come on here and bring up good points. They always get cooked. Cora, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. My friend says we're all wet for Justin every time. LOL, keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Cora. It's great to see you, my friend. I really hope that you're doing well, and we appreciate the support for the channel. And keep on keeping on, friend. I'll see you again soon, I'm sure. Correction says TY Wolf. Nobody cares. That must be a chatter in the comments that was popping off, getting out of pocket. I'm with Gretchen. I don't know who you are, TY. Nobody fucking cares. And Handsome Cat says, some ancient Greeks thought that Yahweh was pi iota. I get that. When they read the Septuagint, so they thought Yahweh's name was PP. That's amazing. Let's just call him PP for now on. I like this idea. His new name is PP. Josh says, I said kitten, I mean Chris. Whoopsie, praise dog. It was a slip. Okay, that makes more sense now on your previous chat. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you for clearing that up, Josh. I really do appreciate that. And Eric says, like, Sharon, and subscribe. Indeed, like and subscribe if you believe in Doug and Sharon Stone. And Moda says, hey, Justin, how do you keep your cool with all these crazy ideas flying around? It's frustrating enough just to watch. Keep up the good work. Sometimes I do lose my cool, Moda, and that's because I stream way too fucking long. You just kind of lose your cool eventually after like 5 hours of streaming and constant lying and pivoting and being evasive. But I try. Reference says my NAB. Okay, so it was an NAB. 1992 ends at Daniel 14:3, but calls chapter 13 and 14 appendix. Yes, it does, exactly. A lot of the old Catholic Bibles will refer to these as an appendix. And some of them don't even have chapter numbers. They're just an appendix. Says Susanna's Virtue and Bell and the Dragon, reflectively, John Paul II approved. Agreed. I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no official Catholic Bible, Reverend Nate. Every Catholic Bible you have is going to be different. They're all going to be different. In fact, if you go to, let's see, Latin Vulgate. No, not the Latin Vulgate. I believe in the eventual Latin text is when they added the additional chapters in Latin. That was the first time we had them for Daniel in the Latin. The Masoretic text never moved past 12 chapters, but that's only for the Catholic. The Orthodox have a different numbering system. I actually have the Orthodox Bible behind me, and they don't add chapter 13 and 14. But nevertheless, it's fine. It's kind of irrelevant whether or not there's a 13th or 14th chapter. The reality is all the Catholic Bibles are going to tell you that these are additions to Daniel, which is universally what they're referred to. They're universally referred to as the additions or the appendix to Daniel. Whether or not some Bibles give them chapter numbers or some Bibles don't give them chapter numbers, I don't think is a relevant talking point. Sad Geek says Ty Wolf is here. Ty Wolf in here is too chicken to call in. Yeah, we get a lot of that, Sad Geek. A lot of believers don't have the Holy Spirit. They can't call in. And Havoc says, check out the Sacred Mushroom and the Cross Book. I have no idea what those are, but I guess I'll Google them. It's a book about mushrooms and the cross. Oh, boy. So it's a mythology about Jesus was he high on mushrooms and didn't actually die. I'm almost afraid to read it. About a fertility cult? Holy shit. Should be an interesting read at least. Well, thanks for the suggestion. Huge Jars, great name. Thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says Doug is a false prophet planted to test your faith by the one and true God, Wambius Fletulin, who created the universe through his sacred squelch. Those worthy will enter the eternal burrow, eat roots and leaves for Wambius. I denounce this claim. Doug and Sharon Stone are the grounding for all reality, friend. That's just the case. Thank you for the super chat, though. And Collapsidalism says Lilith is ban happy for no reason, and I'll say it aloud. What did Fafo do? Again, mods. Do not mute or ban people unless they're saying something that will get my live stream taken down. Please stop doing it. I do not want to field a bunch of emails and Discord chats from fellow atheists who are getting muted just because you don't like what they said. I don't care if people are arguing in the comments. I don't care if you dislike what they say. If they're not saying something that will get my live banned, leave them alone. I don't want to have to go through and purge the mods. Fellow atheists should not be getting muted in chat just because you don't like what they're saying. That's not how this works, friends. And McDubbin says, don't punish Lilith for I will never fucking say this name right. The last guest that was just up here for his drunken whining. Listen, I don't know who said what, and I don't care. Unless somebody is saying something that's going to get my live stream taken down, or like it's racist or homophobic or something like that, don't mute them. This is not the place where people get muted just because they disagree with each other. That's not what we're about here. Don't care in the slightest if people get mad or disagree. This is all there is to it. Welcome in from the Joel and Mezzo raid, friends. I hate to do it to you, but we're ending the live stream. It's now 12:21. I went way longer than I wanted to. I apologize for that. I love you, Joel. I love you, Mezzo, even though you hate the prophet of Doug and Doug's rocky hard goodness. It's fine. We still love you. That being said, friends, we have got to yeah. Cognitive says Justin's gonna have a hard time getting mod for this challenge at this rate. No, I'm not. Not at all. I have no shortage of mods. I don't think I'm making unreasonable requests. The mods are here to keep the live stream from getting taken down. That is the goal of the mods. The goal of the mods is not to silence dissenting voices. That's not the point. And again, I will purge all of the mods again if they become tyrants that are muting people for just disagreeing with them. I'll do it again. I did it once. I'll do it again. I don't care. I'll go modless. I'll get rid of all the fucking mods and I'll just let things go ham wild. This has nothing to do. Stop muting people because you don't like what they're saying. That's not what mods are here for. Love you, friends. Anyways, it's way past quitting time. I apologize that we went so late. I love you all. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you so much for dedicating your time for supporting the stream. I really do appreciate everyone that helps make the stream possible. It means the world to me that I have the support of so many people. Make sure we're supporting other creators in the community. Make sure you're following Joel and Mezzo and Daniel Green and Crystal and Christina and Thinker and everybody else that's constantly going live when I'm not going live. Make sure we're supporting people in the community and the line and AXP. We're all in this fight together. So we really appreciate you guys. I'll be live again on Wednesday night. We'll do the same thing all over again Wednesday night. We'll get the the fire going, and we'll do another barbecue. And also, don't forget to follow Dalton. Make sure you're following Dalton's YouTube and his TikTok. Love you guys. We'll see you again soon. Have